Chapter 81, Dark Power. Jin Huahua let out a piercing scream, and his limbs suddenly retracted inward, turning him into a ball. Of course, he didn't intentionally roll himself up like this, but Fang Ming wrapped him in gravity and made him like this. The terrifying gravity squeezed him from all sides, and Jin Huahua couldn't even move a finger. The pressure inside and outside was unbalanced, and his eyeballs were sunken inwards, as if they were going to grow into his brain. How painful this must be. Woo! 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 Jin Huahua let out a mournful cry, but then, with a pop, his two eyeballs burst at the same time due to the intense pressure, and two streams of blood immediately flowed out of the eye sockets. His bones also creaked, and a few of them broke off first. The broken bones immediately pierced into the flesh, causing him to scream again. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The broken bones are stabbing into the flesh, and the number of them is increasing. Even a desperate criminal like him cannot bear it, and he let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. Dongxing and Wang Yan watched in horror. What kind of power do you have? When you clench your fist, the golden fireball turns into a ball? Not to mention them, even Xia Jun was swallowing his saliva and felt a hint of sweat on his forehead. Is he stronger than Jin Huahua? He is confident that he can win in a one-on-one fight, but it is not because he is stronger or faster than his opponent, but because he is better at fighting and wins with experience and skill. Therefore, Fang Ming can easily control and even kill Jin Huahua, so Fang Ming can easily kill him as well. What a terrifying ability! Fang Ming looked at Dongxing and Wang Yun and smiled faintly. Dongxing is definitely going to die. This person has the ability to curse, which corresponds to the dark side. Ha 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 ha. Dongxing suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "This guy, we don't have any grudges against you, so, no matter how much this guy is giving you, we'll double it. Whether it's a beautiful woman or food." Fang Ming laughed, "I want something you can't afford. Now, please get going." He walked towards the two of them. The maximum distance of gravity manipulation is 10 meters, but it works best within 3 meters. Beyond 3 meters, it starts to weaken until it is completely ineffective at 10 meters. Now he and Dongxing are at least 15 meters apart. Dongxing and Wang Yan looked at each other and said at the same time, "Go, kill them for me." The two men's subordinates rushed over one after another, all of them very fierce. Xia Jun roared and rushed forward, punching and kicking. Even though he only had one arm, he was a force-sensitive mutant after all, so how could he possibly be outmatched by a few ordinary people? Bang, 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 one person after another flew into the air. Xia Jun was ferocious, like a god of war. Well, soldier against soldier, king against king. Fang Ming continued to walk towards Dongxing, and the distance between them became closer and closer. Wang Yan gritted his teeth and waved his hands. Swish, 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 fireballs were thrown out. However, Fang Ming just moved his fingers around, and the fireballs either went left or right, all skewing to one side, and were unable to pose a threat to him. It's not that his gravity ability is so powerful, but that he has far surpassed others in terms of evolution. Fang Ming kept walking. Dongxing and the other two were really panicking. They felt the threat of death. Without saying a word, they turned around and ran. If you can't beat them, what else can you do? Run? You have to run too. Fang Ming immediately started to chase, and he didn't need to exert his speed to the extreme. He quickly rushed to within 10 meters of the two of them, and then his gravity power activated. Dongxing and Wang Yan immediately lost their balance and fell to the ground. Boom! Boom! The two fell quickly, and they got up quickly too. But when they tried to start running again, Fang Ming was already 3 meters away from them. Ha ha! The gravity power burst out in full force. The two of them also shrunk into a ball at the same time, like a ball of fire. The two of them screamed in pain. Fang Ming showed no mercy. Since you ate people, you deserve to die. Kakaka, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Dongxing and his companion were being compressed tighter and tighter, and the sound of bones breaking was getting louder and louder. They were not Jin Huahua, and their bone density and muscle strength were far inferior to that of a force-sensitive mutant, so Fang Ming easily crushed them into meatballs. Fang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Zheng Dongxing is really a waste. With such a powerful ability, he was actually killed by Situ Yuan in his previous life. Unlike other major types of superpowers, gravity powers are a simple ability from start to finish. However, it can be used in an infinite number of ways. Therefore, even a level 1 gravity user is no different from a level 4 or even a level 9 user in terms of the number of abilities. You see, you can crush your opponent with your bare hands, influence their movement, the accuracy of their attacks, and even, if you apply it to yourself, can you become as light as a swallow? If it's even more awesome, can you fly directly? In this light, Zhang Dongxing is really a piece of cake. After a while, Dongxing and his companion stopped making any sound. They were dead. He walked over and put his hand on Dongxing's body. Suddenly, a wave of heat rushed over him. The dark power was in his hands. But, the pain will follow. Fang Ming looked at Xie Jun and decided not to run off to another place, but to complete the awakening of his power right here. This was a test for Xie Jun. If Xie Jun passes, then he will truly be recognized by Fang Ming, otherwise, he will not hesitate to kill Xie Jun. On the other side, Xie Jun also killed all his henchmen. He looked at Fang Ming and showed an embarrassed expression. It was obviously his business, but not only did he need Fang Ming's help, Fang Ming also killed the 3 bandits. He killed some of the underlings, purely for the sake of helping. He's really strong, Fang Ming is really strong. But at this moment, Fang Ming's face changed, and he said, "My abilities have been overused, and I have developed a side effect. Watch out for me, I will be weak for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, the veins on his forehead began to pulse. Oh! Fang Ming had already knelt on the ground, his expression of pain was indescribable. Xie Jun was shocked and hurriedly stood guard at the side, looking around with awe. Fang Ming was so righteous that he was completely overwhelmed by admiration, and he felt that Fang Ming owed him too much. Now that he had the rare opportunity to repay him, even if it was just a trivial thing, he naturally wanted to do it well. Fang Ming was so distressed that he pounded the ground with his fists, pounding, shaking the ground. Xie Jun couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are you sure that your strength is only so great because you have evolved 2 superpowers and your body has been strengthened as a result? How come I don't feel as powerful as you? And it's far less than yours? What a strange person. After half an hour, Fang Ming finally stopped. He stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled at Xie Jun. "It's okay, I've made it. The dark power is in my hands." Chapter 82, Cut it off myself. Unfortunately, Xie Jun was right next to him, so Fang Ming couldn't test his new ability. "Thank you," Xie Jun said very seriously. Without Fang Ming, he would never have been able to avenge Lin Miaomiao's mother today. It wouldn't have been so fast. Fang Ming smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Why are you being so polite to me?" Xie Jun is a man of great spirit, and immediately laughed heartily, patting Fang Ming on the shoulder. "In the future, if you have any problems, just say the word, and if I hesitate for even a moment, my name is not Xie." Fang Ming was very happy. Xie Jun had passed his final test, and his character was absolutely fine. He said with a serious expression, "The world is so chaotic now, and you're traveling with a young girl. Where are you planning to go in the future?" Xie Jun hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know. I'll just take it one step at a time." Fang Ming smiled and said, "I have a suggestion, you and Miao Miao can stay at my hotel. There are plenty of guest rooms, so you can just pick one." Xie Jun was naturally tempted. He was a big man, and he would never take care of a child. If he could live in the hotel with Lin Miao Miao, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. He wouldn't even have to take care of the child, and he could let the little girl play in the hotel with peace of mind. But this is too much trouble for you. Xie Jun was very embarrassed. If Fang Ming had made this suggestion before the Dongxing group was eliminated, he would have suspected that Fang Ming was taking advantage of his abilities. But now, how could he even think that? He is worth 10 or even 100 of him. Think highly of his abilities? Isn't that laughable? He himself couldn't believe it. He just didn't know that the abilities everyone had now were not fixed. In less than 20 days, there would be level 1 zombies, and at the same time, there would be corpse pearls. The superpowered could use the corpse pearls to continue to evolve. From that time on, the gap between the supernaturals will widen. Some will become stronger than ever, while others will become so weak that they will end up in the sewers. Fang Ming from the previous life is a typical example. Before the emergence of the corpse pearls, he had killed many superpowered people with his one-handed spatial gate, but what happens when everyone starts to evolve again? He will fall behind and eventually be unable to beat anyone. Sad. Therefore, Xia Jun actually underestimated himself. In the future, he will be the top master after Situ Yuan. In fact, with the help of Fong Ming in this life, the title of God of Strength may fall on his head. It's entirely possible. Fong Ming only had to provide some food and a place to live, and he had completely won the loyalty of a future powerhouse. You're saying these things to belittle me again. Fong Ming pretended to be displeased. Xia Jun quickly raised his right hand. Okay, I won't say anything. Don't worry, I will definitely guard the hotel with my life in the future, and I will never let anyone step over the line. Fong Ming looked at his left arm and reached out to touch it. The healing ability activated. Xia Jun's wound began to heal immediately. Fong Ming, don't waste your superpower. I have a strong recovery rate, so this kind of injury will heal in a few days at most. Xia Jun said apologetically. He was embarrassed to have Fong Ming treat him yesterday and again today, as it made him look like a useless person. Fong Ming joked, "Didn't you say you were going to help me guard the hotel? If a real enemy comes, are you going to guard it with one hand?" Xia Jun was speechless and had to accept the kindness again. The two walked towards the Wanzhong Holiday Hotel. Although they were not running at full speed, they were still very fast. In just over 10 minutes, they had reached the hotel entrance. They went straight over the wall. After Fong Ming had reinforced the wall, he had no intention of opening the gate again, so he had to climb over the wall to get in and out. When the two returned, they saw the workers busy with the construction. At most, there were 2 days left before the construction would be completed. When they entered the hotel lobby, they saw Lu Yuqi and the other girls playing with Lin Miaomiao. There are no entertainment activities at the moment, and there are only a few people in the hotel. It's too quiet. When a cute little girl comes, Lu Yuqi and the others seem to have got a big toy, and they can't help but be excited. Looking at the time, it was almost time for dinner, so Fong Ming waved his hand and everyone went to eat. However, Fong Ming only invited Xia Jun to go upstairs to eat together once, but after Xia Jun refused, he didn't insist. No hurry, take it easy. After lunch, Fong Ming went to the small forest in the hotel alone to begin experimenting with his new abilities. Fong Ming thought for a moment, and a dark energy was released from his body, enveloping an area of almost 5 meters. He thought again, and his gravity power was activated, and a stone in the distance immediately shot over. However, after entering the darkness, the stone seemed to have lost its direction and actually deviated from its original direction. It was originally flying forward, but when it left the darkness, it turned into a shot into the sky. TSK. Fong Ming did not awaken the curse ability like Dongxing, but he was enveloped in darkness, which was not lethal, but could influence and distort everything in the darkness. For Fong Ming, this ability is obviously better. He already had enough offensive and support abilities, and now this darkness could be used to protect his life, which was very satisfying. Awesome! Fong Ming was in a very good mood. He had not only recruited a great general like Xia Jun, but also gained a new ability. What could be more pleasing than that? Ah, a scream of excruciating pain rang out, and Yin Stauning hurried into the bathroom, only to see her husband lying on the floor with his back arched, and a large pool of blood beneath him. What is going on? Yin Stauning was stunned at first, then she reacted. Zhou Dao castrated himself. Fong Ming had previously made a condition that if Zhou Dao wanted to stay here, the only possibility was to become a eunuch. Now, he castrated himself. He didn't even discuss it with her. Since you are married, does that thing still belong to you alone? It's mine too. You're willing to castrate yourself just to stay here. Zhou Dao, how could I have not realized what a man you are? No, you're not even a man. Help me stop the bleeding. Zhou Dao shouted at his wife. Yin Stauning thought about it for a while, and decided to save him first, otherwise Zhou Dao would bleed to death. She took gauze and other things to wrap the wound tightly, but the wound was easily infected. With the current medical conditions, which could be described as zero, infection was a death sentence. What should I do? She had no choice but to go to Fong Ming. She was desperate and took any medicine she could find. When Fong Ming heard that Yin Stauning said that Zhou Dao had castrated himself, he was really shocked. Zhou Dao was so afraid of death. Even if an ordinary person tried hard, there was still a chance of surviving in this chaotic world. But Zhou Dao would rather cut himself than leave. If you have such courage, why not fight the zombies? What a brave warrior. He just picked the wrong tree. Fang Ming was speechless and curious, and he decided to go and see this real warrior. Chapter 83, Husband and Wife Turn Against Each Other. When Fang Ming saw Zhou Dao, he was curled up in the bathroom, his lower body wrapped in a cloth, and the blood had stained the floor. You're awesome. Fang Ming reached out and pressed lightly, activating his healing ability. Immediately, Zhou Dao's injuries were brought under control. The healing power can be activated from a distance, but it is naturally more effective when it directly touches the wound. The problem is, Fang Ming doesn't want to touch him there. Besides, Fang Ming was only trying to keep Zhou Dao from dying, not to help him grow a new one. He doesn't have the ability to do that. However, after being treated by him, and with the illusion he created, Zhou Dao successfully forgot the pain for a while. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Fang, can I stay here now?" "Yes." Fang Ming smiled. This is a ruthless man. But if he can be so ruthless to himself, how about others? He must be even more ruthless, and he can stab people in the back with ease. Fang Ming seemed to be smiling, but he had already announced the death sentence for this person. But a mere ordinary person can be killed in a minute, so there is no hurry. Zhou Dao finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Mr. Fang." "Thank you, Mr. Fang." On the side, Yin Stouning's expression was very changeable. Now Zhou Dao had Fang Ming's permission to stay in the hotel, but what about her? Fang Ming had said that if she wanted to stay, she could only sleep with him for 7 days at a time. So, does her husband have to stay with Fang Ming all the time? Otherwise, if she leaves the hotel, will Zhou Dao go with her? No way. He's not even a man anymore, so how could he possibly continue to wander with her? Her heart was as cold as death. These days she has been thinking, did Zhou Dao ever love her? If he really loved her, why did he let her sleep with Fang Ming? At first, she thought that Zhou Dao only wanted her to live, so she would rather endure being a cuckold. But then, Zhou Dao actually castrated himself. What does this mean? He just wanted to keep himself alive. He only cares about himself. This made Yin Xiaoning extremely disappointed. Because of his extreme disappointment, it turned into a terrible hatred. And once a woman has developed a hatred for a man, she can become extremely crazy. "Fang Ming, do you want to screw me?" Yin Xiaoning suddenly said to Fang Ming, "Right here, let my husband watch how you screw his wife." She wanted to take revenge on Zhou Dao. "Didn't you say you didn't care? Fine, I'll let another man fuck me right in front of you." "No!" Zhou Dao cried out, his head full of veins throbbing. He could have let Yin Xiaoning seduce Fang Ming, but that was to keep himself alive. Now that he had cut himself, did he still need Yin Xiaoning to sell herself? No. So, of course, he didn't want to get green hair. As for Yin Xiaoning, if she doesn't sleep with Fang Ming, she won't be able to stay here and will be kicked out of the hotel. What does that have to do with him? He just needs to be able to survive. Yin Xiaoning? Since she is his wife, she should of course keep her chastity for him. Isn't that the most natural thing in the world? Fang Ming laughed. "I don't have the habit of taking off my pants in front of other men, whether or not they are real men." Yin Xiaoning bit her lip, her eyes still flashing with madness. "Let's go inside and do it, and let him listen outside." Now the more Zhou Daoyue didn't want her to do it, the more she wanted to do it. "How dare you!" Zhou Dao jumped up, but this caused the wound to open again, and he fell back with a toothless grin. "Yin Xiaoning, you're my wife, do you know what you're saying?" "Of course I know." Yin Xiaoning slapped Zhou Dao in the face, "And you only understand what you are doing now? You betrayed me. You didn't even tell me, and you castrated yourself. Haha, how can a man without roots be my husband? Zhou Dao, you only want to live, you never considered me. How could I have been so blind as to fall for you?" Fang Ming suddenly became curious and asked Zhou Dao, "When you were studying abroad, did you ever play with Western girls?" He knew that Zhou Dao would definitely not tell the truth, so he used his psychic power to stimulate him. Zhou Dao was shocked and blurted out without thinking, "Yes, I was with a black girl for 3 years. "What?" Yin Xiaoning almost jumped up and screamed, "I've been waiting for you for 3 years in China, and you've been with a black girl for 3 years abroad?" In other words, there was never a shortage of women around Zhou Dao, but he lied to her and said he had been holding back and enduring it. "You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you." she said with bloodshot eyes. Fang Ming smiled and, like a magician, took out a fruit knife and handed it to Yin Xiaoning. Here, take it. Yin Xiaoning took the knife in a daze, but now that she had a knife in her hand, she was a little scared. It wasn't that she didn't hate Zhou Dao anymore, but killing someone was not something that an ordinary person could accept. Zhou Dao was shocked and hurriedly said to Fang Ming, "Didn't you promise to let me stay?" "Yes." Fang Ming smiled, "But I didn't say I would protect you. What does it matter if your wife wants to kill you?" He then said to the hesitant Yin Xiaoning, "Kill him. Kill him, and I'll let you stay on as a waitress, not the kind that gets shot." Yin Xiaoning couldn't help but tremble and looked at Fang Ming. Seeing that his wife was tempted, Zhou Dao suddenly became vicious and jumped up, rushing at Yin Xiaoning to grab the knife and kill him. In his opinion, although he was injured, he could still subdue a woman. Yin Xiaoning was hesitant, but when Zhou Dao grabbed her, she suddenly snapped out of it. Because Zhou Dao not only wanted to take the knife, but was also stabbing her in the lower abdomen with it. She could already feel the pain. She looked at her husband in disbelief, because she hadn't made up her mind yet, but Zhou Dao was already grabbing the knife, and he wasn't doing it to protect himself, he was trying to kill her. In an instant, all of Yin Xiaoning's anger exploded, and she began to fight back like a madwoman. Then, Zhou Dao tragically discovered that he was no match for a woman. There was nothing he could do. He was injured and had lost a lot of blood. Fang Ming helped him with some treatment, but it was only to keep him from dying. So now, purely in terms of strength, he had actually lost to Yin Xiaoning. Seeing the tip of the knife change direction and heading towards his stomach, Zhou Dao was scared and quickly said, "Wife, listen to me. I was just a little excited. Don't misunderstand me. Let go of me first, I will never hurt you." He looked at Yin Xiaoning with a sincere expression. Unexpectedly, Yin Xiaoning really let go. Zhou Dao's eyes hardened, and he suddenly forced his hands to send the fruit knife flying. Pop! The knife pierced into Yin Xiaoning's stomach, but Yin Xiaoning's eyes were cold and solemn, and there was not even a hint of surprise. He didn't even let out a cry of pain. This made Zhou Dao flinch, and then Yin Xiaoning pounced on him, opening his mouth and biting Zhou Dao's throat. Zhou Dao suddenly let out a scream. Chapter 84, The Sword Immortal's Settlement. Zhou Dao struggled violently. But after half a minute, he was completely still. Yin Xiaoning opened her mouth and sat down on the ground, her lower abdomen bleeding profusely. Fang Ming reached out to pull out his knife and pressed it down. The healing technique was activated. Yin Xiaoning would not die, even if he did not save her, because Zhou Dao's knife did not hit the vital organs. This woman is really ruthless, biting off Zhou Dao's throat. Never underestimate women. Fang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Originally, Yin Xiaoning didn't have the determination and strength to kill Zhou Dao, but since Zhou Dao was so scared, he decided to kill his wife first. As a result, Yin Xiaoning was completely enraged and was willing to die with Zhou Dao. Fortunately, Zhou Dao had never killed anyone before, and the position of the knife was too bad. Otherwise, if he had stabbed her in the right place, she might not have had the strength to fight back. There was nothing she could do. Who could have known that Zhou Dao would castrate himself first? This directly reduced his combat effectiveness by more than half, and Yin Xiaoning easily killed him in return. Fang Ming took the fruit knife and said to Yin Xiaoning, "You continue to cook for the workers. When the workers finish, you will be responsible for cleaning the hotel with Zhang Xiaowei and the others." Yin Xiaoning nodded blankly. When she saw Fang Ming leaving, she suddenly said, "Are you sure you don't want to sleep with me? I'm free today, and you can do whatever you want to me today." She had experienced betrayal from her husband in one day, and had killed him with her own hands. Another person might have gone crazy. Therefore, she was still relatively sane, and just wanted to go crazy for a bit, which was already very rare. She has a fairly high tolerance. Fang Ming left without a word. Yin Xiaoning looked at Zhou Dao's corpse for a long time before moving it, and whispered, "Ungrateful man, I'll bury you." After Fang Ming returned, he told the women about Yin Xiaoning's situation, which made them sigh with sympathy. The arrival of the end of the world is bad enough, but to be betrayed by your own husband is really pitiful. However, there must be something to be hated about a pitiful person. It is only natural to think that Zhou Dao must have had other women abroad. There is only a difference between a man who betrays 0 times and a man who betrays countless times. Therefore, as soon as he encounters a test, his true colors come to light. This Zhou Dao is quite ruthless. He can actually be so ruthless to himself, so it's no wonder that he can also be ruthless to his wife. After discussing it for a while, they both shook their heads and didn't want to think too much about such a heartbreaking thing. 2 days passed in this way. The defense project was finally completed. Fang Ming saw that the workers were working very hard and was willing to keep them for a few more days, but the workers said they wanted to go back to their hometown. They have their wives, children, and parents at home, so they have to go back. If their families are fine, that would be best, but if something happens, they won't be able to rest easy without seeing for themselves. Feng Ming sighed and gave the workers a lot of dry food and water to take with them on the road. He also got them a batch of bicycles, which were the best means of transport at the time. So the workers set off on their journey, and the hotel suddenly became quiet. However, there was still the little girl Lin Miao Miao, who gradually got over the pain of losing her mother. She ran around the hotel happily every day, and Fang Ming also gave her an electric toy car. So the little girl ran around the hotel garden and woods, her laughter ringing out. Xia Jun has been patrolling the hotel, doing his best and fulfilling his duties. A super strong psychic is responsible for patrolling the hotel, and no one is allowed to sneak in. After a few days of peace and quiet, the hotel attracted guests again in the evening. However, this time it wasn't a young couple or refugees, but 3 scouts. 2 of the 3 climbed over the wall to check things out, but the last one went straight back to report. Xia Jun soon came to Fang Ming with the 2 intruders. In front of a sensitive psychic, the 2 intruders couldn't even escape. Fang Ming, these 2 people snuck in quietly. What do you think we should do about them? Xia Jun asked. Fang Ming had not yet spoken when one of the intruders said, "You'd better let us go. We are from the Sword and Fairy Settlement, and there are 3 of us. Someone has already gone back to report. If we don't return safely, our boss will come here tomorrow and kill us all." At this moment, Meng Jining came out. The 2 of them immediately couldn't take their eyes off her. It was the same person who said, "This woman has to come with us as compensation for the shock we received." Fang Ming laughed. Where did these 2 people get the courage? And, the Sword and Fairy Settlement? Does the founder of this settlement like the Sword and Fairy so much? He said to Xia Jun, "Kill them. You can tell they're bad guys just by listening to them." Good. Xia Jun nodded, deeply agreeing. What? The 2 men were in a panic and started screaming. How dare you kill us? Our boss is super powerful. And we have guns. You're just asking for it. Guns? Fang Ming's heart leapt. Did you get them from the Public Security Bureau? Yes. Those 2 will naturally want to publicize the strength of their settlement for their own survival. Our boss also has the ability to control the earth. Anyone who opposes him will be buried and swallowed by the earth. Huh, a person with earth-based superpowers? Fang Ming's eyes lit up. Then I'll have to use my superpower again. Take them away, and you should get some rest too. There should be a big battle tomorrow, he said to Xia Jun. Xia Jun nodded. Now that he and Lin Miao were staying at the hotel, he would have done his best to eliminate the intruders even without Fang Ming's advice. Xia Jun took the 2 intruders away, and they would definitely be killed outside, because killing them here would pollute the hotel environment. Lu Yuqi and Zhou are just ordinary people, so they naturally feel a little worried. After all, the other side is a settlement, and they have guns. However, after Fang Ming led them into the room, they had no time to worry about these things. They sang and played music. After more than an hour, Fang Ming came out. He couldn't sleep for a while. Suddenly, he smelled the aroma of cooking. He followed the smell and saw someone frying dumplings. Judging from the figure, it was only one person on this floor. Gu Yai Renba. He crept over, making no sound, and just watched. Gu Yariba was frying dumplings while humming a song, as if she was in a good mood. She didn't notice Fang Ming at all, humming a song while gently shaking her buttocks. Fang Ming couldn't help but feel a little tempted. This Western beauty was wearing a skirt that hugged her hips, making her already slender waist even slimmer, but her buttocks were plump and fat, creating a strong visual impact. He couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Ah! A cry of surprise, the deer jumped in fright. Chapter 85, Taking the Initiative. Gu Yai Riba looked at Fang Ming with a frightened and puzzled expression, as if she was too shocked to speak. Fong Ming also looked at her and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Shouldn't you be asking the question?" However, Fong Ming was so righteous that he put Gu Yai Riba in a difficult position. She said weakly, "Why are you touching me?" Her face turned red, which was both cute and sexy. Fong Ming laughed and said, "I thought it was Yuchi." "Nonsense. You four just went into the room together. Do you think I don't know what you were doing? So, how could you possibly mistake me for Liu Yuchi? You did it on purpose." She was upset and couldn't hide it, and her face immediately showed it. Her eyes were red and tears were about to fall. Is this woman so easily amused? Fong Ming laughed and said, "Look at me, I'll show you a magic trick." Gu Yai Renba looked at him, but still wanted to cry. Fong Mingping extended his right hand and shouted, "Change." An apple appeared in his hand. "Here, it's for you." He smiled. If it had been something else, Gu Yai Riba might have refused, but fruit, she couldn't refuse. The orange she had eaten earlier was not enough to satisfy her, and it had even aroused her appetite. So when she saw a large apple, she couldn't help but take it. Besides, she had already touched it, so how could she not take it? She glared at Fong Ming angrily, took the apple, washed it with water, and then happily began to eat it. "Ah!" she exclaimed again, finding herself suddenly in the air, but fortunately quickly falling back down to the ground and sitting down. The problem was that she was sitting on someone. She blushed again and accused him, "You're being dishonest." "How could I be a liar?" Fong Ming laughed and said, "Didn't you promise to be my maid?" "Yes." Gu Yai Renba nodded vigorously. "So what have you done?" Fong Ming asked. Gu Yai Riba was stunned. A few days ago she still washed dishes and mopped the floor, but now? They have all been taken over by Zhang Xiaowei and her friends, and she is not allowed to do any work. If she had a thicker skin, it would be fine, but she is too thin-skinned, and she began to stammer. "So, I'll arrange a new job for you." Fong Ming whispered in her ear, and the heat made her face even redder. "Be my masseuse." "Massage is fine, but how can I massage you if you hold me like this?" Gu Yai Riba asked weakly. Fong Ming laughed, "I like to massage like this." He gently patted Gu Yai Riba's perky buttocks. Gu Yai Riba was stunned. "Who massages like this? How do you press it?" she asked stupidly. "Just move around." Fong Ming laughed. "Oh." Gu Yai Riba began to move. "Mm." Fong Ming frowned involuntarily, then loosened his grip, changing his grip in a myriad of ways. A new day has dawned. Fong Ming, Meng Jining, and Xie Jun were all eager to get started, waiting for the people from the Sword and Fairy settlement to arrive. However, from morning until noon, they never saw anyone come, which was very disappointing for the three of them. Are they not coming? That shouldn't be the case. They've only lost 2 people, and they don't know our exact strength. There's no reason for them to back down like this. Are they going to find out our strength first before they start? Fong Ming didn't want to wait any longer and asked Xie Jun, "Did you interrogate the people yesterday to find out where the settlement was?" Xie Jun nodded, "It's in the Juan community." "Then I'll go." Fong Ming said, "You stay behind." Although Xie Jun's level of evolution is not high, he is a future Tiger General, so among the same level of supernormal ability users, his combat power is definitely top-notch. Meng Jining is even more impressive. He has used 10 points of evolution fluid, and his strength is more than 4 times that of an ordinary psychic. With the 2 of them sitting in the base camp, there is no doubt that everything will be fine. Since Fong Ming had made the decision, Meng Jining and Xie Jun had no choice but to agree. Xie Jun marked the location of the Juan residential area on the map, and Fong Ming put the map away and headed towards the destination. He flew along, his speed faster than a sports car. However, the mountain city was too big. It took him more than 20 minutes to finally arrive at Juan community. This is an old neighborhood, with walls that are all covered in patches and various supporting facilities that are also visibly old. However, the walls had also been reinforced, just like the Wanjiang Resort Hotel. But they can't compare to Fong Ming's. This reinforced wall is only a pathetic 10 centimeters wide and is completely made of bricks, which is completely incomparable to Fong Ming's reinforced concrete and steel plate construction. Fong Ming stopped at the door. The gate had also been modified, and was covered with sharp steel bars. If the zombies rushed up, they would definitely have a dozen holes in their bodies in an instant. If someone tried to force their way through without looking, the gate would teach them a lesson. Of course, the door is only 2 meters high, and Fang Ming can easily jump over it. There were 4 people guarding the door. When they saw Fang Ming coming, they were nervous at first, but then relaxed when they realized it was just him. One of them came over and asked, "Are you trying to join us?" "The men are already full, unless you have superpowers, the women, hee, the more the better," this person said. Fang Ming smiled, "Didn't 2 of you go out yesterday to explore the way and not come back?" The man on the other side was taken aback and blurted out, "How did you know?" "Because I killed them," Fang Ming said calmly. The person sitting across from him was so scared that he sat down on the ground, then quickly got up and ran into the community, screaming as he ran, but in a dialect that Fang Ming could only understand a few words of. The 3 people at the door were puzzled, and they only felt that their companions were inexplicable. "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" They were curious and walked towards Fang Ming. One of them asked, "What did you tell him that scared him like that?" Fang Ming smiled and said, "I told him I was the son of God, so he hurried to inform your boss to come and greet me on his knees." Nonsense. The 3 men naturally didn't believe it, but what did Fang Ming say that could make his companions panic like that? "Who are you?" someone asked. Fang Ming pressed his hand and said, "I'll tell you when your boss comes out, so I don't have to repeat myself a few times." The 3 of them were very unhappy. This guy is too arrogant. Although their companion had been scared away, they still had some concerns and did not dare to act lightly. After a while, a large group of people came out of a building in the neighborhood. They were dressed in all sorts of different ways. The leader was wearing glasses and looked like a deep otaku, and he was almost 40 years old. If he wasn't a deep otaku, how could he possibly come up with such a second-rate name as Jade Sword Colony? He was like a moon surrounded by stars, heading towards the main entrance. "Where are my 2 subordinates?" the bespectacled otaku asked. Chapter 86, A Bodhisattva Who Saves the Suffering? Fang Ming shrugged, "Killed." The bespectacled otaku was stunned at first, then furious, "How dare you touch my people?" "Yes, what's the problem?" Fang Ming asked in return. "What time is it? You dare to trespass on someone else's territory, that's a blatant provocation, it's like declaring war." The bespectacled otaku looked at Fang Ming with a grim expression and said a few words between his teeth, "Kill him." Suddenly, the group of people all shouted and rushed at Fang Ming, waving all kinds of weapons. There were knives, hammers, and clubs, but they had all been modified to be more lethal. For example, the hammers had been sharpened at one end, so that if you hit someone with one, you could be sure to make a hole in their body. Fang Ming smiled, just in time to test his new abilities. Darkness enveloped. A darkness surges from his body, instantly covering an area of 5 meters. Why can't I see anything? Are my ears deaf? Are my eyes blind? A chorus of screams erupted, and the dozen people who had rushed into the darkness all screamed in terror. Even what? They bumped into each other without realizing it, as if they had lost their sense of touch. Fang Ming was surprised. He had only thought that darkness could change the trajectory of objects, but he had never imagined that it could also block the 5 senses. They couldn't see, hear, or even feel. What about taste and smell? They must have been lost as well. Temporary or permanent? Fang Ming threw one of them out of the way. The man flailed his limbs on the ground for a while, as if he had recovered, then stopped and exclaimed in surprise, "I can see again. I can hear again." He was so excited that he burst into tears. A normal person suddenly deprived of their 5 senses would naturally be very scared. And when the senses return, it is naturally extremely exciting. Fang Ming nodded, saying that the deprivation of the 5 senses was temporary and only effective in the dark. However, the glasses-wearing otaku were all shocked. What kind of strange ability is this? How can people not see or hear when they go in? How can they fight? The nerdy glasses wearer snorted, "Throw stones and knives at me. Since people lose their 5 senses when they go in, I'll just not go in and attack you from a distance." "Boss, but we still have brothers inside." Someone hesitated and said. "Do you have any doubts about my orders?" The bespectacled otaku said sternly. "No." Everyone was shocked. Thinking of the terrifying methods of the bespectacled man, they had no hesitation and threw weapons into the darkness one after another, sharp knives, stones, etc. Ping pong. They didn't know where Fong Ming was, so they just threw their weapons into the darkness. Hey, the darkness has disappeared. Could it be that Fong Ming had been hit, so his superpowers had dissipated naturally without anyone controlling them? However, when the darkness disappeared like a receding tide, everyone discovered that the ground was littered with their fallen comrades. All of them were their companions. Some had a knife in their chest, some had their heads smashed in, and only a few were still alive, suddenly screaming. This made everyone break out in a cold sweat. In the darkness, even the sense of touch disappeared. So, even if they were stabbed or hit with a rock, they didn't even grunt. It was terrifying. Even though they were about to die, they didn't even realize it. Everyone was horrified and kept backing away. The dark area seemed to be only 5 meters in diameter, but no one had been able to get out after so long. What did that mean? The darkness is like a maze, there is no way out. You must not be caught in it, or you will definitely be finished. The bespectacled nerd reached out and said, "Don't panic, I'm here." He looked at Fong Ming calmly and said, "You have very strong superpowers, but I happen to be able to restrain you." Oh? Fong Ming smiled. The earth swallows. The bespectacled otaku shouted a very second-rate phrase, and Fong Ming saw that the land beneath his feet seemed to have turned into a quagmire, causing Fong Ming to sink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Fong Ming's knees were already buried in the mud. Your darkness can only cover an area of 5 meters, but I can turn the earth into a swamp within 8 meters of the area, dragging people into a depth of 5 meters. Then I will close the earth, and you will be dead. Suffocate to death. Don't look at it as just 5 meters, but 5 meters of earth weighing down on you. What a terrifying weight. You can't even move an inch. He has already killed many people with this trick, and there are even no lack of supernormal people. Seeing that Fong Ming was already half buried, the bespectacled nerd couldn't help but burst into laughter. You really are stupid. Yesterday, 2 of my men disappeared at your place, and I was planning to study your strength before making any arrangements. I never thought that you would be so stupid as to come to me, and you even exposed your strength. Well, you're going to die. He is not the type to take losses, so he didn't go to Fong Ming to ask for his men today. He didn't tolerate or forgive, but rather planned carefully before taking action. He is not stupid at all. Fong Ming let out a gasp, and when he used anti-gravity on himself, his sinking stopped. Your ability is not uncontrollable, so why are you so smug? He said slowly. I'll be damned. The bespectacled otaku looked at Fong Ming in shock, dumbfounded and unable to speak. Isn't your power darkness? How can darkness make you fearless of the swamp? How could that be? He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, dual abilities. You actually have dual abilities. No, I am the chosen one, the only male lead. Why is it that I don't have dual abilities, but you do? He seemed to have suddenly lost his composure, and he seemed to have gone crazy, yelling and jumping in a panic. Fong Ming calmly lifted his feet, step by step, and he was actually stepping in midair. This left everyone dumbfounded, and several people had already involuntarily knelt down. A god! The Bodhisattva of mercy has come. Save us! These people looked at Fong Ming with fervent eyes, as if they had seen salvation. The bespectacled otaku slapped his own subordinates in a frenzy, shouting, he is not a god, let alone a bodhisattva. He is just a powerful person. Get up and kill him. Kill him. However, no one listened to him. At this moment, Fong Ming had a halo around him, and people worshipped him. But Fong Ming smiled coldly. Yes, I'm not a god or a bodhisattva, just a superhuman. Because I'm not interested in saving you. He snapped his fingers, and all of these people were crushed into balls, their bones crunching together and making a crisp sound. This trick is so easy to use. There was only one left, the bespectacled nerd. The death of his subordinates was too tragic, and he couldn't help but shiver. Suddenly, the ground turned into a trap, but not under Fong Ming's feet, but under the glasses-wearing otaku. He immediately sank into the ground. Is he going to commit suicide? Obviously not, he was going to use this trick to escape. Chapter 87, Earth-Based Superpowers. If someone is pulled into the ground, they will definitely suffocate or be crushed to death. However, the bespectacled nerd will only be suffocated, not crushed. because his ability is to control the soil. As for suffocation, it's also difficult because he can dig a hole in the ground in advance to leave enough air, or even temporarily dig a hole to bring in fresh air. If you bury yourself 5 meters underground, it will take you a long time to dig yourself out, and even if you do, he can simply sink himself 5 meters further down. So, this is equivalent to standing on an invincible position. Fong Ming laughed. You want to run? Do you think I only have 2 superpowers? Fong Ming used his psychic powers. The bespectacled otaku was completely unaware of this and continued to use his power to sink into the ground. It was getting dark, and he couldn't see anything. Ha ha! He laughed. He is a man who will never forgive, and he will never forget this. So he will definitely wait for an opportunity to take revenge. How could he be satisfied without destroying your family? But in Fong Ming's vision, the bespectacled nerd was walking to the left, shrinking into a corner, and then lying flat. He was naturally under the illusion that he was buried underground. Fong Ming walked over and grabbed the glasses-wearing man by the neck. The bespectacled man was still smiling, completely unaware of his true situation. Boring. Fong Ming pinched his neck, and the glasses otaku's neck snapped. A hot stream of blood gushed out. Fong Ming sighed, and gained another ability. This is a good thing, but it's going to hurt again. Come on. Fong Ming endured the pain for half an hour before he finally finished. It hurts, no matter how many times it happens, it still hurts like hell. Fortunately, the types of superpowers are limited, and the pain will be less and less each time. What is my earth element power? Fong Ming thought about it, and immediately a shield appeared in front of him. It was made of stone. Damn, is my earth element power that weak? Fong Ming was speechless. In comparison, the range attack of the bespectacled nerd was more powerful. It could pull many people underground at once, saving the time it would take to dig a pit. However, he already has the ability to attack in a wide area, so it's good to have one more defensive skill. Although he already had quite a few defensive skills. Now that he has the earth element power, it is estimated that he will not be able to acquire new abilities for a long time. That's good. Retreat. He walked back while testing out his new ability. The stone shield can be used not only on himself, but also on others. It can even be used in different forms, not just as a shield, but also as armor. What's more, the stone shield can be repaired after being attacked. But repairing it requires the use of his special power. As long as the shield is intact, I won't die. Even what? He can even make the stone shield into one piece, so that it is completely airtight. For example, when he dives underwater, the stone shield can even store air. This can also be used as a diving suit. Fong Ming laughed. That's great. He withdrew his superficial conclusion. This ability is very strong, very strong. If he is going to fight sea monsters in the future, he will definitely have to go to the sea. With this ability, his survivability and chances of winning will greatly increase. Back at the hotel, Xia Jun and Meng Jining naturally came to ask about the situation. Fong Ming just smiled and said that it was solved. Meng Jining took it for granted. Although she didn't know Fong Ming's full strength, she knew much more than Xia Jun, so she was very calm, while Xia Jun was shocked. You've only been gone for a short while, and you've already solved a problem? Think about him, he was killed and fled in a panic, and he only got his revenge with Fong Ming's help. People really can't be compared. He was really convinced. Nothing happened in the next few days, but the entire mountain city was undergoing drastic changes. One by one, new forces were emerging. The old power structure has been completely shattered. Now, only those with supernormal abilities can sit in the main seat. These forces are all formed by supernormal people, and at least one supernormal person is required, with as many as 4, 5, 7, 8 or more. Obviously, the more psychics there are, the more powerful the force will be. In terms of numbers alone, the Wanjiang Resort Hotel has 3 supernormal individuals, which puts it in the middle to lower end of the rankings. However, if the various forces were to fight each other, Meng Jining could sweep aside 99% of the supernormal individuals, and only a very small number of people who have used evolution fluid could match him. And Fong Ming is absolutely invincible, and even 100 supernormal people working together might be easily wiped out by him. During this time, several settlements approached Fong Ming in the hope of forming an alliance to advance and retreat together, but Fong Ming rejected them without hesitation.
Does he need an alliance? Ha ha.
He only needs to help others everywhere, and he doesn't need others to help him at all. Some of the powers that were rejected just laughed, but some were so angry that they threatened to make him look bad if he didn't accept their alliance. They were interrupted by Xie Jun's punch, which broke his leg, and the other party limped back to report the news.
He, Fong Ming, does not accept threats.
In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. The end of the world, day 50. That night, after Fong Ming absorbed 3 doses of evolution fluid, a sudden and earth-shattering change occurred in his body.
This is. Fong Ming was first stunned, then overjoyed. He was going to break through to level 1.
And he's going to break through the first level in 3 areas: body, spirit, and superpowers.
Come on. Fong Ming's eyes were burning with anticipation. When did the first level 1 superpower appear in the previous life?
79 days after the disaster. Because even the boss who obtained the most evolution fluid in the previous life only obtained 24 servings, which is far from the standard for level 1, and besides evolution fluid, how else can one evolve? Corpse pearls. Where do corpse pearls come from?
Only level 1 zombies have them, and level 1 zombies don't appear until 2 months after the disaster. And
level 1 zombies are too strong, crushing all those who have not yet broken through to level 1. Therefore, early-stage superhumans simply dare not fight level 1 zombies. Only when they are invaded by a zombie tide and are forced to fight level 1 zombies can they kill level 1 zombies and obtain corpse pearls. However, as long as the attributes match, the corpse pearl will quickly melt and be absorbed upon contact with the psychic. This is how the corpse pearl was discovered, and the prelude to psychics actively attacking level 1 zombies was set in motion. However, most of the paranormal abilities are pitifully low, and level 1 zombies do not live alone, but rule over a large group of ordinary zombies. Therefore, a large number of paranormal abilities must be dispatched each time to join forces to break through a nest of zombies in order to obtain a level 1 corpse speed. It was only when the second level zombies came out that the number of first level zombies really increased, with many in a single nest. Under these circumstances, it wasn't really slow for the first level 1 psychic to appear on the 79th day of the previous life. Now, it is only the 50th day after the disaster, and Fong Ming is about to break through to level 1, 29 days earlier than the first person in the previous life. What a lead! What's even more terrifying is that Fong Ming has broken through level 1 in all 3 systems. Chapter 88, the world's first level 1 superpower. Even if Fong Ming mastered the attributes of fire, ice, gravity, etc. at the same time, if that was all, then he would only be slightly stronger than other supernormal ability users of the same level. For example, if there were several other superpowered people of the same level, each with their own special powers such as fire, ice, gravity, etc., then it would be hard to say who would win in a fight. Because Fong Ming only has a few more offensive and defensive methods, but other superpowered people can obtain them through cooperation, so this can only be said to be an advantage.
In terms of quantity, everyone is the same.
And the more abilities Fong Ming uses, the more energy they consume, and the faster they will be exhausted. But Fong Ming also has the 2 major systems of physical strength and mental power, which is completely different. He has 3 power pools, which can be charged
and used at the same time.
This is more than 3 times as powerful for him.
In a fight with someone of the same level, Fong Ming believes he can fight 10.
No, he can kill 10, and even if there are 10 more, he won't necessarily lose, he will just be unable to win. Maybe he would need to consider retreating only if he faced 30 opponents. Note that this is all based on the premise that the opponent's level of evolution is similar to Fong Ming's. The key is that Fong Ming's level of evolution is so much higher, so how many more superpowered people will it take to fill the gap in his strength?
40? 50? More? Fong Ming was very indifferent.
His thoughts were now entirely on breakthroughs. His previous life was so pitiful, he only got 1 evolution potion, and not even a corpse pearl after being recruited into the Shinmin base. Would they cultivate this waste? Therefore, he never broke through to level 1.
Finally, it's here. The moment that will truly change his fate. Boom! Fong Ming felt something in his body shatter, and suddenly, he could clearly feel his power skyrocketing. This is the breaking of the upper limit of physical fitness. Level 1.
His strength has increased dramatically, and so has his speed, although it is not as obvious as his strength.
Was that broken thing just now some kind of shackle or fetter?
Even if it was a shackle. Once the shackles are broken, he has opened the upper limit of his improvement and has the qualifications to reach the ceiling of level 1.
Is that it? No.
Pop, the sound of the shackles breaking was heard again inside his body. This time it was superpower.
Fong Ming's body trembled violently.
At this moment, he had gained many new abilities. You see, every major type of superpower will evolve new abilities after breaking through, and Fong Ming has many major types of superpowers, including metal, wood, fire, gravity, wind, and poison, so once he breaks through the limit, he will naturally have many new abilities.
But he didn't have time to try them out, because his spirit had also broken through. The last level 1 shackle was broken. His spirit has broken through to level 1.
A wave suddenly emanated from Fong Ming's brain, covering an area of 10 meters in an instant. Then, wherever the wave swept, it immediately created a complete structure in his mind, as if a radar sweep or an X-ray, because even the walls could not block it. In his mind, everything within a 10-meter radius was structured in 3 dimensions. People, furniture, houses, it was as if he had installed surveillance in every room. No, the monitoring is not so detailed, because he can see even a fly, a mosquito, or an ant.
Is this the new ability of the evolved psychic power level 1?
Another mental wave was released, and everything within 10 meters changed slightly.
Hum.
One after another, Fong Ming could control everything within a 10-meter radius even with his eyes closed.
This is actually a passive skill. For my mental consumption, it's almost 0.
So, even if I'm lying down and sleeping, as long as someone approaches within 10 meters of me, I'll immediately detect it.
Ha! Can someone still sneak up on me?
You think I won't notice if you stand behind me or hide in the dark, but in fact I know everything.
Ha ha! Fong Ming couldn't help but laugh.
He now found it difficult to die.
And this is only the first new ability. There are still a lot more. Fong Ming walked to the balcony and jumped straight off the 32nd floor. Anti-gravity.
He immediately floated down to the ground. However, he looked up at the roof, and even without the anti-gravity, he should not have died from jumping from such a high place.
Let's try.
He began to build up his strength, then, with a bang, he jumped up. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. The trees were shrinking rapidly in his eyes, which meant that he was rising too fast. When he reached about 100 meters, or 30 stories high, his rising force was completely exhausted and he began to fall.
Boom!
He chose to fall freely, crashing down with a thud. The ground immediately formed a large depression, about 10 meters deep, with the deepest part of the area sinking half a meter, then radiating outwards, becoming shallower the further away it was.
The kinetic energy is enormous. Fong Ming smiled.
Sure enough, he could fall from a height of 100 meters and not die.
His physical fitness is excellent. With his golden waist and iron kidneys, how big a harem would it take to satisfy him?
Suddenly, a figure flew from the main hotel building.
Xia Jun. Oh, it's you. I thought there was an enemy invasion.
Xia Jun couldn't help but smile when he realized that it was Fong Ming who had caused the commotion.
Fong Ming nodded. I couldn't sleep at night, so I decided to get some exercise. The noise of your activity is a bit loud. Xia Jun looked at the sunken ground.
Although it was dirt, how much force would it take to crush a piece of dirt half a meter deep? However, this is Fong Ming's place, and it is of course his business how he wants to toss and turn.
Okay, I'll go back to bed first, he said. Fong Ming nodded. Xia Jun left, and he continued to test his new abilities. Strength and speed have both doubled.
You have to know that it was just breaking a shackle, but it doubled the strength and speed.
How amazing is that?
Strength should have increased gradually, so how could it suddenly double? Well, the improvement in physical fitness is simple. It is the double increase in strength and agility, simple and crude, and the reaction speed. Now even if a bullet comes flying, he can react in the first instance and direct his body to make a move.
Otherwise, if an ordinary person hears a gunshot, they can only pray that the shooter is not accurate, otherwise they will be dead. The improvement of mental strength is also very simple.
The first is a surge in his mental energy pool, which allows him to use illusions for longer and to influence more people in a wider area. The other is his mental energy waves, which constantly radiate outward in a humming sound, allowing him to completely control everything within 10 meters.
Then, the main event begins. Powers. There are many kinds. Let's try them one by one. Gravity. Well, gravity is gravity, and it won't evolve into a new ability. There's no difference between level 1 and level 9, the only difference is in the strength, which is determined by the power pool. Chapter 89, a bunch of new abilities. The second, the metal category. His first metal power was metallization, which he could already use to cover his entire body before breaking through to level 1, but only on the skin. Now he can metallize his entire body, including the muscles. Of course, if he only metallizes one arm, he can achieve complete metallization, from skin to flesh to bone. And the intensity of the metallization has increased significantly. What about the new abilities? He looked to the side, and suddenly the earth split open, and a cable came out like a snake. Control metal objects. This is his second metal ability. Awesome! Let's look at the water element. The first is the ice arrow, which can now be fired 5 times at once, and the temperature is even lower. Even if it only touches the opponent, that part of the opponent will completely freeze and be unable to move. What about the second one? Fang Ming thought for a moment, and the temperature around him immediately dropped. It can drop to as low as -30 degrees Celsius. The range is 10 meters in all directions. That's huge. At a minimum of -30 degrees, it can only be used as an air conditioner or refrigerator. The only advantage is that it doesn't consume much power, and the range can be adjusted. It doesn't have to be 10 meters wide when it's turned on, so it saves some power. Not bad, not bad. Today is already the 3rd of July, and the mountain city is so hot that the air conditioner has to be turned on all day. This is too power consuming, but with this ability, I am a human-shaped self-propelled air conditioner. Fourth, the fire element. The first is the fireball. Well, as expected, the temperature of the fireball has been further increased to around 1000 degrees, and the effective killing range is 20 meters. 1000 degrees, the melting point of iron is only 1500 degrees, which means that this fireball can melt most of the defense. The second ability is, tick-tock, Fang Ming's body is dripping with lava. The temperature of the lava is far above 1000 degrees, but it cannot attack far away. So, compared to the fireball, this is not necessarily better. Without the ability to be cowardly, it depends on how you use it. Fifth, the wood element. The first ability is to heal wounds. Well, the healing effect is better, not much has changed. What about the second one? Fang Ming reached out and made a gesture towards a large tree. The tree swayed, and a branch grew wildly, reaching out towards him, then wrapping around his waist like a snake, gently rolling him up. Control plants. Including its growth rate. This seems a bit silly in battle, but what about farming? Plant the seeds in the morning and harvest them in the afternoon? That's not bad. The sixth category is soil-related superpowers. The first is the Earth Shield, which doesn't change much, just becomes more solid and less easily broken. The new ability is desertification. Fang Ming thought about it, and the black soil under his feet suddenly turned to sand, and he immediately sank into it. This ability is too tasteless. It only sank to his knees, which was much weaker than the earth-swallowing power of the bespectacled otaku. But Fang Ming's influence is much greater, reaching 100 meters. This means that I can turn any area into my home court. Can it be used in water? There is an artificial lake here. Fang Ming walked over and activated his superpower, but the water barely rippled, showing no sign of changing. Well, it must be a soil environment. In other words, if I were standing on a steel plate, I wouldn't be able to turn it into a sandy ground. So, this ability is quite useless. Forget it, not every ability can be awesome. Seventh, the wind element. The new ability is Wind Blade. It's useless again. Alas. Eighth, poison ability. This ability seems to be nothing special, except that the poison has been enhanced. A single breath of poison can cover an area of 10 meters. Anyone who comes into contact with the poison in this area will quickly rot. The cattle fork is very good, but Fang Ming still can't distinguish between friend and foe. Once the toxin is released, all living things nearby will die. What about the zombies? Will it also rot into a skeleton? It's worth a try. Fong Ming walked out of the hotel and randomly picked a zombie to experiment on.
The zombie immediately charged at him, smelling his human scent. Although Fong Ming could not control the toxin to distinguish between friend and foe, he could control the range of the toxin's influence, and now it was a line that was heading towards the zombie. A terrifying scene unfolded. As the zombie ran, pieces of flesh and clots of blood fell off its body. When it reached Fong Ming, it was just a skeleton, and then it fell to the ground, dead. This power is really amazing. Fong Ming nodded. The advantage of the poison ability is that once it is released, it can be left alone and last for a long time. If there is no one to restrain it, this ability is really awesome. The previous life of the Poison King was somewhat unjust. This ability is super. Finally, the dark type of superpower. Ha! Fong Ming found that he had not acquired the ability to curse, and that the only ability he had was to be enveloped in darkness. However, even though he was in the dark, his body could actually turn into darkness. In this state, he is invincible. Fong Ming raised his eyebrows. This is amazing. Now, his attack and defense capabilities are both at their maximum. Now, how many other people with the same level of power would it take to kill him? 50 should not be enough. That's right. Fong Ming's body suddenly disappeared from its original location. He entered a different dimension. However, there was no change in the other dimension. Can spatial powers not be upgraded? Fong Ming thought for a moment and arrived at the depths of space. In front of him was still the thing that looked like a light gate. Now is he qualified to break through? Fong Ming squeezed his way in easily. Good, let's go. But the good times didn't last long. Fong Ming had only gone 10 meters when he found that he couldn't go any further. The resistance was too great. He couldn't even get to level 1, and he couldn't get to the end, or rather, he couldn't get out. Fong Ming frowned and backed out. It was hard to get in, but easy to get out. He easily backed out. After leaving the strange space, he returned to the hotel and took out 3 doses of the evolution fluid and applied it to his navel. However, he was surprised to find that he could not absorb the evolution fluid. Not a single movement. How could this be? He was stunned. What was going on? He would try again tomorrow. He went to bed. The next morning, Fong Ming woke up and found that the evolution fluid was still stuck to his body and had not been absorbed. Not at all. Could it be? Does the evolution fluid only work on people with abilities below level 1? Fong Ming was disappointed. This meant that his evolution would temporarily stall until a level 1 zombie appeared, and he could continue to evolve with the corpse pearl. That's right, the evolution fluid appeared at the very beginning. If it could be effective on level 1 supernormal users, that would be too exaggerated. Fong Ming comforted himself. He did some calculations. The first 3 days of natural evolution, plus the next 47 days of using the evolution fluid, means that each dose of evolution fluid can increase the evolution level by 2%, and if no evolution fluid is used, then the evolution level of all supernormal humans is 6%. This gives us a number. Chapter 90, Allocating Evolution Fluids. Fong Ming had obtained a total of 453 evolution fluids. He had only used 47 of them himself, and had given 8 to Meng Jining, so he still had 398 left. It's useless to him, but as long as it's below level 1, evolution fluid is a good thing. The correct evolution process should be to use the evolution fluid to break through to level 1, then use the level 1 corpse speed to upgrade to level 1 perfection, then use the level 2 corpse speed to break through to level 2, and upgrade to level 2 perfection, and so on. Like in the previous life, most of the evolution fluid was wasted, so the level of human evolution was very low. In the early days, they had to flee in the face of the newly emerged level 1 zombies, and they could only fight back by uniting. Fortunately, level 1 zombies can still be destroyed with heat weapons. A heavy machine gun can be used to shoot them, completely destroying their heads. But level 2 zombies still want to be killed with guns? Ordinary people don't even have a chance to aim, and even if the superhuman can aim and fire, the bullets can't hurt the terrifying body of a level 2 zombie. Unless you use a missile, a weapon of mass destruction. But the problem is that all electronic equipment is scrapped, so how can you use missiles? Mortars are possible, but this thing has 2 problems: it's too inaccurate and it's too slow.
Level 1 zombies can easily escape the impact zone. The evolution fluid cannot be wasted. Give it to Meng Jining. Hey, I can't just give it to her for free. I need to unlock a few new positions for her. Fang Ming called Meng Jining into a room and then took out 10 portions of evolution fluid and placed them on the table. Meng Jining was first happy and then suspicious. She said, "Today is not my birthday. How could you, my husband, give me evolution fluid? Let me guess. Well, is today the 33rd day of our anniversary?" Fang Ming rolled his eyes. Is there really such a day? Isn't it?
Meng Jining bit her red lips and racked her brains. Is it the 30th day anniversary of the time you and Yuchi double-teamed me?
Can't you think of something healthier? Huh, it seems like I'm not thinking of very healthy things either. Fang Ming smiled. Then, don't even mention it to your brother. I can give it to you, but you have to unlock a few new positions. He said to Meng Jining, biting her ear.
You're a bad husband, you really don't have good intentions. Meng Jining scolded him first, but she was still very happy. After all, Fang Ming had previously valued the evolution liquid more than his life, but now he had given away 10 bottles in one go.
What does this mean? Fang Ming values her and trusts her even more.
She offered a kiss of her own, with great enthusiasm. After more than an hour, the battle was over.
Fang Ming was ecstatic.
Although Lu Yushi was obedient, she was not a superhuman, and even less so a superhuman with superhuman strength, so there were some poses and movements that she could not do even if she wanted to.
But Meng Jining was different. She could do even the most difficult movements and even poses that were against human nature.
When she got downstairs, Fang Ming thought about it for a long time and decided to give Xia Jun some evolution fluid as well. First, the evolution liquid must be used, and it can only be used to achieve the desired effect.
Second, Xia Jun has passed the test.
His reputation in his previous life was quite good, and the chance of betrayal is very small. The most important thing is that Fang Ming is strong enough to control him, even Meng Jining can defeat him.
Third, and most importantly, Fang Ming couldn't use it. This is the main reason. Brother Jun, come. Fang Ming waved to Xia Jun.
The two sat down in the hotel lobby, and Fang Ming took out 5 small bottles and handed them over. This is called evolution fluid. I found it at sea at the beginning of the disaster, and I accidentally discovered its use. You apply it to your navel, and your body can absorb it, and the effect is to increase your level of evolution.
Xia Jun was shocked and said after a long time, "You mean that the abilities we have can be improved again?"
Yes.
Fang Ming nodded.
You're wondering why I'm not a power type, but I can still match you in strength and speed, right?
That's the reason.
If we think of our evolution as a progress bar, then the first 3 days probably accounted for 6% of the total. Each dose of evolution liquid is equivalent to 1 day of the first 3 days, which is a 2% improvement.
Xia Jun was stunned and speechless for a long time.
Then, he resolutely returned the evolution liquid to Fang Ming.
It's too precious, I can't accept it.
Fang Ming smiled, don't worry, I don't need this stuff, and if you really want to help me, this level of strength is not enough. Besides, in the future, everyone's evolution limit will be opened, and if you don't keep up, you'll just be left behind by the times.
Xia Jun thought about it carefully and nodded to Fang Ming, thank you. This evolution liquid is absolutely precious. Fang Ming can give it to him or to anyone else. Who would refuse such temptation?
So Fang Ming's trust in him was the greatest gift he could receive. Xia Jun suddenly felt an urge to die for a true friend.
Having such a confidant in life is enough. I am not a person who can say pretty words. Xia Jun said solemnly, I just want to say that as long as I have a breath, I will protect this hotel. As long as I am here, the hotel will be here. Good. Fang Ming nodded.
Xia Jun is indeed not a man who can say pretty words, but he is a man who can do what he says.
Fang Ming left satisfied. As the only level 1 superhuman in the mountain city, the whole country, and even the whole world, shouldn't he go out and enjoy himself? Otherwise, it would be a waste to walk around in the night in fine clothes. Where to go? Fang Ming racked his brains to recall his enemies from his previous life.
Most of his enemies had not come to the mountain city so early, but rather waited for the first level zombies to appear, because before everyone reached level 1, Fang Ming was not afraid of anyone, and he reported his enemies directly at the time. Only when the first level superpower appeared could Fang Ming's spatial portal not be used to harm people.
At that time, no one could really beat him. I'm going. There's no place for me to use my skills, and I have to wait until the first level zombies appear? Bang!
At this moment, there was a noise outside.
Someone is coming. Fong Ming raised his eyebrows. Perfect, you can try my new ability.
He walked out, and at this moment, Xia Jun also heard the noise and was heading towards the door. When the two men arrived at the gate, they saw a group of people outside scaling the wall. When they saw Fong Ming and Xia Jun, a man in his 30s sneered, "You really have no shame. We looked up to you when we formed an alliance with you, but you not only refused, you also injured our people. Today, your faction will be removed from the list of the Mountain City." I, Hu Laosi, said it. Chapter 91, The Last Leisurely Moments. Fong Ming and Xia Jun smiled at each other. Fong Ming, needless to say, is currently the world's first level 1 superpower, and even Xia Jun has started using evolution fluid, which is stronger than other superpowers, and the lead will continue to grow. Even without the two of them working together, with Xia Jun's talent in combat, he can solve 2 or 3 supernormal people on his own.
I'll do it. Xia Jun said to Fong Ming. Fong Ming nodded.
Xia Jun walked over to the group of people, twisting his neck and moving his hands and feet, making a clicking sound.
Hu Laosi snorted, playing the devil.
He looked down on him with disdain and walked towards Xia Jun. "You're lucky to be able to ally with us, but you're not worthy of our alliance. There are only 2 supernaturals here, so what are you showing off for?
Do you think you're that strong?"
Of course, if they can look up to 2 supernormal individuals and send someone over to form an alliance, it shows that Hu Laosi's side is not that strong either. But they have 4 supernaturals, so they naturally have the upper hand over Fong Ming's side.
They don't know that Meng Jining is also a psychic.
Therefore, Hu Laosi's pride and disdain still have a certain foundation.
Xia Jun suddenly moved, rushing towards Hu Laosi. He's fast.
Using the same amount of evolution fluid, for Meng Jining, it was only an increase from 26% to 28%. But for Xia Jun, it was an increase from 6% to 8%, an astonishing 33% increase.
Xia Jun's strength and speed naturally increased dramatically. Hu Laosi quickly closed his hands and said, "Earth wall."
Suddenly, a wall of earth rose from the ground, protecting him behind it.
Boom! Xia Jun crashed into it directly, and the earthen wall trembled and immediately disintegrated. What? Xia Jun couldn't believe it.
His defensive wall was very strong. Although the other 3 superpowered people in his faction could also break it, it would take at least dozens of blows.
But now, it was broken by Xia Jun's one hit.
Seeing that Xia Jun was about to punch him, Hu Laosi turned around and ran. The earthen wall cannot be used indefinitely, but has a cooldown time. However, when Xia Jun was about to hit him, he suddenly froze, maintaining the position of his fist. Hu Laosi was relieved. He knew that his companion had made his move. Not far away, Zheng Heng sneered, and there was an invisible metal wire on his hand that was connected to Xia Jun. It was this wire that was tied to Xia Jun's hands and feet, which made Xia Jun stop abruptly. His ability is what he calls a marionette. Control the target and influence its actions. He can only control one person at the moment, but he believes that with his strength, he can control more targets. Act according to my orders.
Zheng Heng sneered and gave Xia Jun an order to attack Fong Ming.
Once the strings are pulled, the puppet moves. However, Xia Jun frowned and did not obey. Zheng Heng looked exhausted. Controlling the target required him to use his superpowers, but Xia Jun was too strong. Not only was his body strong, but his will was also incredibly powerful.
So although he was trying to control Xia Jun, he was unable to influence him. Impossible. It's impossible.
Zheng Heng wanted to try again, but Xia Jun suddenly waved his hand, and the thread pulled him back instead.
One person can easily defeat 2.
Hu Laosi finally came to his senses and regained his strength, and immediately used his supernatural power again. This time, he used the earthen wall to surround Xia Jun.
The third psychic also made a move.
He was also a force-sensitive type, and he rushed to Xia Jun's front with a single bound, and punched him.
Boom!
Xia Jun kicked him away with one kick, and with 33% more power, he easily crushed him. The effect of the evolution liquid in the early stages was too great, even with just one, it was so powerful. Luckily, Hu Laozi and the others came today. If they had come 2 days later, Xia Jun's evolution level would have been 12%, doubling his strength, and he would have absolutely crushed them. Even so, Xia Jun was still able to fight 3 people at once and still come out on top. One is that his strength is absolutely strong, and the other is that he has a lot of combat experience. Although Xia Jun never said that he was a military commander or anything, Fang Ming believes that he is definitely one of the best in the army. Otherwise, why would he have become the second strongest person in his previous life after Situ Yuan? However, Fang Ming soon got bored. Xia Jun and the others could still fight for another 10 minutes. Let's end it quickly. He thought for a moment and began to create illusions for Hu Laozi and the others. Can a level 1 psychic create an illusion for a few ordinary psychics with a mere 6% power? They were unconsciously caught in the trap, and then, the 3 of them were easily killed by Xia Jun. This came as a surprise to Xia Jun, who said to Fang Ming, "They were a bit strange. They didn't dodge my attacks, as if they were blind. It was a mistake." Fang Ming said casually. A collective mistake by 3 people? Isn't that a bit too convenient? Xia Jun glanced at Fang Ming and guessed that it might be Fang Ming who had done something. However, he would not argue with Fang Ming over this. A soldier's primary goal is to complete the mission, so who would have the idea of individual heroism? "I'll clean up the rest of these people," Xia Jun said. Fang Ming nodded and turned back. The rest are all ordinary people, and Xia Jun can't solve it? After returning upstairs and having breakfast, Fang Ming appeared to be doing nothing. There are still 9 days before the first level of zombies appear, so he can't do anything else for these 9 days, he can only wait. The last free time. Fang Ming muttered to himself, when the level 1 zombies appeared, then there would be level 2 zombies, then level 3, then level 4, and humans would have to fight the zombies forever. There are even corpse birds, corpse rats, and terrifying creatures in the sea. Just think of that giant octopus, which easily controlled a whole boat of people, with a level of psychic power at least at Fang Ming's current level. What about later? How strong can marine life and undead beasts get? Fang Ming rubbed his face. So, don't think the next 9 days will be boring, because there will never be such a leisurely day again. Honey, what are you daydreaming about? Lu Yushi's voice sounded beside him. Fang Ming smiled and picked Lu Yushi up in his arms, holding her close as they watched the river view together. Lu Yushi was stunned at first, then she snuggled into Fang Ming's arms and absorbed the warmth from his body. She was very satisfied with her current life. Although Fang Ming has 3 wives and 4 concubines, doesn't that make him seem like a wealthy family? She is the main wife, the senior wife, in charge of a group of concubines, living in a huge house, plus many servants, perfectly fulfilling her dream. The only drawback is that she can't let more people know about her. Alas, there is no way. How many living people are there in the whole world now? After a while, the atmosphere began to heat up. "Go inside," Lu Yushi said to him, biting his ear. Fang Ming, however, did not get up, but smiled and said, "This is it, the view is great." Chapter 92, the countdown is over. After eating Lu Yushi, Fang Ming was still not satisfied. A golden waist and iron kidneys, how could he be so easily satisfied? He walked around the hotel, like a lion surveying its territory. "Hey, I see Gu Yarenba again." Since she gave Fang Ming a massage the other day, she has been deliberately avoiding him. She is a mature woman, so how could she not know that Fang Ming is taking advantage of her? But when she thought about how Fang Ming could make her sit on him and still get an erection, she couldn't help but blush. That guy is too amazing. But Jomi said it was very comfortable. How could it be comfortable? It hurts so much that it's killing me. She was afraid that Fang Ming would ask her to massage him again, so she had been avoiding him for the past few days. But just as she was daydreaming, she suddenly noticed that there was someone else next to her. Fang Ming. She was scared stiff, and after a moment of shock, she said weakly, "Boss." Fang Ming nodded. "Didn't we agree that you would be my masseuse?" Gu Yarenba was feeling guilty, so she said, "I can give you a massage, but the massage you want me to give you seems a bit inappropriate." Fang Ming laughed. "Who wants a proper massage? Come on, give me another massage." Gu Yarenba had no choice but to sit on Fang Ming's lap with a pout, full of small grievances about being unable to kill the thief despite her best efforts. It's fun. Fang Ming still didn't eat the big star.
No hurry, it's already in the bowl.
Because of the elimination of the three supernaturals of Hulausi, the Wanjian Holiday Hotel has become a small celebrity in the neighborhood. But it is only a small reputation, and it is still a small force.
Other small forces dare not
provoke it, and even if an alliance does not work out, they will leave directly without any bad words, or even threaten to flatten the hotel.
There are no more fools like that.
However, the threat of medium-sized forces has not disappeared.
Now every faction is expanding at a high speed, and whoever slows down in the process will be eliminated. But power is such a delicious thing, who would want to give it up?
So, every faction is desperately expanding, or resisting being expanded.
Fang Ming has no intention of expanding, and naturally he cannot be swallowed up, so he does not take the initiative to attack, only to be provoked. One of the medium-sized forces insisted that Fang Ming submit to them, and as a result Fang Ming had to go there in person. After easily eliminating this force, the Wanjiang Resort Hotel finally gained a reputation.
Although they only had two evolved ones, each was incredibly strong, comparable to a large faction. As a result, no one dared to provoke him again. However, this is only temporary. When the first level zombies appeared and everyone started their evolutionary path, there were certainly ambitious people who wanted to make Fang Ming submit, or even destroy the Wanjiang Resort Hotel. Before he knew it, 9 more days had passed. July 13th, also the 60th day since the beginning of the disaster.
Today is a special day. Because tomorrow, the first level zombies will make their debut.
Now these forces seem very powerful and remarkable. They have taken over a large area and made themselves kings, but tomorrow when the first level zombies lead the hordes of corpses to kill, many of these forces will disappear overnight.
Those who survive this wave of zombies will either be strong enough or lucky enough, otherwise how could it be possible? What about Fang Ming?
His strength is still at 0% of level 1, but Xie Jun and Meng Jining have made great progress.
Xie Jun is already at 26%, while Meng Jining is at 46%.
If they can improve by 2% a day, they will only need 37 and 27 days respectively to break through.
This is only the calculation of using evolution fluid alone.
In fact, the level 1 corp speed has a better promotion effect. One can make about 5% progress, so it only takes 10 or 20 days for the two to reach level 1.
The difficulty is, how to kill a level 1 zombie.
Not to mention that it is very difficult for most of the supernaturals, it is also very difficult for Meng Jining and Xie Jun.
In the previous life, to attack a nest of zombies, it was necessary to join forces with 2 or even 3 large forces in the early stages, and what was the reward? 1 corp speed. Therefore, if several forces unite, they need to attack several corpse nests to get 1 corp speed for each force, otherwise the spoils will be unevenly divided and the internal fighting will cause the brains to spill out. When each faction has its own level 1 superpower, then there is no need to join forces with other superpowers, and they can work alone. But it won't be long before level 2 zombies appear, forcing the factions to join forces again. Therefore, the human forces are constantly forming alliances and turning their backs on each other. Husband, you seem to be worried.
Lu Yushi, Meng Jining, and Zhoumi all surrounded him. Fang Ming had been sitting on the balcony, staring at the river view for more than an hour. He had never done that before.
Fang Ming smiled and said, I was thinking, we can keep evolving, but can the zombies? How could that be? Meng Jining was the first to object.
We can only evolve with the help of evolution fluid, and zombies can't get it.
Besides, zombies can't even be considered living things, so they can't evolve either.
Zhoumi nodded repeatedly. Although I didn't do well in biology, evolution should be a characteristic of living things.
Only Lu Yushi was different.
She had complete blind faith in Fang Ming. If her husband said that the zombies could evolve, then the zombies would evolve. Meng Jining and Zhoumi were both speechless. Fang Ming said it was only possible, but to her it was absolutely possible.
How much do you trust Fang Ming? Fang Ming laughed and hugged Lu Yuchi in his lap. Lu Yuchi hugged Fang Ming's neck and gave Meng Jining and Zhoumi a proud smile. Why do I get so much attention from my husband? Because I'm obedient. And I don't use my brain. At night, Fang Ming tossed and turned, excited and expectant. As soon as it's past midnight, the first level zombies appear, as if someone is controlling them.
In the past, many people have speculated whether this disaster was man-made.
But who could have caused the polar ice caps to melt silently overnight? Which organization or country has the ability to do this? It's impossible. So, it can only be the power of nature. Fang Ming still couldn't sleep, so he got up.
Since the zombies will appear after 12 o'clock, I'll go kill some. It has been 10 days since he broke through level 1, and he has been saving his energy. He went to the roof and looked down at the large area around him. Of course, the mountain city is full of mountains, and the hotel is not very high, so he can only look down on a part of the area, but it is enough. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the distance.
Chapter 93, Level 1 Zombies Appear. 1 Settlement. This is a medium-sized settlement with 7 psychics, which is only average among medium-sized factions.
Their leader is called Guan, so the settlement is also named after him. Very narcissistic. Guan is a power-sensitive type of superhuman, and was also an athlete in the past. It seems that this is the reason why he is stronger than the average power-sensitive type of superhuman. Therefore, under the condition that everyone has a 6% progress bar, his strength is strong enough to take the position of the boss.
He is sleeping soundly with a woman in his arms.
This woman is a noblewoman from his original community, a woman he could never have reached before. But after the disaster, for a mouthful of food, this noblewoman knelt before him, stripped naked and begged him to take her.
What a good kung fu!
Even though Guan is a powerful psychic, every time he is drained of all his energy by this woman, he has no energy left to pamper the other beauties in the settlement.
Suddenly,
he was also awakened by a piercing scream, and immediately put on his clothes and rushed out. Now all the major powers are fighting each other, trying to expand their territory and plunder the population, so it's normal to be attacked in the middle of the night.
Which faction is attacking? He asked loudly. There is always someone on guard duty 24 hours a day. Who would dare to be careless when it comes to survival?
Boss, it wasn't any faction that attacked, it was the zombies. One of the men reported in a trembling voice.
Zombies? How could that be? Guyan couldn't believe it.
Zombies are naturally terrifying to ordinary people, but they are easy to deal with for them, the supernaturals. Even if he is surrounded by 100 zombies, he can calmly fight his way out, without even a scratch on his body. Moreover, zombies have no intelligence, and they only attack by following their sense of smell. They are completely disorganized. So unless you go out and deliberately attract zombies, there will be no more than a dozen zombies chasing you.
It's just a dozen zombies, so what's the big deal? It's been a month already. Who hasn't adapted to the life of killing zombies? What's so scary about zombies? He scolded angrily.
How dare you disturb his beautiful
dream? You guys woke me up with your yelling, and now I can't get back to sleep. Do you think I have the energy to come back for another round in the morning? Damn it.
Boss, come and see for yourself.
There are too many zombies,
his subordinate said with a sad face. Guan still couldn't believe it, but he still jumped out.
Oh my god.
He only glanced at it and felt a tingle in his scalp. Because the electricity was cut off, torches were placed on the fences around the community at night. One was a warning that there were people here, and the other was to allow the sentinels to see clearly, so that no one could climb over the wall in the dark. With the light of the fire, he saw that the wall was full of zombies.
How many are there?
1,000? Definitely more than that, at least a few thousand. He wasn't afraid of being besieged by 100 zombies, but what about 1,000? Even if he stood still and let them kill him, he would be exhausted and unable to fight back. The zombies, however, would not stand still and let him kill them. Instead, they would viciously pounce, bite and claw at him. So, once surrounded by so many zombies, he would have no way out.
Fortunately, there are 7 supernaturals in the settlement.
Hearing the commotion, these people came out one after another, all of them disheveled and obviously sound asleep. Some even had dark circles under their eyes from overindulgence.
There was no way around it.
Many of these people were losers before, and now they had suddenly become powerful superpowered people. Naturally, they were enjoying themselves to the fullest, and they couldn't wait to spend every second of every day on top of women, making up for the lost enjoyment.
Guan couldn't say anything either, after all, he was the same. Gather everyone together and prepare for battle. Guan still had some courage, and after panicking, he calmed down.
He was not fighting alone, but had a group of subordinates. We retreated into the building, using the terrain to prevent the zombies from taking advantage of their numbers, cutting them off and eliminating them one by one.
He was issuing orders. He really is quite good at this. He was the leader, and he was not panicking in the face of danger. Naturally, this had an effect on everyone else, and they all responded by pushing their fear out of their minds. The zombies are already at the door, so there's only one way to fight. Not far away, the zombies were like a sea, and under the pressure of each other, the unreinforced wall could not withstand the impact of so many zombies, and it collapsed with a loud crash. The zombies charged forward, and a few torches were not extinguished, igniting the zombies that passed by, and several burning zombies rushed over, igniting the trees and benches along the way, creating more fire points. For a moment, the fire was raging and the smoke was thick. The zombies surged forward, crashing into the residential building. The survivors in the building built a defense with sandbags, and then used knives, spears, etc. to kill the zombies. At first, it was very effective, but as the zombies increased in number, they crowded together and the sandbag formation was easily overrun. The survivors had to retreat, retreating through the corridors and up the stairs, using street fighting to offset the zombies' numerical advantage as much as possible. They retreated from the first floor to the second floor, and then to the third floor. Fortunately, the residential building was more than 30 stories high, otherwise they would have reached the top after just a few floors, and the result would have been either being torn to pieces and eaten by the zombies, or being forced to jump out of the window. Fortunately, the 7 supernaturals, including Guan, were not idle. They each used their own methods to frantically kill the zombies, which stabilized the situation and the morale of the troops. After half an hour, everyone was exhausted, and the 7 superpowered people, including Guan, were also exhausted and their superpowers were gradually running out. However, the zombies were still coming in like a tide, as if the number had never decreased. Guan's face was grim. There was no way around it. It seemed that they would have to abandon the base. Damn it! He was about to tell the 6 superpowered people to follow him and fight their way out, but what about the others? There was no time to worry about the others now. Beautiful women? As long as they can survive, are they afraid that they won't be able to find a beautiful woman to enjoy? At that moment, they were horrified to see a huge monster. A huge zombie appeared, 5 meters tall, incredibly fat, and it looked like a stitching monster. Its huge belly was covered with legs and hands, which were moving as if struggling. What kind of monster is this? Everyone was so shocked that they almost forgot they were in the middle of a fight. However, as soon as the monster appeared, a figure fell from the sky and rushed towards it. It was a person. My goodness, who is so brave as to attack such a big monster on their own initiative? Moreover, the monster is not alone, there is a group of zombies around it. Fong Ming smiled. You've finally come out. Advanced zombies have even begun to possess intelligence, and this is the case now. This level 1 zombie first launched a zombie tide to consume the living forces of the settlement, and when the people were almost dead and the power of the superhuman was also exhausted, it made its grand appearance to do the final harvest. Fong Ming had arrived long ago, but he had never shown himself. It was at his appearance that. Chapter 94, Obtaining the Corpse Pearl. The big zombie roared, and suddenly, many zombies rushed towards Fong Ming. Fong Ming smiled, and immediately, a stream of lava flowed out of his body. Any zombies that approached were instantly incinerated. The temperature is over 2000 degrees. He walked towards the big zombie. In his eyes, this big guy was just a corpse pearl. The level 1 zombie had already evolved eyesight, and this 5-meter-tall behemoth stared at Fong Ming, suddenly grabbed the zombie and smashed it at Fong Ming. An underling? That's a tool. There is a strict hierarchy among the zombies. Higher-ranking zombies can control lower-ranking ones, and even if they are sent to their deaths, none of them will rebel. They have no intelligence, so they are easy to control. Fong Ming released a little darkness, just enough to envelop the zombie that had been thrown at him. Then the lava rolled over, and the zombie was reduced to ashes. He didn't stop and continued walking towards the big zombie. This is a stitching monster, which was the most common type of zombie in the previous life. It can devour other zombies, even other level 1 and level 2 zombies, and temporarily gain their abilities, restoring its health through devouring. It can be said that the stitching monster is a very difficult type to kill. As long as there are other low-level zombies nearby, and you don't have the ability to complete the kill, then the stitching monster can use the other zombies to recover its injuries and strength again and again, thereby completing the comeback.
Therefore, if you want to defeat the stitching monster, you must either overwhelm it with your strength and kill it in a split second, or you must have enough energy to destroy all the low-level zombies around it, depriving it of its ability to replenish itself, and then finish it off. Fang Ming is only a level 1 superhuman, but he is a 3-in-1, so he is definitely stronger than the stitching monster, but there are too many ordinary zombies here, so he doesn't dare to be careless.
Is it wrong to be careful and cautious? Not at all.
The stitching monster stared at Fang Ming. It only had a hint of intelligence, and it was not at all clever. Therefore, it was only slightly confused. How could this food still resist, and it was quite fierce? It is only level 1, which means it cannot devour other level 1 zombies, so it cannot temporarily possess superpowers by devouring them. In other words, it only has the characteristic of being strong.
Moreover, its movement speed is extremely slow.
It picked up a large round stone used to block cars on the side of the road and threw it at Fang Ming.
Boom!
The stone broke the air and made a whistling sound. It was incredibly fast.
The stitching monster is incredibly strong. Can a rock this big be melted in an instant even if Fang Ming's magma reaches a temperature of 2000 degrees? Obviously not.
So you see, level 1 zombies still have some intelligence.
Fang Ming smiled, pointed with one finger, and darkness enveloped the area.
After the stone smashed into the ground, it instantly returned to its original path and smashed towards the big zombie.
This ability is amazing.
Now Fang Ming really doesn't envy the ability to curse and so on.
In the category of darkness, is there a more powerful ability than darkness? No.
The big zombie roared, and reached out with both hands to catch the stone ball.
Bang!
It actually caught it, but its huge body took 7 steps back before stopping. Because of the powerful impact, its arm bone pierced through the skin and dripped rotten liquid.
It stinks. Alas, just now I said it was smart, but now it's stupid. There's nothing you can do about it. It's only level 1. If zombies were really as smart as humans, then humans wouldn't have to struggle, they could just wait to die.
Fang Ming exerted himself, and with a bang, he burst out at an astonishing speed, approaching the big zombie in an instant. The big zombie reacted very quickly and slapped him.
Boom!
The blow hit its mark, and the flesh of the food that had injured it was already bloody and mangled.
It let out a ho-ho laugh and was about to feast on it, but then heard a light laugh. You're too happy too soon.
Fang Ming swung his hands and shot out ice arrows, all of which entered the zombie's eyes and penetrated its brain. The zombie fell to the ground with a thud.
It's dead. Fang Ming smiled.
Having a brain is not entirely a good thing, because having intelligence means being influenced by illusions.
Unlike ordinary zombies, because they have no intelligence at all, what if you make up a real illusion for them?
They are not aware of it at all, and they will only kill and eat people by smelling the scent. When the first level zombies die, the group of zombies will become completely disorganized. They lost their control. So, apart from the zombies that still smell human, the rest of the zombies begin to wander aimlessly. Some still linger in the same place, while others wander further and further away. The zombie tide is terrifying, but as long as the source of the zombie tide is eliminated, the zombie tide will immediately stop. Fang Ming walked up to the big zombie, and magma flowed from his body, burning the big zombie to ashes, leaving only a white round stone, but the size of a walnut. This is the corpse pearl. The corpse pearl is very strange. It cannot be destroyed by violence, nor by water or fire. However, it will be absorbed by the body as soon as it comes into contact with it, and it will disappear without a trace. Fang Ming picked up the corpse pearl, but before he could straighten his back, the corpse pearl had already disappeared. The body immediately absorbed it. Both of his superpower pools rose slightly, and his body was quietly strengthening. Poor thing, a corpse bead has to be split into 3 parts to be absorbed, each enhancing the body, supernatural power and spirit.
If one bead can enhance by 1%, what about now?
Only 0.33%.
There is nothing he can do about it.
Fang Ming has 3 major directions of improvement, so he needs 3 times the amount of corpse pearls to achieve the desired effect. Therefore, I need 300 corpse pearls to reach level 2. At this time, Guan also completed his counterattack with his subordinates, clearing the zombies and killing all the way to Fang Ming.
Without the command of a level 1 zombie, the strength of a medium-sized settlement can easily complete a counterattack. Hey, you're Fang Ming. Thank you so much. Guan hurriedly said, What the hell is this big zombie? I've never seen it before.
He recognized Fong Ming because he had also thought of taking over the Wanjiang Resort Hotel, but he had not yet acted on it.
Fong Ming had destroyed a medium-sized faction, which made him immediately change his mind. Fortunately, he stopped before it was too late. Otherwise, would Fong Ming have helped today?
He didn't know that Fong Ming was only there to help him get the corpse pearls. The other survivors looked at Fong Ming with adoration, especially the women, whose eyes were burning with desire.
Everyone had witnessed Fong Ming's heroic feat of killing the big zombie. In contrast, Guan and the others could only hide in the residential building. The contrast is too clear. Boss Fong, can you take me with you? A beautiful young woman suddenly rushed up and said, I want to be your woman. Guan's face changed drastically.
Because this was his woman. His own woman, saying in public that she was going with another man, was slapping him in the face.
Chapter 95, A Great Harvest. But would Guan dare say anything?
If Fong Ming took this slut, he would even have to respectfully call her sister-in-law.
I want to be your woman too. Boss Fong, I'm a good worker. Take me on.
I have big breasts, and they're all natural, not fake.
The women all scrambled to say this. Fong Ming looked around with a cold and indifferent expression.
He gathered his strength under his feet, and poof, he shot up into the air and disappeared in an instant.
This is the first wave of zombies.
There will be a large number of level 1 zombies fighting in groups today, and after today, the zombies will also mark out their own territories.
If you want to hunt them down again, you will have to find them one by one. How convenient is it today?
Whenever there is a big commotion, it means that there is a zombie outbreak there, and there must be a level 1 zombie.
This is a rare opportunity. Wasting it on a few women?
Even if they don't know how many hands they have, Fong Ming wouldn't waste his time on them, even if they were original beauties.
Which is more important, strength or enjoyment? Needless to say, it's definitely the former.
He was so lazy before, but now he has nothing to do, so he can't wait to split a second into 2 seconds. He burst into high speed, looking for the second wave of corpses. When Fong Ming left without a trace, the women were embarrassed.
Guan looked at his woman with a pale face.
Before, this woman was too obedient, deliberately flattering him, and also made him not think about other women at all, giving all his energy to her.
The result?
When she met a better partner, she abandoned him without mercy. But the funny thing is, Fong Ming didn't even look at her.
Gu, don't get me wrong. I just said that to say good things about you in front of Boss Fong. I was helping you.
The woman was still trying to defend herself.
Pop.
Guan slapped her, her face turning
ashen.
Fong Ming flew along the road, and he soon found the second corpse tied.
Kill them.
However, this was a small settlement with only 4 psychics, so when Fong Ming arrived, not only were most of the survivors dead, but 2 of the 4 psychics were also dead, and the casualties were extremely heavy.
The big monster has appeared. This is a level 1 zombie with the ability to strengthen rocks on its body. Fong Ming used metallization, turning his right arm into a metal knife. 1 strike and the zombie was dead.
He cut open the head and took out the corpse pearl. Hey, it had absorbed another one. Fong Ming was stunned because as far as he knew, a corpse pearl could only be absorbed 1 at a time. Just like you can only absorb 1 portion of evolution fluid at a time, no matter how much you have.
Is it because I have 3 systems at the same time? So, I can absorb 3 servings of evolution fluid, and the same goes for corpse pearls? Phew, that's good. Otherwise, I'm strong, but I'm twice as slow as everyone else. I'm leaving.
Fong Ming didn't even wait for the survivors to come out to thank him, he just flew away.
Kill, kill, kill. Suck, suck, suck. Fong Ming continued to kill until dawn, when the tide of corpses receded.
It seemed that level 1 zombies hated sunlight and did not like to move during the day, so each faction also ushered in a rare time for rest and recuperation. Naturally, some factions discovered the wonderful use of corpse pearls.
There are always powerful forces that can kill level 1 zombies.
After all, level 1 zombies are still afraid of heat weapons. Fong Ming heard the sound of gunfire, but he didn't go to those places because the corpse pearls might have already been taken by others. On the first day, there were outbreaks of the corpse tide everywhere, so there was no need to fight with others. In the morning, he dragged his tired body back to the hotel. Xia Jun had already been patrolling the hotel and hurried to meet him when he saw him return.
He said, "You've just returned? Were you outside all night?" Fang Ming nodded. "Yesterday, there were outbreaks of zombies everywhere, and there were high-level zombies in control, attacking human settlements.
These zombies are different from low-level zombies in that they give birth to something like a white, spherical object, which I call a corpse pearl. This thing can be absorbed to improve our evolutionary level."
Xia Jun couldn't believe what he was hearing.
His duty was to guard the hotel, so he had heard loud noises outside at night, but he had endured them and not gone out. He had never imagined that such a big change had taken place outside. Seeing that he was eager to try, Fang Ming smiled and said, "You're no match for those zombies. Even if you join forces with Jin Ning, you still won't be able to defeat them. And even if you do, they'll still have a group of minions with them, so it won't be easy for you to get close to them. First, use the evolution fluid to level up to level 1, and then you can go and kill them alone."
Xia Jun chose to believe unconditionally.
Fang Ming saw Lu Yushi and the others and repeated what he had said before, leaving Lu Yushi and the others dumbfounded.
"Your mouth must have been blessed, otherwise how could it be so accurate?" Meng Jining said with emotion. Zhou Mi was worried. "If zombies really evolve, what should we do in the future? If there are a large number of level 2 or even level 3 zombies, can humans still hold them back?"
Only Lu Yuchi had a proud look on her face. Her husband's words could never be wrong.
Fang Ming smiled and said, "I'm going to go to bed for a while."
He had been killing zombies all night and was exhausted. He took a shower, then had breakfast, and then went to bed.
Even Gu Yirenba didn't have the energy to flirt with him. Fang Ming fell asleep quickly.
When he woke up, it was already noon and it was time for lunch. He finally had time to take stock of last night's earnings. He had killed 44 level 1 zombies. He absorbed 3 corpse pearls directly, so he still had 41 left in his hand.
This is a huge harvest.
In the following month, no one with superpowers could kill a level 1 zombie alone. Even if they had a heat weapon, they would need the entire group to complete the kill. Without a heat weapon, they would need 3 or 4 large groups to work together. Fang Ming, however, can do it alone, which is why the importance of first mover advantage cannot be overstated. Of course, there is also the ability to plunder, which has given him so much power.
Otherwise, even if he is a level 1 superpower, how could he win so easily in a level 1 versus level 1 fight?
Unfortunately, there will be frequent outbreaks of the undead on the first day, and the zombies will not riot again tonight.
Strange, why are they so lazy? Fang Ming shook his head. "Let's go eat."
Everyone in the hotel knew about the outbreak of the undead last night and also knew about the existence of level 1 zombies. They were naturally extremely worried.
There were already enough zombies causing trouble, but now they are evolving? How can people live like this?
Fortunately, the hotel is located in a relatively remote area, so there are not many zombies there, and the conditions for the emergence of level 1 zombies are lacking, so it is still quite safe, and there was no zombie tide attack last night. Fang Ming took Meng Jining with him and decided to let her see the world. He first sent her to level 1, and then Xia Jun.
It's really hard to get by without being a level 1 superhuman.
Of course, the most important thing is the rate of evolution of Fang Ming himself.
He is the key.
In fact, it is not difficult to find a level 1 zombie during the day. As long as you look for places where there are a large number of zombies gathering, it is either that the zombies have discovered survivors and are launching an attack, or there is a level 1 zombie, which naturally attracts a large number of ordinary zombies. The same is true for level 2 and 3 zombies that appear later. The higher the zombie level, the more low-level zombies it attracts and the greater the impact.
Soon, the two found the first zombie settlement. Chapter 96, Another Half Day of Killing. These zombies were obviously not attacking the survivors hiding here, because they were all wandering around aimlessly.
If they had found survivors, they would have become vicious immediately.
"There should be a level 1 zombie here," Fang Ming said.
He sounded like a fisherman who had found a good fishing spot.
Meng Jining was very excited and said, "Can I try it?"
Fang Ming shook his head. "Ordinary ones are fine, but level 1s are not for you."
"It's far from it." Meng Jining was a little disappointed, but she thought about the evolution fluid she used every day.
According to Fang Ming, 1 day is 2% progress, and a total of only 47 doses are needed to reach level 1, so she won't need long to reach the next level.
"Let's go." Fang Ming jumped out.
The zombies smelled human flesh and immediately changed from aimless to fierce, rushing towards Fong Ming.
Meng Jining also came out to kill.
She was holding an iron rod in her hand, which she had specially ordered. It weighed 100 catties and was really powerful when she swung it.
Ordinary zombies would be smashed to pieces when they were swept away. A woman with 1,000 charms is actually a forceful type. With one sweeping blow, the zombies fly, disintegrating in midair. The scene is still very impactful. Fong Ming admired it for a moment and nodded slightly. Now Meng Jining is even more fierce than Xie Jun.
Therefore, in this life, Situ Yuan will never again be able to win the title of God of Strength.
He will have to give way to Meng Jining or Xie Jun.
Oh, sorry, brother Situ. But it's just a number 1, and it has no practical effect. Fong Ming also had an iron rod, but it weighed 1,000 catties. With a wave of his hand, boom, 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 anything that touched it immediately turned into minced meat, and even the bones were crushed into dust. The two of them were like a battering ram, charging into the community. This is the terror of the strength-based evolved type, they have great stamina. If a spell type comes over, they are of the same level, so the killing efficiency is higher, but the energy cost is also high. They may run out of energy before reaching the door and have to retreat.
Fong Ming himself is the most vivid example.
If he uses his magma ability, he can run all the way over, leaving a trail of zombie ash behind him.
But how long can he last?
Spell-based abilities are high burst, high damage, but lack endurance.
The advantages and disadvantages are very obvious. But what if these abilities are concentrated in one person?
That's perfect.
Fong Ming is such a perfect combat machine.
He can have high bursts and high endurance, and he has no shortcomings at all.
They broke into the residential building.
The buzzing never stopped, and within a 10-meter radius, everything was under Fong Ming's control. Be careful, there are zombies coming out of the door.
Right. Behind. Fong Ming casually reminded Meng Jining that she didn't even need to think, she just had to listen to Fong Ming.
Wherever the enemy came from, she would shoot at them. The two of them were like a force of nature, and soon they reached the top floor. Here, they saw the level 1 zombie.
A zombie that could use fire magic.
It only had one ability, which was to shoot flames, very long and very hot.
This is different from a psychic.
A psychic has one ability when they first awaken, and after breaking through to level 1, they can have 2 abilities.
But a zombie has to evolve to level 1 before it can have its first ability. I guess the gods want to give humans a way out.
No, all zombies have powerful characteristics, so their first ability is strength, and then they evolve into different abilities.
The first level zombie saw Fong Ming and his companion and immediately greeted them with a jet of flame.
Whoosh! The flame was as long as 5 meters, like a fire-breathing soldier.
Meng Jining quickly dodged, while Fong Ming reached out and pressed a button, launching an ice arrow.
The ice arrow shot into the flames and extinguished them, but the ice arrow only shrank a large circle and continued to shoot at the zombie.
The zombie then spits out a flame, which melts the ice arrows. Fong Ming laughed and fired another ice arrow.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The zombie kept spitting flames, but it was unable to melt all the ice arrows in time, so soon its mouth was full of ice arrows and it was unable to spit out any more flames.
Fong Ming then hit it with a stick.
The zombie's head exploded, and its brains splattered everywhere. A white corpse bead rolled out.
Fong Ming picked it up and put it away.
He didn't give it to Meng Jining, mainly because Meng Jining hadn't reached level 1 yet, and could rely on evolution fluid to improve, so using a level 1 corpse bead would be a waste. The main purpose today is to collect corpse pearls.
The more the better. Let's go.
The two continued to search for the corpse nest. Wherever the zombies gathered, there was always a level 1 zombie.
But Meng Jining was completely useless. After killing a few, she couldn't help but be horrified. Without you, I can't imagine how these monsters can be killed.
Fong Ming said casually, either a group of supernaturals work together, or bring in hot weapons and use human lives to fill them. Zombies only have one vital organ, the brain, so what do you need to do to kill them with a heat weapon? The bullet must be shot precisely into the eye socket to cause damage to the brain. Otherwise, any attack will only slow them down. The stitching monster is particularly difficult to deal with because it can devour other zombies to recover, and it is almost impossible to kill.
Meng Jining nodded, deeply agreeing.
It's not that she's being modest, but even if she and Xie Jun teamed up, they couldn't kill a level 1 zombie. She and Jun should already represent the highest level of supernormal ability in the entire Shanshine, and even the entire country and the world, except for Fong Ming. If they are like this, what about the others? Kill until night, then call it a day. The two returned to the hotel, and Fong Ming decided to make Lu Yuqi and Zhou into supernormal humans after some consideration. There was no way to do it before, but with the corpse pearls, they can artificially create supernormal abilities. It's just a bit expensive. Because everyone has only one direction of evolution, they can only evolve if they absorb the right corpse pearls, but only if they can. But who knows the direction of someone's evolution? Even if the right corpse bead is used, as long as it is not successful at once, can it be determined that this is the direction and attribute? Therefore, you can only try blindly, absorbing all kinds of corpse pearls one by one until you succeed. Therefore, if you want to artificially cultivate superpowers, you need to consume a large number of corpse pearls. In the past life, it was not until the 5th month that there were level 2 zombies, and level 1 zombies were everywhere. Only then could a major force come up with enough level 1 corpse pearls for experimentation. However, since Fong Ming was a reincarnated person, he naturally had some small experience. He can save a lot of corpse pearls. Chapter 97, Lu Yuxi's Evolution. What can Fong Ming do? It's simple. In fact, all you need to do is collect some blood and drip it onto the corpse pearls. The corpse bead with the corresponding attribute will absorb the blood, which means that this is the corresponding one. Then just absorb it as much as you can. There's always a chance of success. Some people succeed the first time, others need 10 tries. Fong Ming now has more than 50 corpse pearls in his hands, so he can afford to be extravagant. After all, he can only absorb 3 corpse pearls a day. Meng Jining and Xie Jun are still absorbing evolution fluid and don't need corpse pearls, and once level 1 zombies appear, the number will only increase. In the future, it will be no problem to kill 10 or 20 a day. Lu Yuxi and Zhou were overjoyed to learn that they could also become supernaturals, and they kissed Fong Ming repeatedly. Gu Yirenba heard it on the side and was naturally envious, but he endured and did not speak up. She had no position. How could she ask Fong Ming for help? Fortunately, Ian Stowning and the others didn't know, otherwise, they might have knocked on Fong Ming's door in the middle of the night and tried their best to seduce him into bed. Psychics are the future, and they will be superior to ordinary people. Of course, the blood extraction was a bit painful, but in order to become a superhuman, Lu Yuqi and Zhou endured it. After testing, Fong Ming discovered that Lu Yuxi was water-based and Zhou was wind-based. Good, now we know what to do. Fong Ming took out the corpse beads of the corresponding attributes and let the two women start absorbing them. The first time, they all failed. The second time, they still failed. Fong Ming didn't care and let them try a third time. Lu Yuxi succeeded. She rolled on the ground, groaning in pain. Evolution is a very painful process. Fong Ming had told them beforehand, but Lu Yuxi didn't know how painful it was until she experienced it herself. However, since no one else has the ability to plunder, everyone only needs to experience the pain once. Zhou continued. The 4th time, failure. The 5th time, failure. 6th time? There was no 6th time because although Fong Ming had many corpse pearls in his hand, there were only 5 of them with the wind attribute. I can only come back next time. Zhou was a little disappointed and said, "Am I not talented enough?" Fong Ming laughed. This isn't martial arts, so what's the point of talking about aptitude? It's probably a matter of probability. You have dark skin, so next time, try it after bathing in burning incense. After half an hour, Lu Yuqi finished her pain. The evolution is over. My husband, I have supernatural powers. Lu Yuqi said in surprise. She pointed her finger at the cup in front of her, and a column of water rose from the cup, reaching half a meter high before falling uncontrollably. Huh, water control? Fong Ming nodded. This ability is not bad. In the future, if you encounter an enemy, you can control the blood of the other party, and even instantly dehydrate the other party into a mummy. It's not very effective against zombies. Lu Yuxi was overjoyed. Fong Ming gave her 50 doses of evolution fluid, which was enough to raise her to level 1. However, it will take 50 days. Is that slow? The first level 1 superpower in the previous life appeared on the 89th day, which means it will take another 28 days.
Lu Yushi is only 22 days behind, so in comparison, her speed is not at all slow. And after breaking through to level 1?
Only Fong Ming can afford to absorb one corpse pearl every day to continue evolving. Therefore, even though Lu Yushi is 22 days behind, she still has a good chance of competing for the titles of Wind King and Wind God.
Fong Ming? He doesn't want to compete for any title. If he really wanted to compete, he would have all the titles. He is omnipotent. In the evening, everyone celebrated with Lu Yushi. The hotel's fourth superhuman, congratulations. That night, everyone ate and drank well, and was in high spirits. After dinner, Lu Yuchi monopolized Fong Ming. She was so enthusiastic that she wanted to melt into Fong Ming's body. Fong Ming was of course happy to accept. It was a blast. After the night passed, Fong Ming looked at Lu Yuchi, who had been crazy all night, and smiled. He first got up and went to the balcony, took out 3 corpse pearls and began to absorb them. The awakening of supernormal abilities must use corpse pearls of the corresponding attributes, but absorption and power do not need to be the same. However, Fong Ming still tried to keep the corpse pearls in his hands as diverse as possible, because in the future he would definitely awaken more people, and he would need all kinds of corpse pearls. After absorbing the 3 corpse pearls, his strength naturally advanced by another step. According to the speculation of the previous life Big Shot, 1 corpse speed can increase the progress by about 2%, so theoretically, it can be upgraded to level 3 in 50 days at the fastest. Therefore, he should already be at level 1, 4% now. This speed is even faster than the evolution of zombies. According to his past life memories, the first level 2 zombie will not appear for another 60 days. With Fong Ming's terrifying rate of obtaining corpse pearls, when will he run out of corpse pearls and be unable to improve his strength? No way. Therefore, he still has to waste 10 more days. Alas, even being too strong has its problems. Fong Ming smiled and began to make the banner. Half an hour later, he finished making the banners and went to the top floor to hang them out. There were 4 banners in total, each hung on a different wall of the hotel, and each banner said the same thing: Goddess Sanctuary. Yes, he wanted to collect goddesses in the end times and create a legion of beauties. After Lu Yuchi and the others found out, Meng Jining was a little jealous, but Dami was too scared to be jealous, while Lu Yuchi was very supportive, because in this way, not only would her dream of becoming a member of the rich and powerful come true, she would even have the opportunity to become the queen. All I can say is that everyone thinks differently. What about Xia Jun? He just smiled when he saw it. If Fong Ming is really a tyrant, then with his strength, he can go out and rob, and who can stop him? But Fong Ming only makes deals, and whoever wants to take the bait, how could he possibly be disgusted by this? The banner was hung, but there would definitely be no goddesses coming to join him in the short term. Fong Ming didn't care. Hanging such a banner was just a whim, half joking. After breakfast, this time he called Xia Jun and the two of them went to find the corpse nest and smash it. Every day, new level 1 zombies will be born, so as long as the ordinary zombies are not completely wiped out, the level 1 zombies will be endless until the level 2 zombies appear. The number of level 1 zombies will usher in a major outbreak, not to say that there are zombies everywhere, but it is not much different. Both of them have amazing physical fitness, so they don't need any means of transport. They jump and shuttle between the high-rises at a very fast speed. After half an hour, they found the first nest of zombies of the day. Let me try first. Xia Jun was eager to try. He only knew that there were level 1 zombies, but he didn't know how powerful they were. Fong Ming nodded. Paranormal people are naturally immune to the zombie virus, so Xia Jun could only be torn apart and eaten by the zombies. There was no possibility of him becoming a zombie. Chapter 98, Penetrating to the Core. Xia Jun killed his way in. He is different from Meng Jining. Meng Jining is a woman after all, and a beautiful one at that. She hates the disgusting things like zombies and doesn't want to touch them at all, so she uses an iron rod as a weapon, but Xia Jun doesn't have to worry about that. He likes to fight barehanded. It's more fun to fight with your fists. Boom! With one punch, he knocked a zombie flying, and its head exploded in the process. Li Min only strengthened his body, not his abilities, so he didn't have any fancy abilities, only great strength and incredible speed. Bang, 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 he was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, and no zombie could stop him. However, even an ant can kill an elephant. When more and more zombies crowded in, Xia Jun was forced to stop. The zombies' method of fighting is very simple.
they just push forward. They are not afraid of being crushed, but people are. When thousands of zombies come from all directions, they can crush people to death without even having to fight.
Even the superhuman is no exception.
Xia Jun had already dealt with the zombies many times, so he naturally could not make such a low-level mistake. Before the zombies could close in on him, he leapt out of the way. That's how flexible a power user is. However, this type of superpower can only be used to kill zombies one by one, which is not very efficient.
Especially since Xie Jun is not as evolved as Meng Jining, and he doesn't have a weapon, unlike Meng Jining who can kill 3 or 4 zombies at a time with his iron rod.
Therefore, his efficiency was even lower. After more than 10 minutes, he had not killed many zombies, but had instead exhausted himself greatly, and his strength and speed had declined. Fang Ming sighed, and when Xie Jun, Meng Jining, and Lu Yuqi could stand on their own, he would let them fight on their own.
He couldn't stand such low efficiency. After another 10 minutes, Xie Jun had to retreat. He was out of breath. Fang Ming smiled and dashed forward. Gravity activated. Boom, 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 as he passed, the heads of all the zombies were crushed. Fang Ming was not so wasteful. He crushed the entire head of a zombie, but how much energy did that consume?
In the past, it didn't matter if he was dealing with a few people, but there are thousands of zombies here. If he had to crush them all with gravity, he would have been exhausted long ago. Now he only explodes their heads, so how much energy does that save? He walked leisurely along the road, but all the zombies along the way fell to the ground. This scene was truly shocking.
Xie Jun couldn't help but gasp in shock.
He had worked with Fang Ming before, but although Fang Ming was stronger than him, he wasn't that much stronger.
Now it's just ridiculous. After breaking through level 1, can one's strength increase that much?
He muttered, filled with longing for level 1.
Not far away.
He now has enough evolution fluid to increase his strength by 2% every day, so breaking through to level 1 will be a matter of a month.
He was looking forward to it. Fang Ming charged into a forest, where the first level zombie was.
Level 1 zombies have different attributes and live in different places. So this one should be wood attribute.
Shoo, 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 countless branches wrapped around Fang Ming. Obviously, the first zombie had already made a move.
Oh, it's a coincidence, I also have wood-based superpowers. Fang Ming smiled and reached out to press down, and the branches that had attacked him instantly withered and died. He couldn't control plants to attack, but he could control their growth.
Even withered plants. The branches and even the roots of the trees wrapped around him, but they withered instantly and no longer posed a threat. Fang Ming also walked up to the zombie. Very interesting.
This zombie is very tall, about 10 meters, and its body has already fused with the trees, forming a half-human, half-tree form. From level 1, zombies will grow in all sorts of ways, even the most bizarre. Unfortunately, no matter how strange they look, they can't change the fact that they are only level 1 zombies. Fang Ming has mastered many superpowers, and he is also an all-rounder with no weak points, so he can probably compete with a level 2 zombie.
Killing a level 1? This is called a dimensional strike. Fang Ming casually walked over, then suddenly leapt forward, his astonishing speed bursting forth.
His right hand suddenly transformed into a long metal knife, which he swung at the zombie's head. This attack may seem simple, but it is a combination of the power and metal abilities.
Pop! The zombie's head was cut open by the blade. How can rotten wood block a sharp blade?
Of course, if Fang Ming's metal power was still below level 1, then this blow would only penetrate 3/4 of the way into the wood, and with the size and thickness of this zombie's body, penetrating 3/4 of the way into the wood would be impossible to injure the brain. The only vital part of a zombie is its brain, and if the brain is not damaged, it will not die.
Fang Ming took the corpse pearl. Today's harvest +1. The two of them continued to search for the next nest. Xie Jun is too weak, and it is impossible for him to help with Fang Ming.
However, Fang Ming is not asking him to help, but to gain experience and become familiar with various superpowers, so that he can deal with them calmly in the future. With Xie Jun's talent in combat, he will definitely not be tricked again after seeing it once. After a whole day of killing, Fang Ming had obtained a total of 7 corpse pearls. It's not as good as yesterday's harvest, but 7 in a day is absolutely amazing, and no one would believe it if I told them. Now, it takes a whole day to attack a corpse nest, even if it is a very powerful settlement. On the way back, the two of them heard intense gunfire.
Let's go take a look, Fong Ming said.
The two of them went over and saw a large group of people fighting fiercely with the zombies. They had guns, and there were an incredible number of them, probably 100, and even submachine guns.
Ha, did you rob an army?
Under the powerful suppression of firepower, the zombies were routed and fell one after another. The survivors were steadily advancing. When Fong Ming and the others arrived, the battle was almost over. There were only a few hundred zombies left, but there were still quite a few survivors lying on the ground. Judging by the freshness of their bodies, they had definitely just died, so they could only be survivors.
The level 1 zombies finally appeared and charged towards the survivors.
Bang, 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 the gunfire was intense. However, this zombie was fast and agile, and it was able to dodge the bullets, making it impossible to aim at it. So, it should have been shot to pieces, but now it has only been shot a dozen times, and none of them hit the head, which means that it is not much different from being unharmed. Whoosh, 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 a dozen people rushed out of the crowd, some spitting fire, some building earthen walls, and some emitting cold air. Each one did what they could, and the speed of the level 1 zombie immediately slowed down. These supernaturals worked together very well, and they exhausted the level 1 zombie to death.
Chapter 99, Some are smart, some are stupid. Fong Ming couldn't help but sigh.
There should be very few forces that have the ability to kill a level 1 zombie. From their clothing, they all have a red string tied around their right arm.
What does that mean? They are people from a settlement. Because the annexation between settlements was too fierce before, and it was impossible for everyone to wear the same uniform, so how could they distinguish between friend and foe? Wearing a red string on the arm is a very effective way to do this. Unfortunately, Fong Ming from the previous life had always lived at the bottom, and his knowledge of the major powers was limited to what he had heard, and he had never seen them with his own eyes. So even when a big shot from the previous life like Situ Yuan appeared in front of him, Fong Ming didn't recognize him at all. Of course, in this life, Fong Ming is the big boss that everyone looks up to. However, just as Fong Ming and Xie Jun were about to leave, they saw that the others had all come running over, leaving only one person to dig up the corpse pearls. Two of you.
A middle-aged man with a lively expression came first.
You should be supernaturals, right? We in the Eastern Settlement are eager to recruit talent. We hope you can join us. The Eastern Settlement? Fong Ming flipped through his memories and let out a sigh.
Indeed, the Eastern Settlement was one of the most powerful forces in the mountain city in the previous life.
The leader was called Wu Yaozhong.
I don't know what his specific abilities were, but he had many capable people under him and was very powerful at one time.
I've met them so quickly.
However, in his previous life, Fong Ming had no contact with this faction, so there was no need for any grudges or hatred. Fong Ming smiled. We are from the
Wanjiang Holiday Hotel. Oh, so you are Fong Ming and Xie Jun.
The middle-aged man looked surprised.
I have heard of your names for a long time. My name is Wu Yaozhong.
He spoke eloquently and with great charisma. No wonder he could recruit so many people, and in his previous life he became the top power in the mountain city. You too should know that there is now a more powerful zombie, I call it a level 1 zombie, to distinguish it from ordinary zombies, but you probably don't know that level 1 zombies also give birth to a strange substance, which I call corpse pearls. After we come into contact with the corpse pearls, we can absorb the energy in the corpse pearls and increase our supernatural power.
Wu Yaozhong revealed a shocking secret. In fact, not many people know about corpse pearls. Fong Ming was taken aback. You came up with the idea of zombie levels and corpse pearls?
Indeed, these are not Fong Ming's original ideas, but were brought over from his previous life. I didn't expect that Wu Yaozhong was the first to come up with them. Big brother, big brother. However, level 1 zombies are social creatures, and they are guarded by a large group of ordinary zombies, so it is very difficult to kill them. Wu Yaozhong said, therefore, if you two join us, we will distribute points according to your contribution to the battle, and you can use the points to redeem corpse pearls. So, he revealed such a big secret, and his intention was to recruit. From this point alone, he is indeed eager for talent. Fong Ming nodded, took out a corpse bead and said, this is called a corpse bead. Poof! Wu Yaozhong was suddenly speechless, and countless grass mud horses ran through his mind. He told them the secret of the corpse pearl, of course, in order to attract Fong Ming and the others to join him, because in his opinion, ordinary forces simply could not capture a corpse nest and kill a level 1 zombie. He never expected that Fong Ming would just pull out a corpse pearl.
But that wasn't the most shocking thing.
Because he knew that a person could only absorb 1 corpse pearl a day, so what did Fong Ming holding a corpse pearl mean? He has already absorbed 1 corpse pearl today.
Damn it, this guy has at least harvested 2 corpse pearls today. How did you do it? With just the 2 of you?
He is a smart guy, and he was shocked, but he had a few idiots on his team who saw the corpse pearls and got red-eyed. They couldn't help but stand up and say to Fong Ming, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the corpse pearls right now, or else we'll kill you." There were 3 of them. Wu Yaozhong was angry and anxious, so he rushed over and slapped him a few times. What nonsense! Fong Ming has obtained at least 2 corpse pearls.
What does this mean?
A strength that is beyond comprehension. Look at them, they have heat weapons and more than a dozen supernaturals, but it still took them nearly a day to take down a corpse nest, and they paid the price of more than a dozen dead soldiers, all ordinary people, of course, plus a large amount of ammunition.
And Fong Ming and his men? Only 2.
2. The more he thought about it, the more scared Wu Yaozhong became.
You 3 are so impatient to live that you dare to threaten and blackmail such an existence?
You can die, but don't drag me down with you. The 3 of them were very unruly, because they had only joined Wu Yaozhong's forces a few days ago, and because they could not obtain the corpse pearls on their own.
But now the corpse pearls were right in front of them, and Wu Yaozhong was not taking them?
Humph, Wu Yaozhong, we have different ways of thinking, so from now on, we are leaving the eastern settlement. The 3 of them said. They had just joined, so they didn't have a sense of belonging.
Get out! Wu Yaozhong waved his hand repeatedly, not wanting to keep them at all. These 3 are nothing but a scourge. The 3 of them looked at Fong Ming and said, "Did you hear that?
Don't force us to do anything, or you won't only lose the corpse pearl, you'll also die." Xia Jun wanted to fight, but Fong Ming stopped him. He smiled and held out his hand, with the corpse pearl in the palm of his hand. "Come and get it."
Huh, are you backing down?
The 3 of them were only a little surprised, but Wu Yaozhong's eyes flashed with a gleam. Because he saw the murderous intent in Fong Ming's eyes.
These 3 people are going to have bad luck.
But he was also curious about what level of strength Fong Ming had reached. After all, he had only guessed that Fong Ming and his companion had killed at least 2 corpse nests, and he had not seen it with his own eyes. The 3 of them reached out at the same time to grab the corpse pearls. However, just as their hands were about to reach out, they all froze, and then their bodies were compressed, and with a bang, they turned into 3 blood rain. 3 superpowered people died like this.
Wu Yaozhong was dumbfounded. Is this Fong Ming's strength?
Without even lifting a finger, the 3 superpowered people were dead. He didn't know that the 3 psychics were only at 6% of their evolutionary potential, while Fong Ming was
2% of level 1. How many times is this a crushing victory? Fong Ming nodded to Wu Yaozhong.
Since he had made his position clear in time, he naturally would not take it out on him.
That's the end of it.
Wait. Wu Yaozhong suddenly spoke up.
Fong Ming frowned.
He had just praised him for being smart, but now he was going to get himself killed? But then Wu Yaozhong wrapped a cloth around the corpse pearl they had hunted and brought it to Fong Ming. "Fong, I was not strict enough with you just now. I apologize for any offense caused.
This corpse pearl is my apology."
He said this with a hint of sadness.
This was the result of a day of fighting, with dozens of dead and a lot of ammunition expended.
However, he was afraid that Fong Ming would have a grudge in his heart and one day suddenly come over to kill them. He couldn't afford to offend him.
Chapter 100, He knows how to get along with people. Wow, you're quite good at being a human. Fong Ming thought about it and decided to put the corpse beads away. If he didn't, Wu Yaozhong would definitely have a knot in his heart and would always be on edge.
So he took it, and Wu Yaozhong let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Fong Ming take away the corpse bead, Wu Yaozhong was indeed relieved. He was more concerned about the long-term development of the settlement than about the loss.
And maybe this will help him make friends with Fong Ming. Is the friendship of such a powerful man worth a corpse pearl?
It's worth it, far more than it's worth.
Well, Boss Wu, we'll see you next time. Fong Ming tossed the corpse pearl in his hand. No need to see me off, Boss Fong.
Wu Yaozhong hurriedly said. After Fong Ming left, everyone gathered around. "Boss, why did you give him the corpse pearl?"
We worked so hard to get it. And it was Xu Pai and the others who made the mistake, so what does it have to do with us? Everyone was puzzled and angry. Wu Yaozhong said sternly, "Didn't you see that Fong Ming just took the corpse pearl with his bare hands?" So? Everyone was a little confused. Wu Yaozhong shook his head. "No wonder you don't know. Yesterday, when the corpse tide broke out, didn't we kill 2 level 1 zombies? I accidentally cut open the head of one of them and found the corpse pearl inside. When I touched it, the corpse pearl was absorbed by me, but when I took out the second corpse pearl, I couldn't absorb it." What does this mean? There is a limit to the number of corpse pearls that can be absorbed each day, and it is only 1. Now think about it.
Fong Ming was able to hold the corpse pearl in his hand.
What does that mean? He has already absorbed 1. In other words, he has already obtained 2 corpse pearls today. There are only 2 superpowered people, and we have heard before that their group only has 2 superpowered people, and the total number is pitifully small, basically all women, so what kind of fighting power do they have? So, they only use 2 people to capture 2 corpse nests, which shows how strong they are. After listening to his analysis, everyone suddenly realized what had happened and felt a sense of dread. No wonder Wu Yaozhong apologized the first time, and no wonder Xu Pai and the others died so easily. Fong Ming is too strong.
Then Wu Yaozhong smiled. "Although we lost a corpse pearl, Fong Ming was willing to accept it, which means he doesn't mind. In the future, we don't have to worry about him suddenly seeking revenge on us on a whim. Moreover, I specially tried to please him with a corpse pearl, and maybe I can get on his good side."
Such a strong man. He is full of longing. The others couldn't help but nod. He is truly a leader, with a long-term vision, keen observation, and quick thinking.
They returned to the settlement, and Fong Ming's reputation spread through their mouths, gradually spreading throughout the mountain city, making his reputation even greater.
After all, Wu Yaozhong was the stepping stone this time. Fong Ming and Xie Jun returned to the hotel. Unfortunately, no one had checked in that day. The establishment of the goddess army is a long way off. Then let's continue to tease the silly sister Guyai Renba.
After dinner, Fong Ming half requested and half strongly dragged Guyai Renba onto the balcony, then sat down and asked her to sit on his lap and massage him.
After half an hour of massaging, Guyai Renba's face was flushed with passion.
She knew that Fong Ming was playing with her, and she was so angry that she jumped on him and bit him. "You are so hateful, you never intended to let me go, but you had to tease me," she said angrily, her eyes big and watery, charming yet innocent, 2 opposing qualities that can appear in the same person.
Fong Ming laughed and said, "Finally you've woken up? Humph, you and me and the others make out in front of me every day, thinking I'm a blockhead and don't feel anything?"
Guyai Reba said angrily, her face flushed, "And you even asked me to massage you a few times.
Do you think I'm stupid and don't know what that is?"
Fong Ming laughed at her, which seemed like a scolding, but was actually like a spoiled child.
Is Guyai Reba really stupid? How could that be? Who in the entertainment industry doesn't have some talent?
Therefore, Guyai Reba finally had a realization and made a decision. Naturally, she had to make good use of her advantages and increase her weight in Fong Ming's heart.
What is her image? Innocent.
So she strengthened this point, using her innocence to create a contrast. Sometimes, the more you resist, the more seductive and attractive you are.
Fong Ming sees through it but doesn't say anything.
Women compete for his favor, but as long as they don't kill each other like they did in ancient times, it's fine. After all, they are all trying to please him, so why not enjoy it?
Fong Ming, you have to be gentle. This is the first time I've done this. Guyai Renba huddled in Fong Ming's arms and said in a kitten-like voice, gently and scratching. The night passed.
The 62nd day of the disaster, and the 3rd day of the appearance of the first-level zombies.
Fong Ming struggled to get up.
It wasn't that his back couldn't take it, but there were too many people in the bed, and it was a bit of a struggle to climb out. He went to the balcony and, as usual, absorbed 3 corpse pearls. As a result, he was now 6% of level 1, while 99% of all superhumans were now only 6% of level 1, those without level 1 at the beginning. Therefore, he had a full 1 level of advantage. And this advantage will continue to expand.
But is Fong Ming complacent? Not at all.
He is indeed far ahead of other superpowered people, but the threats in this world are not only superpowered people. There are also zombies, sea monsters, rat infestations, corpse birds, etc. The zombies are okay, as they evolve at a similar rate to him, or even a little slower.
Just look at that giant octopus. If Fang Ming's power wasn't so effective, would this thing have any opponents? It could be invincible at this stage.
Oh, ordinary zombies are not afraid of it because they have no intelligence at all. Fang Ming was not at all complacent, and even felt that his own rate of evolution was too slow.
I'm not even brave enough to go to the sea. He sighed.
As a young man with a little bit of a mid-teen mentality, he had always had the ideal of conquering the world.
Of course, it was impractical in the past, but now? It's very possible.
Unfortunately, there are too many monsters at sea, otherwise Fang Ming would be an invincible being if he went to the island country now. He could slowly kill all the island country's superpowered people and play with all the beautiful women there. Today, we continue to look for level 1 zombies.
Fang Ming and Meng Jining set off.
With his own woman, Fang Ming was much more relaxed, and he could also hold Meng Jining in charge into the zombie horde, going straight to the source, saving a lot of time and supernatural power.
Holding Xie Jun?
Not to mention that he is disgusted, even Xie Jun would have goosebumps all over his body. After a day, Fang Ming has harvested 8 more corpse pearls.
He goes home.
Because he had the corresponding corpse pearls, Fang Ming decided to let Zhou try again. Guyai Renbai is wood attribute and does not overlap, so Fang Ming let them try together. Interestingly, Zhou still failed, but Guyai Reba succeeded at once.
She had awakened her healing ability.
She is completely useless in battle and can only do logistics. But for the goddess army, logistics is of course also very important.
This ability is good. Chapter 101, Check-in.
Zhou was naturally disappointed.
How could she have failed so many times?
Fang Ming, however, did not think so. In a previous life, there was a powerful man who spent more than 30 corpse pearls to train his own offspring. Facts have proven that as long as you are willing to spend money, even a pig can be turned into a super pig. He took Meng Jining and Xie Jun out to hunt level 1 zombies every other day, and it was actually easier and easier each day. He could improve by 2% every day.
What a concept!
Ordinary zombies were becoming less and less of an obstacle to him, and it was getting easier and easier to kill the big boss naturally. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. The 70th day of the end of the world. Fang Ming is already 20% level 1, Meng Jining is second only to him, reaching 76%, and it only takes 12 days to break through level 1.
Xie Jun is 46%, and the progress bar has not even reached halfway. Lu Yushi is 20%, and Guyai Renba has also reached 18%.
Damini has finally awakened, just barely 2%, and her ability is Wind Blades.
How many corpse pearls does Fang Ming have in his hands? 95. This is an astonishing number.
If the news gets out, the entire settlement of Shan City will be unable to control their greed and will unite to launch an attack. But what will be the result of their wait?
Total annihilation.
Of course, except for Fang Ming, everyone else on his side will also die in battle. Therefore, Fang Ming knows the truth that wealth should not be exposed. It is enough to let people know that he is not to be trifled with and that he is very strong. As for how strong he is, well, you don't need to know.
That night, the hotel finally opened. 2 people came. Are you hiring?
They were obviously both supernaturals, because they had come in through the wall.
Xie Jun naturally went to meet them first, and then notified Fang Ming.
He used a radio. Fang Ming had already collected it in a different space, avoiding the destruction of the first wave of disaster. Fang Ming came down and saw that the 2 supernormal individuals were a man and a woman, both in their 20s, very young. The man was good-looking, and the woman was very beautiful, with a charming figure and a nice butt.
He smiled and said, "What is your relationship?" "Brother and sister." The man said eagerly.
"Oh?" Fang Ming stretched out his tone and looked at the woman again. "You meet the requirements of the goddess, but the goddess army is my personal guard.
In addition to guarding the hotel, they are also my women."
The woman had not yet expressed her opinion, but the man jumped up. "We are all supernormal people, and we can be treated as honored guests anywhere."
"You actually want to violate the rules of the underworld with me, sister?" Fang Ming laughed. "Don't get excited. We're just starting to talk, right? If you don't want to, I won't force you. You can leave whenever you want."
The so-called interview is just about both sides setting conditions.
If you're willing to accept them, then you're in. If you're not, then it's over. However, I don't accept men here. If you want to stay, you'll have to cut yourself off first.
The man immediately pulled the woman up. Xiaowan, let's go. Fang Ming did not stop them.
Are they really brother and sister?
Oh, it's obvious that they're a young couple. After the man and woman left, Xia Jun naturally had to be responsible for escorting them out of the hotel.
The man and woman looked at Xia Jun with strange eyes.
After all, Fang Ming had just said that if the man wanted to stay here, he had to cut off his penis.
So this man who looks so powerful is actually an eunuch? Gee, I can't imagine that. After a while, Xia Jun came back and said, "It's really inexplicable."
They too always looked at me with strange expressions. Fang Ming laughed to himself, but did not explain. But today was a bit more lively, because someone else came over. This time it wasn't a couple, but just one person. A beautiful woman, tall and with a great figure, and most importantly, with big breasts and a round, perky butt. She was wearing a uniform, black stockings, and high heels, and was shouting at the entrance, waving her hands. Because of the banner, Fang Ming also installed a doorbell on the door.
Xia Jun, dressed as a butler, ran over to greet the guests.
He put down a huge bamboo basket, stood inside, then hung the basket on the fence and put it down on the other side of the gate. It was very convenient, but it was a hassle for Xia Jun to do the hard labor. The beautiful woman arrived at the hotel and waited to be received by Fang Ming.
After a while, Fang Ming came down.
The beauty's appearance is acceptable, but she looks like a sassy girl who has run away from a club.
Fang Ming smiled and asked, "Who sent you here?"
Ah!
The beauty was stunned.
She said her name was Lu Lily and quickly shook her head, saying that no one sent her.
Fang Ming shook his head. "If no one sent you here, how could an ordinary woman have killed her way out of the zombie horde?"
Lu Lily's eyes darted around, and she said, "I've always lived nearby. There are always very few people here, and there are also very few zombies."
"Ha, that's an explanation."
Fang Ming said, "But this is already the 70th day after the disaster. Please tell me, how have you survived for so many days?
Does food fall from the sky for you?"
Lu Lily was speechless, her eyes still spinning, but she couldn't think of a reasonable reason for a moment.
"Tell me the truth." Fang Ming said calmly, "You're just a pawn, doing someone else's bidding. I can spare your life."
Facing Fang Ming's threat, Lu Lily's will quickly collapsed and she began to confess honestly. "It was Mr. Zhang who asked me to come here to find out about the situation here, how many supernormal people there are, what their abilities are, and how strong they are."
"Mr. Zhang?"
"Yes, Mr. Zhang Chang. He used to run a foot massage parlor, and his business was very successful. He had more than 100 girls working for him, and some thugs. After the disaster, he and a few of his men became supernaturals, but when the zombies appeared, many of our sisters also became zombies.
Now we only have a dozen left." Lu Lily was a little sad.
"Mr. Zhang heard about you a few days ago, and after some discussion, he decided to send me here to find out what's going on.
If you're not very strong, then we'll launch a surprise attack in the middle of the night.
Otherwise, I'll use the beauty trick to get the corpse pearl from you."
Fang Ming almost laughed out loud.
Zhang Chang is really underestimating himself.
He actually thinks that he can charm me into giving him the corpse pearl by sending a technician to seduce me?
This Zhang Lily is indeed very good looking, probably the top model in his family, but she is only 75 points in terms of appearance, and she is only 80 points in terms of body shape, which is not comparable to Lu Yushi and the others.
Using Lu Lily to seduce him is an insult to his eyesight. "Where is Zhang Chang?" Fang Ming asked. "XINN community." Lu Lily didn't dare to hide it at all. Chapter 102, Bestialization. Fang Ming did not make things
difficult for Lu Lily, but simply kicked her out of the hotel.
However, how long can an ordinary woman survive without a safe haven? But this is the end of the world, so what sympathy can Fang Ming have? What is Lu Lily here for? Spying on intelligence and acting as an insider.
If Fang Ming hadn't discovered it, or if their strength had been a little weaker, then after Lu Lily leaked the information, it would have been very likely that they would have been captured by Zhang Chang and the others.
Fang Ming would certainly have died, but what kind of torture would Lu Yushi and the others have to suffer? So, sympathize with Lu Lily? How could that be? It's already good that she didn't get killed.
If someone happened to pass by and took Lu Lily in, then she would be lucky, and Fong Ming wouldn't go and stab her in the back.
If she was eaten by the zombies, Fong Ming wouldn't help her either. He took advantage of the night and went to Xin community. After 20 minutes, Fong Ming arrived at the place.
According to Lu Lily's account, Zhang Chang and his group had taken over the neighborhood half a month ago, killing most of the few survivors. The men were all killed and eaten, and the women were temporarily kept for their pleasure. So, there is no difference between here and hell. As soon as Fong Ming arrived, he saw a figure suddenly jump out of a window, and then, with a thud, fall to the ground in a free fall. After a few convulsions, it stopped moving, leaving a pool of blood. It was a woman, not bad looking.
With Fong Ming's eyesight, he could see clearly even in the moonlight.
The young woman, about 25 years old, was naked, covered in bite marks, and had a bruise on her face. Her eyes were wide and round, as if full of resentment.
Damn!
At the window where the woman jumped, a man's upper body was sticking out, his face full of gloom. The woman pretended to be obedient, but in the middle of the night, when he was asleep, she jumped to her death.
Idiot!
He cursed and swore. This young woman was very delicious, he had not yet had enough fun, and she actually jumped to her death. But he didn't take it to heart. After all, it's not hard to find a woman to play with these days. There are women everywhere, and they're all welcome to submit their work. Of course, you have to pay. For ordinary goods, you only have to pay for a meal, and for good-looking ones, it's a bit more expensive, but even the best ones are only worth 2 or 3 caddies at most. The most beautiful women naturally don't sell themselves, they've already been taken by various bigwigs, and it's hard to even get a glimpse of them, let alone want to play with them. He was about to turn back when he suddenly saw someone. It was the middle of the night, and he was wearing a white outfit. Were you trying to scare people to death by pretending to be a ghost? He frowned, and in the moonlight, he could vaguely see that it was a man in his 20s, who was smiling coldly at him. The look in his eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person. Suddenly, he was not happy.
Am I a dead person?
His plaything just jumped off a building, and he was already upset. Now this guy is looking at him with that kind of look.
Isn't that a blatant provocation? You want to die.
He snorted and jumped out of the window on the 11th floor. However, he didn't jump down, but instead climbed down the wall like a big gecko.
A Force-sensitive type, but an anomaly among Force-sensitive types. Beast-like.
For example, the cheetah, which can burst out at an astonishing speed in a short period of time after transforming, but the disadvantage is that it lacks strength, or the tortoise, which has an astonishingly high shell and is not inferior to the Earth-type superpower who specializes in defense, but after transforming, its speed will drop to an outrageous level. This beastman belongs to the gecko type, with suction cups all over his body, allowing him to climb straight walls with ease.
But it's disgusting.
Imagine a person covered in tiny suction cups.
Anyone with a fear of claustrophobia would definitely be unable to eat for days.
The man appeared in front of Fong Ming, a young man in his 20s with a head of colorful hair, looking at Fong Ming with disdain. How dare you look at me with such eyes?
Are you looking for death? Then he actually spit out his tongue. With a pop, a blood-red tongue came out. It was incredibly long.
He had already entered a state of bestiality, with scales covering his head and his eyes turning a bright green. His eyelids closed from the left and right, and his body was covered with suction cups, which looked terrifying.
No wonder the woman just tried to jump off the building.
I guess this bastard is too perverted to insult her in this form.
Which woman could stand it?
Fong Ming's eyes flashed with coldness, and he waved his sword. The tongue of the beast was severed.
Ah!
The hairball let out a scream, covering his mouth and backing away, blood constantly spurting from his mouth.
He is a gecko man.
In addition to being able to climb on walls, he also has the characteristic of being able to regenerate his tail after being cut off.
This means that even if he loses his hands and feet, they can grow back.
So, it doesn't matter if his tongue is broken, it will grow back in time. But it hurts so much. As he screamed, more people were alerted and came out of their windows.
Enemy attack. Cries of alarm immediately broke out. Fong Ming did not take the opportunity to strike, but waited quietly.
It was just as well that he waited until everyone was there, so he didn't have to look for them. In a short while, everyone had gathered.
Who are you and why are you attacking us in the middle of the night? Asked a man with a very bossy attitude.
He was shirtless, with 2 crossed swords tattooed on his chest.
Fong Ming asked in return, Zhang Chang? Do you know me?
The man in the spinning body was stunned.
Fang Ming nodded. This is Zhang Chang, no mistake.
He smiled. Why, send an undercover to my place, but don't know who I am?
Fang Ming. Zhang Chang finally realized what was going on. Fang Ming said to himself, what way to kill you? Fang Ming, you are too strong.
Zhang Chang snorted.
We have 7 superpowered people here, but you only have 1.
Huh,
you don't want to challenge all 7 of us by yourself, do you?
Fang Ming still ignored him, but clapped his hands. I'll just poison you to death.
Fang Ming.
Zhang Chang was so angry that he shouted at Fang Ming for ignoring him. Fang Ming still ignored him, but just opened his mouth and spat.
The poison ability is activated.
The invisible poison immediately spread, but if Fang Ming stood still, the poison would only drift up to 3 meters away. Therefore, if he wanted to poison a large area, he would either blow the poison into the ventilation shaft, or put it in the water source, or he would have to run. So Fang Ming walked up while spraying poison.
Fang Ming, what do you mean?
Zhang Chang was about to explode with anger, but he felt a little itch on his face, so he casually wiped it off, but unexpectedly a piece of flesh fell off with it.
What's going on? Boss.
The subordinates were all staring at him in horror. As Zhang Chang wiped, pieces of flesh fell off his face and blood gushed out.
It was terrifying and disgusting. Chapter 103, The Terrifying Poison Power.
However, Zhang Chang clearly lost a lot of flesh, but he didn't feel any pain.
Even his consciousness seemed to be blinded.
He should have felt something wrong when a piece of flesh fell off, but his IQ seemed to have been reduced to 0. He just thought, why is there a piece of flesh here? He looked at the group of younger brothers blankly, but the flesh on his body had already fallen off cleanly. With a crash, the internal organs and other things poured out of the pelvic cavity and fell to the ground, and Zhang Chang also fell to the ground with a thud. When he fell to the ground, a head detached from his neck and rolled toward Fang Ming, stopping right at his feet. Zhang Chang's head had turned into a skull, all the flesh had fallen off, and his eyes had popped out, making him look very scary.
Fang Ming was shocked. This toxin is too horrible.
It is so corrosive that it is terrifying. Moreover, this poison also has a miraculous effect on the zombies. It corrodes all the flesh and sinew of the zombies, leaving only their heads.
What use is that?
No, even the brain can rot away and kill it directly. All Fang Ming has to do is run and spread the toxin.
A deadly move.
The other members of the gang were scared out of their wits, but it was already too late. They had already absorbed the toxin, even if it was only a trace. This stuff can grow in the presence of flesh and blood, spreading like a virus, instantly turning these people into a pile of bones.
Fang Ming couldn't help but ponder, is this toxin another kind of virus? A virus that can kill zombies?
After he recovered the toxin and possessed the poison ability, he was a poison man, immune to the poison released by those with abilities lower than his, and also immune to the poison he released himself, and could even collect it back. Then, he circled the neighborhood, making sure that there were only victims and no Zhang Chang's men, before turning and leaving.
What about the victims? It's fine, they'll be taken care of soon.
The most precious resource these days is people. Every settlement is eager to become powerful, and the source of power is people. Therefore, no settlement will push people out of the door.
Only Fang Ming is an exception.
He wants a small but elite team of superheroes, preferably all of them his women. They are a true community of shared interests, with no backstabbing or power struggles, and no underlings killing their masters to take their place. Therefore, even if the formation of the goddess army is a bit slower, he doesn't care at all. When he returned to the hotel, it was almost 12 o'clock, but Lu Yushi and the others were still awake. They all looked at him with longing eyes when they saw him return, very lustful. And now Guyai Renba has also joined in, but there are 4 of them. Besides Fang Ming, who has exceptional physical strength and a golden waist and iron kidneys, which other man can withstand him?
Meng Jining bit his ear and said, I found out that my husband likes women with big breasts. Look at the 4 of us, which one of us has a breast size smaller than D? None. Fang Ming laughed, can't I like women with big breasts?
Of course it is.
Lu Yushi came over to grab him, and suggested that her husband should also invite Yin Xiaoning and the others to join them.
They can't be kept for nothing, and only when they become your women will they truly be devoted.
This is obviously a bad idea. Fang Ming pouts, after they become my women, can I still let them work as waitresses? Big-breasted and brainless. Jomi teased her. Are you small-breasted? Lu Yushi immediately countered, don't forget, your nickname is Big Honey, let me feel how big it is, huh, it's hard to tell with clothes on, but it feels at least one size bigger than it looks. The two women touched each other, and soon the scenery was beautiful. Fong Ming's heart fluttered, and he pulled Gu Yai Riba over. Gu Yai Riba was dumbfounded. You look so excited. Shouldn't you be pouncing on me and Lu Yushi? Why are you touching me?
Meng Jining was jealous inside deliberately, saying, alas, when there is a new person, the old one is no longer needed. Riba, my husband is full of fresh energy for you now, so he will take care of you first. Gu Yai Riba quickly waved her hand, I am the youngest, and you are all older sisters. I won't compete with you. Hearing her admit that she was the youngest, the three women all laughed, and Lu Yuchi and Jomi stopped fighting and came over to join in. A room full of springtime. Now Fong Ming needs great perseverance to get up every day, otherwise he will not be able to attend court on time. But Level 1 zombies have appeared. How can he waste his time enjoying himself? If you don't work hard, you will be left behind by the times. Why can Fong Ming guard this hotel with only a few people and become one of the top forces in the entire mountain city? It's because his personal strength is too strong. Therefore, if he can't maintain this advantage, and other supernormal people gradually narrow the gap with him, he can no longer be so detached. He can either open the door and recruit other supernormal people as subordinates to expand his influence, or he will fall out of the ranks of the first-class forces. In the garden of the hotel, Fong Ming began to practice boxing. Meng Jining taught him, and it was taught by the special department, specially researched for combat and even killing. Although Fong Ming is already full of power, he still needs to be prepared for unexpected situations. What if he is quickly approached by a power-sensitive superhuman? Or even an invisible assassin? He has no weak points. Having died once, Fong Ming is now extra careful. Xia Jun happened to be out practicing kung fu, so the two of them sparred a bit. Fong Ming of course would not use his full strength, otherwise Xia Jun would be dead after one punch, or else his bones would be broken. However, what he needed to practice was only proficiency and experience, and fortunately Xia Jun was an expert in combat and could give Fong Ming great guidance. The two practiced for nearly an hour before returning to the hotel for dinner. Fong Ming now uses less and less of the food stored in the alternate dimension. No matter how much food he prepares, there will always come a day when he runs out. On the contrary, only by increasing the amount of food available can a virtuous cycle be ensured. So, everyone worked together to expand the scale of the ecological garden. It was simple, just tear down some of the greenery. Now that there are only a few of them in the hotel, why do they need so much landscaping area? Besides, isn't growing vegetable flowers a kind of scenery? Fong Ming of course helped out. He used his superpowers to accelerate the growth of plants. If it's just one plant, he can even make it complete the process of budding to flowering in 10 minutes. However, if there are a lot of them, he can't do it. He doesn't have enough superpowers to expend. Therefore, Fong Ming only germinated a large number of seeds to the sprouting stage, but this already saved several days of growth time. The key is that if Fong Ming can do this once a day, how many days will it take to harvest a crop? Saving 60%, 70%, or even more time. Fong Ming touched his chin and thought that he needed to add more wood-type supernaturals to the hotel, otherwise he would have to deal with a bunch of plants every day, which was annoying. Chapter 104, A Female Boxer? Today, Fong Ming went out to fight the zombies by himself. Convenient. Meng Jining and Xia Jun have accumulated enough experience, so they will be moving with Lu Yushi, Jomi, and Gu Yai Riba. Of course, they will only be killing ordinary zombies to practice, and they are not yet qualified to fight level 1 zombies. However, after a while, Meng Jining and Xia Jun will be able to take the lead in solo operations, with the ability to sneak up on and kill level 1 zombies and then leave gracefully. They are both strong and fast, natural warriors and assassins, and can use their terrifying physical abilities to accomplish the feat of taking the head of a general from 1,000,000 soldiers. Fong Ming jumped between the buildings. A single leap is about 200 meters, and even the terrain of the mountain city has little effect on him. Even if he evolves to level 2 or 3, he can easily leap over the Yangtze River without needing to use any momentum. He found a nest of corpses. The darkness spread out, and he walked in. After only 5 minutes, he came out with an extra corpse pearl in his hand. It was that easy to destroy a nest of zombies.
In fact, the time it took him to find a nest was far longer than the time it took to destroy it.
Of course, he didn't kill too many ordinary zombies, but rather directly killed level 1 zombies in order to obtain corpse pearls.
He didn't kill too many ordinary zombies because the advanced zombies all evolved from ordinary zombies. If he killed too many ordinary zombies, or even killed them all, how could he evolve? And then go to another city? Or even the whole country? You know that there is more than one China in the world. Many large countries have survived the 2 waves of natural disasters. Therefore, foreigners are getting stronger, but the Chinese are stagnating. In the future, China will only be enslaved by foreigners. Those who lag behind will be beaten, and this has always been the case. Moreover, this is the era of personal power, and people won't even pretend to be like you. It's the simplest form of violent rule. You don't agree? If you don't, you'll die. Unfortunately, I didn't have a plane ready.
Fang Ming felt a bit sorry, otherwise I could have gone abroad to see what level those supernormal people abroad had reached.
If there were any strong ones, I would have killed them.
If the future is destined to be ruled by powerful superhumans, then he hopes that at least these superhumans are Chinese.
This is Fang Ming's most simple view of the nation and the state.
When I become stronger and have settled all my past life enemies, I will go abroad to wander. Fang Ming has set himself a 6-month plan. The Xinmin base will be established soon, probably in 20 days at the most.
Fang Ming's eyes were full of murderous intent.
He had killed zombies for a whole day, and his harvest was a terrifying 33 corpse pearls.
There was no way to find the nest, and people don't put up signs to advertise.
Even if this effect could be achieved, it was because Lu Yushi and the others encountered the corpse nest, recorded the location, and then told Fang Ming. Otherwise, how could he have such a big harvest?
But
compared to other forces, they worked hard all day, shooting down a large number of bullets, but in the end, they only got 1 corpse bead.
The gap is immediately apparent. Fang Ming is too strong. Back at the hotel, Fang Ming found that someone had checked in today. Just one.
She looked to be in her early 20s, very young, and even though it was night, she was wearing sunglasses. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and even sitting, you could see that she was tall, maybe even 175. Xia Jun was waiting for him, and when he saw him return, he was relieved.
He walked up to him and said, "You're finally back.
Otherwise, I don't know how I would have dealt with her."
Fang Ming laughed, "Aren't you a bachelor now? Don't you want to find yourself a wife?"
Xia Jun shook his head, "I just want to take good care of Miao Miao now."
No. Fang Ming is very nosy.
Has Xia Jun developed feelings for his comrade's widow? It's just that neither of them expressed their feelings, but Xia Jun has already fallen in love, so after his comrade's widow died, he completely lost his desire to start a family and just wanted to take care of Lin Miao Miao and raise her?
A romantic. Fang Ming didn't mean to make fun of him.
On the contrary, he admired him for being a romantic, because he couldn't do it. He walked over, and the woman in sunglasses stood up and smiled. "Boss Fang, I've heard a lot about you, and today I finally get to meet you in person."
Fang Ming was slightly surprised. "Didn't you come to apply for the goddess?"
"Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself."
The woman in the sunglasses reached out and said, "My name is Xu Jing. I belong to the Jingyue settlement."
Fang Ming also reached out and shook her hand lightly.
Soft and tender, with a great feel. Fang Ming recalled and couldn't help but let out a sigh.
The Jingyue settlement was quite famous in the previous life. Because it was a settlement for women only, it was all about women helping each other, a very Western idea. I thought that since it was all women, they wouldn't be oppressed by men, and that everyone would help each other and be very united. But in fact, this power collapsed very quickly. A few female supernaturals were dissatisfied with the settlement's distribution system and secretly colluded with other forces, which led to a siege by 7 forces and the settlement's overnight destruction. The women were then divided up as spoils of war. The ridiculous thing is that the female supernaturals who colluded with the outside forces were not spared either, and were also distributed as spoils of war. In fact, the forces that could stand their ground in the mountain city were neither all men nor all women. Humans have developed 2 sexes over a long period of time, and they are not meant to be in opposition to each other. As the old saying goes, a single yin will not grow, and a single yang will not give birth.
Everything should not go to extremes.
Fang Ming looked at this woman with a great figure again. Although he couldn't see her full appearance because she was wearing sunglasses, her pink skin, high nose bridge, and small, rosy mouth all showed that she was a beautiful woman above average.
Now is the best time for the development of the Jingyue settlement.
Under the slogan of a settlement for women only, it has indeed attracted many female superpowered people and a large number of ordinary women to join. However, blind expansion without properly resolving internal conflicts led to the settlement's downfall a month later.
Fong Ming couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart.
A women-only settlement means that there should be many women there who are still pure and will not sell themselves for a mouthful of food.
I can go there for a stroll. Fong Ming smiled and asked, "What brings you here, Miss Shu?"
Shu Jing frowned. "Please call me by my name or Shu Lauda."
"I think the title of Miss is an insulting label that male power has imposed on us women."
The lady has been used for thousands of years. How did it become a stigmatized label?
Fong Ming was losing patience. What was the point of arguing about the title at this time? Don't you know the point?
So, he said lightly, if you have something to say, just say it.
Chapter 105, Let's Spar.
Shu Jing sat down again, with a very boss-like air, and said, as far as I know, Boss Fong, how should I put it, has bound many women, right?
Restrain? You might as well say imprisonment. Fong Ming laughed.
I thought you were here to form an alliance or something, but I didn't expect you to be here to fight.
You're fighting with me? You must be crazy. What time is it now? Isn't the most important thing to survive? And now that level 1 zombies have appeared, instead of improving your own strength, you actually came here to spar? Am I crazy, or are you all fucking nuts? Fong Ming did not answer, but asked, "What do you want?"
Of course I hope that Boss Fong can set these women free. Shu Jing said with a serious expression, this world is already very difficult, so I hope that Boss Fong can stop hurting women.
Fong Ming suddenly burst into laughter, laughing loudly and arrogantly. Shu Jing frowned. "Boss Fong, you have no respect for me."
Fong Ming turned to Xia Jun and said, Brother Jun, come over here for a moment. Xia Jun walked over, but he was very confused.
You're picking a concubine, why did you call me over? To ask for my opinion?
In my opinion, women are all the same.
Fong Ming said to Shu Jing, this is my brother, Xia Jun.
He adopted a little girl.
According to you, is that a kind of bondage? Shu Jing immediately became excited and asked Xia Jun, Xia, do you have a wife? No.
Xia Jun shook his head. Shu Jing quickly said, then you are not in a position to take care of a little girl.
You are a big man, and there will be many inconveniences.
Therefore, please let me take care of the person. I will definitely take care of it properly, and I will definitely take care of it better than you.
Xia Jun was stunned.
How can you say that? I am a man, and I am not very attentive, but who in the world loves Lin Miao Miao more than he does?
And
he is not careful enough and can't even braid hair, but there are still Lu Yushi and the others who all love Lin Miao Miao very much.
Can't they help?
Oh, if you take care of her, you will take good care of her?
Don't you think that the little girl has just lost her mother and now has only one relative left, and you want to take that away from her? Under the banner of protecting women, you are actually tearing apart other people's families.
What kind of person is that?
Fong Ming smiled and said, Brother Jun, you're not happy, are you?
She just said that she wanted me to hand Yuchi and the others over to her because I was restraining them.
Xia Jun nodded, understood Fong Ming's meaning, and said to Shu Jing coldly, you can leave.
Shu Jing's face was cold. These two men are so selfish. She could have provided better conditions for the women here, but the two of them refused to accept it for their own selfish reasons. If you two bosses are so stubborn and selfish, I'll have to use force. She said coldly, there are 28 people with special abilities in our settlement, and you're only 2.
Can you stop them?
Xia Jun was so angry that he almost slammed his fist on the table.
Why are we being targeted?
It is rare to find a strong psychic like Fong Ming who never goes out to harm others. In the end times, if you don't harm people, you're considered a good person.
Are you blind? How dare you come here and accuse and make things difficult for a good person? Bah! He clenched his fists.
Even though he despised hitting women, he was about to lose his temper.
Fong Ming nodded to him, Jun, you go ahead.
Xia Jun frowned, but still nodded, okay.
Fong Ming was much stronger than him, and he was extremely principled. He could not be kidnapped by morality.
he doesn't need to worry.
Fang Ming looked at Xu Jing again and said lightly, I don't have any ambitions. I just want to live my life in this little piece of land. You have to come to my door and cause trouble, ruining my mood. Is Boss Fang going to start a fight?
Xu Jing smiled, but her smile was full of disdain.
Women's boxing, of course, naturally despises men. Fang Ming smiled faintly, if you want to fight, the entire settlement will not be enough to fight me. Ha, where does Boss Fang get his confidence? Xu Jing snorted in derision, took off her sunglasses, and said, do you really want to force me to fight? Look at me.
Petrify. Her voice seemed to have a kind of magic power, attracting Fang Ming to look into her eyes. She was indeed a beautiful woman, with no flaws to be found anywhere. Her appearance was above 90 points, and with her tall and slender figure, her overall score was comparable to that of Lu Yushi and the others.
But that's not the point.
When Fang Ming looked into her eyes, a strange force came over him, and his body was about to turn to stone. However, Fang Ming just reached out and formed a stone shield in front of him, and the power was released. Wow, this stone shield is much stronger than the one he made with his own power. He made a shield of earth, but can it compare to a stone shield? This woman is a person with the ability to control earth, and her specific ability is to turn things to stone, and she does it through her eyes. No wonder she was so confident. Indeed, if her opponent had not been Fang Ming, even Xia Jun might have been affected. However, Xia Jun's level of evolution is so high that he shouldn't be petrified for long. But if she is petrified for just a few seconds, what if Xu Jing takes out a gun? She could easily kill someone. This ability is very strong. Xu Jing was shocked and his scalp went numb. You're going to neutralize my superpower? It's so easy to turn into a stone shield? Fang Ming reached out and grabbed Xu Jing by the neck. At this stage, besides Fang Ming, is there a second level 1 superpower user? No. If not, then each of the supernormal individuals only has one ability. Therefore, Xu Jing could only repeatedly use her petrification ability on Fang Ming, hoping that it could slow down Fang Ming's attack, allowing her to dodge Fang Ming's grasp and even turn the tables. However, although Fang Ming's arm was constantly petrifying, it was also constantly producing stone shields, which shattered one by one. He was not stopped in the slightest. Fang Ming grabbed Xu Jing by the neck. With this kind of strength, you dare to come and cause trouble for me? Xu Jing struggled violently, her face turning pale with fear. She is a determined female boxer who used to hit the boys hard when she was in college. When the disaster struck, she also awakened her superpower in the first instance. Her petrifying ability is terrifying. If she doesn't release it in time, the subject will suffocate to death because they can't breathe. This made her invincible, and even the zombies could not escape the fate of being petrified. Therefore, she also successfully took the position of the head of the settlement, the Jingyue settlement. Jing is her, and Yu is the other head of the settlement, named Hongyu. She is only 20 years old, but she has already achieved so much, and she is full of youthful enthusiasm. But Fang Ming gave her a big blow. Chapter 106, The contrast is too great. In the face of absolute strength, she was so vulnerable. Xu Jing trembled. Before the disaster, when she was practicing boxing, she was naturally a hit with her small, blue book, and everyone wanted to hear about it. What, you dare to say I'm wrong? Then you must be a man of the people, a man of the lower classes, and she can mobilize her sisterhood to get that man to back off. After the disaster, she could also act recklessly because of her strength, and she was not afraid of anyone. She could be said to have been used to having everything go her way. Until now. Fang Ming's eyes were cold, and his iron hands were even harder, making her feel the approach of death. She felt her neck tighten a little, and Xu Jing almost peed herself, screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" She was a beautiful woman, and in the past, she could win countless praises by posting a video on Douyin. She could imagine that after college, she would be able to smoothly enter a large company and reach the pinnacle of her life. Therefore, death was far from her. She had never thought about this problem, and now she suddenly had to face it, which directly scared her to collapse. Fang Ming was speechless. You looked so fierce when you were boxing, and you were so confident just now. I thought you were a real tough guy, but you just got taken down? No wonder Jingyue looked so strong, but she was destroyed overnight. This woman surrendered so quickly. She must have been a collector's item for some big shot in her previous life.
Fong Ming shook his head.
This kind of woman can only fight in the wind, but if she fights against the wind, she will probably run or surrender very quickly.
So, it's okay to play with her, but to recruit her into the goddess squad? That would lower the quality of the goddess squad. Or, how about making a second team? Fong Ming said indifferently, if you want to live, you can, but you will have to be my slave. Are you willing?
Yes, I will be your slave from now on.
Xu Jing said in a panic.
Fong Ming let go, and Xu Jing fell to the ground. At this moment, her hair was messy, her clothes were a bit disheveled, and her face was covered in tears.
Where was the toughness and confidence she had before?
Indeed, this woman absolutely cannot be in the goddess squad, no matter how beautiful or capable she is.
Take me to the Jingyue settlement, Fong Ming said.
Xu Jing was shocked and looked up at him.
Why, don't you want to? Fong Ming only slightly brightened his face.
Xu Jing immediately shivered in fear and hurriedly said, yes.
Yes.
See, she's already sold out all her so-called sisters.
What a plastic relationship.
If Xie Jun had been taken prisoner and forced to reveal the whereabouts of Fong Ming and the others, Fong Ming believed that he would absolutely rather die than talk. He still has some confidence in that.
Fong Ming picked up Xu Jing and walked out of the hotel.
Just as Xie Jun was passing by on patrol, Fong Ming said, I'm going out for a while.
Well, I'm here.
Xie Jun didn't ask Fong Ming where he was going, but just told him to rest assured that he would never have any worries.
This is called trust. I really want to see how strong the cohesion of the women in your settlement is.
Fong Ming said in Xu Jing's ear, hugging her waist, and then he soared into the sky. I have to say, this woman's body is really exquisite, her waist is extremely thin, and it's also soft, with elasticity in the softness, and it feels great. Fong Ming ran all the way, but there was still some distance to go before he reached his destination, so he asked, how many boyfriends have you had?
No, not at all. Xu Jing replied. Fong Ming laughed, oh, you look down on men and have decided not to marry for the rest of your life and be an old maid? No, not at all.
Xu Jing shook her head. I just look down on men who are not promising, but I still admire the strong. So, I would rather be a lover of a successful man than marry a mediocre man who is not promising. It seems that she is not only stupid from boxing, but also has major problems with her values. Fong Ming confirmed that her body was real and had not been enhanced by technology or surgery.
Well, let her be a slave from now on. Fong Ming will not forgive someone who provokes him for no reason.
It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. You see, he is very fair and never discriminates against men or women.
After a while, they arrived at a residential area. This is the Jingyue settlement.
Fong Ming asked Xu Jing to wait for a while, then he found a rickshaw and put a large sack on it. Xu Jing was a little confused.
It was easy to find a tricycle, but where did the sack come from? Did he just find it on the side of the road? Let's go. Fong Ming pushed Xu Jing. The two of them arrived at the entrance to the settlement. Sister Xu. Xu is back. Open the door.
Amidst the cries of the women, the door opened and Xu Jing walked in with Fong Ming. She had already put on her sunglasses, otherwise her ability to petrify would easily get out of control and turn people into stone who shouldn't be petrified.
Even if the effect was reversed, the damage to the body would be irreversible. The method of restriction is also very simple, a pair of sunglasses is enough. Hey, why is there a man? Sister Xu is going to what hotel?
To rescue the sisters trapped there, so this must be the person in charge there, here to discuss the details. Sister Xu is here to solve the problem in no time.
Sister Xu is always so amazing. Many people are flattering her, which is extremely nauseating. Fong Ming rode in on a tricycle.
He stopped the tricycle, opened the sack, and inside were all kinds of food, including dried meat, instant noodles, and preserved eggs.
Some of the food had even rolled off the tricycle. He laughed and said loudly, "Those who want food come here." Chapter 107, Call Daddy. What is the slogan of the Jingyue settlement? Sisterly support. If so, even if the supernormal is so high and mighty, is it okay? Of course not. The main point is mutual assistance, and it's about fairness. However, in the end times, there are only so many resources, so they are always hungry.
Xu Jing and the others would hide from people and eat first when they went out to find food, otherwise they would have been too thin and weak to fight.
But can most ordinary women get the chance to have a snack? Now that they
hear there is food to eat, they naturally all gather around. First, the sentries at the door, then the residents in the building, all rushed out in a swarm. There were indeed a lot of people, 28 supernormal people.
And more than 400 ordinary people. No wonder it is difficult to support them even with so many supernormal people.
Without supplementing their diet with crops, it would be difficult for 28 supernaturals to support 400 people. It's a headache to find food every day, not to mention that they have to kill zombies to improve their strength.
Food. Where is the food? Xu Jing? A woman wearing a red dress walked over, frowned, and asked Xu Jing, "What's going on? How did you bring a man in here? This is a holy place for women only. How can you pollute it with a stinky man?"
However, she did not see that many women were staring at Fong Ming.
What a strong man!
It has been more than 70 days since the disaster, and many of them have not been nourished by men for at least a month. They were annoyed when there were men around, and every day it was like Teddy Bear was going to climb on them, but now that there are no men around, they are anxious and longing for the nourishment of men. The point is that although Fong Ming is not a standard handsome man, he has a very fit body with strong muscles that are not exaggeratedly scary, making them drool.
Xu Jing quickly said, "Xiaoyu, this is my master."
From a cold goddess to a lowly servant, the change is only a matter of life and death. All that can be said is that she was born with this servile nature in her bones, but it had been suppressed by her arrogance.
Hong Xiaoye couldn't believe it.
She and Xu Jing were from the same university and were both called the school beauties. In fact, she was not a boxer, but rather, she had a very positive outlook on life. It was just that Xu Jing had a very strong attitude, and then a few more people with superpowers were later recruited, and they all pushed for the status of women, so she did not oppose it. But she never expected Xu Jing to betray her first.
She couldn't understand it, and she couldn't accept it. "Xu Jing, what's wrong with you?" she asked.
Fong Ming was not interested in waiting for them to explain, and smiled, "Anyone who wants to eat, come and line up with me."
Suddenly, many women began to line up. However, not everyone was willing to follow the rules.
Several superpowered individuals were eyeing them hungrily, and one of them, a fat woman, was especially vicious.
"I have great power, so why should I follow the rules?"
They make the rules for others to follow, but how can they tolerate themselves having to follow the rules?
Why wait in line? Why not just make him hand over all the food?
The fat woman took the lead.
Yes. Many superpowered people agreed. Fong Ming smiled. Nowadays, if you want others to obey you, you have to use both kindness and authority.
If he just gives out a lot of food, then in the eyes of others, he is a big victim. You have to show off your power to make people follow your rules.
"Oh, you still want to rob?"
He looked at the fat woman. She was about 160 centimeters tall, but her weight was probably over 300 kilograms.
"So what if you take it?"
The fat woman had already pounced. Despite her weight, she was incredibly fast. Because she is a force-sensitive mutant. She glared at Fong Ming with murderous intent.
"How dare you!"
Xu Jing wanted to go forward, but Fong Ming grabbed her by the arm. This kind of prestige, of course, has to be established by oneself. The fat woman had already rushed forward, her hands clenched together, and she was about to smash Fong Ming's head like a watermelon.
Fong Ming took it all in stride and kicked her away. Boom!
The fat woman was immediately kicked into the air, and as she fell, her body began to disintegrate, and her organs, fat, and blood spilled everywhere. When she fell to the ground, she died completely.
The audience was shocked. What a powerful man!
But only a few women showed signs of fear, while many more admired and worshipped him.
In troubled times, is there anything safer than having a powerful man by your side?
Hong Xiaoye was shocked and shouted at Fong Ming, "How dare you commit murder?"
Fong Ming laughed, "Didn't you see her trying to kill me just now?
Now that I've killed her, you're pointing fingers at me.
Huh, isn't this a bit too double-dealing?"
He ignored Hong Xiaoye and said to the women, "If you want food, you can.
Just line up and call me dad to get a share."
Hee, as for wanting to eat more, it depends on your performance. The girls immediately lined up obediently and went forward one by one to receive food. The only exception was the superpowered women. For the superpowered, a single serving of food is not enough to make them call him Dad.
Dad. Dad. Dad.
One by one, the women called out Dad, some boldly, some shyly, with different expressions. Fang Ming, however, kept his word and handed out food one by one. It was just some dry food, which he had plenty of, and no one in the family ate it anyway. After a round of daddy calls, only a few people did not give in.
Fang Ming laughed heartily. This is what you call a gathering place for women to strengthen themselves?
I'm laughing so hard that my teeth are about to fall out.
The women had nothing to say. Hong Xiaoye's face was even more ugly.
Xu Jing, as one of the leaders, was the first to defect. What could she say?
In the face of food, all talk of female independence goes out the window.
Fang Ming slapped her and then didn't continue to rub salt into the wound. After all, his purpose in coming here was not to mock these women.
He looked around and said, "Do you want more and better food?"
"Yes. I plan to establish a goddess army. If you join, you will not only be fed, but also be well fed.
All I need from you is obedience.
After joining the goddess corps, I can provide you with corpse pearls to help you evolve.
Even if you're not a psychic, I can help you become one.
The key is still the corpse pearls.
After absorbing them, you all have a chance to evolve."
He then took out 3 corpse pearls.
This is just a tiny fraction of his vast wealth.
But it still made the women's scalps tingle with shock. Now, being able to produce a corpse bead is already a superpower, and there are very few people who can do this. But Fang Ming actually had 3 corpse pearls in his hands.
This man is simply rich enough to rival a country. Chapter 108, Disaster Causing Mu Qingcheng.
Everyone was enthusiastic about Fang Ming's words. He can even provide corpse pearls to help people evolve, and even create superhumans.
Oh my god.
At this moment, even the superpowered could not hold back, and they all called Fang Ming Dad, putting aside their so-called dignity.
Ha!
Hong Xiaoya's body trembled, and she felt that she was too ridiculous. She had worked so hard to create a so-called paradise for women, but in the end, someone came along and said a few words that exposed the true nature of this paradise and caused it to crumble.
What was she trying so hard to achieve?
She leaned against the wall, feeling rather despondent.
Fang Ming pressed
his hand because these women were so enthusiastic that they wanted to rip off his pants. However, joining the goddess army requires passing my assessment, and my energy is limited. I will only pick one or a few people to assess each time I come, so don't fight for it, or you will be eliminated. Suddenly, the women dared not make a fuss anymore, but looked at Fang Ming with an even more eager expression, as if they were concubines waiting for the emperor to flip the card in ancient times, their eyes full of cries of "Choose me, choose me." Fang Ming swept the room and his gaze settled on the woman with the most outstanding appearance and figure among the women. He pointed at her and said, "You come with me." The woman was delighted and hurriedly followed Fang Ming. The woman with the big buttocks was very charming.
She's so beautiful. Look at her, she looks like she wants to be fucked. There's nothing you can do about it. Do you know who she is?
Who?
I really don't know. Mu Qingcheng. Huh, you don't know Mu Qingcheng?
She's the most beautiful woman in our city, known as Mu Daji.
The 2 bosses of Beiyun Group and Dafan Group almost fought to the death over her. Oh, tell me more. You should know about the Beiyun Group and the Dafan Group, right?
They are the 2 most powerful companies in our city, with assets of tens of billions of dollars. Both CEOs are self-made businessmen who have seen it all, but they both fell at the hands of this woman. Once, at a charity auction, the 2 CEOs competed to bid for a painting she had painted in order to please her, and it ended up selling for a whopping 200 million yuan. In order to pursue her, the 2 of them even divorced their wives, losing a large number of shares.
In the end, the boss of Beiyun Group laughed at the end and succeeded in proposing marriage. But the funny thing is that the wedding hasn't even taken place yet, and a natural disaster has come. Everyone's wealth has been reduced to zero overnight, and Mu Qingcheng doesn't know where she went.
I didn't expect her to be hiding in our settlement. The women all nodded in agreement. No wonder Fang Ming picked her out at first glance. She had a long and illustrious track record, and even the 2 veteran CEOs had fallen prey to her charms.
How could Fang Ming, who was so young, be any different?
They didn't look down on her, on the contrary, they were only envious. In this day and age, having food is the real gold and silver, and obviously, Fong Ming is such a rich man. After marrying Fong Ming and becoming a member of the Fong family, Mu Qingqing no longer had to worry about food, and she could even become a superhuman.
She was so happy. Hong Xiaoye finally came to her senses and pulled Xu Jing into the house. She wanted to talk to Xu Jing, otherwise the settlement would be scattered tomorrow. Fong Ming took Mu Qingcheng into the residential building and found a room at random.
Mr. Fong, my name is Mu Qingcheng, I am 27 years old. Mu Qingcheng introduced herself as soon as she came in. This woman knows how to show off her assets. A Cheongsam outlines her perfect figure, and she definitely isn't wearing underwear, because there are no signs of constriction or bulges. Her peach-shaped buttocks are plump and round, and her 2 long legs, with 2 sections of white shins exposed, are simply irresistible. The high heels and her 170 centimeters height made her look even taller and slimmer. Looking at her upper body, her waist is as thin as a willow tree, and she twists every time she takes a step. Coupled with the swaying of her plump buttocks, the charm of her style is truly indescribable. Her breasts were round and bulging, and the size was astonishing. They were the kind that would never drip onto her shoes.
D or even E? Fong Ming guessed and was very interested in measuring it with his own hands.
He didn't want to beat around the bush, so he said directly, "The goddess core is treated so well, but you have to know that there is no pie falling from the sky."
I understand.
Mu Qingqing nodded and slowly turned around, allowing Fong Ming to clearly see her hot and proud body. In fact, her most charming feature was her face, which was not only beautiful, but also charming, seductive, and infinitely charming, captivating people.
You are a strong man who can protect me and satisfy all my needs. I am willing to be your woman.
Fong Ming nodded. "I can take you away, but I have to examine you first to decide whether to make you a superhuman. However, don't worry about food, you will definitely be well fed and well fed."
I understand.
Mu Qingqing behaved in a way that was impossible to obey. Her eyes were soft and seductive, as if she was very obedient, but every glance was seductive.
Follow me.
Fong Ming took Mu Qingqing back to the hotel directly, and as for Xu Jing, she could be left here, and he was not afraid that she would fly away. Seeing Fong Ming leave with one person and return with another, Xia Jun was stunned and asked, "Is it solved?"
It's solved. Fong Ming nodded and introduced Mu Qingqing to Xia Jun, saying, "This is my brother Xia Jun."
Mu Qingqing immediately called out obediently, "Brother Xia." Although Xia Jun nodded, he couldn't help but look at Fong Ming and wanted to say something but stopped. This woman is too enchanting. He was afraid that Fong Ming would be deeply involved.
But let's talk about it in a few days.
After all, she just appeared, and you don't know anything about her.
How can you say that she is a demon and a scourge?
Of course, Fong Ming would not be so eager to sleep with Mu Qingqing. He said he had to investigate, so he had to investigate first. He handed Mu Qingqing over to Yin Xiaoning, asking the young woman to teach her a thing or two.
Dinner.
Fong Ming and his women sat at one table, and Yin Xiaoning and Zhang Xiaowei, the waitresses, sat at another. When the food was served, she was shocked.
It was the end of the world, and there was still meat and fresh vegetables?
She couldn't help but be happy with the decision she had made, but when she saw the food that Fong Ming and the others were eating, she couldn't help but be even more shocked.
Because it was so sumptuous. There was even seafood. Now they can actually eat seafood? It was unbelievable.
She looked at Fong Ming's table and her ambition grew uncontrollably. Yin Xiaoning saw it in her eyes and couldn't help but sneer in her heart. The task that Fong Ming gave her was to grind Mu Qingqing. Although she didn't dare to go too far, she would definitely not let Mu Qingqing easily take the throne.
Chapter 109, Reward.
Fong Ming was naturally in no hurry to eat Mu Qingqing, because he had too many beautiful women around him. In the morning, he stretched out with satisfaction. He would never get tired of this kind of life, even if he lived for another 10,000 years. But there is still the threat of natural disasters.
Not only zombies, but also various zombie-like monsters and evolved creatures will become the enemies of mankind.
The reason why humans can still sit on the throne of the earth is mainly because they have hundreds of millions of people and control thermal weapons, which can threaten most zombies and evolved creatures.
But what about 2 months from now? Fong Ming shook his head.
Level 2 zombies are already not afraid of heat weapons, and level 3 are completely fearless. So when a level 3 zombie or evolved creature appears, all humans can do is hide and wait for their time to come.
Unless, humans can also reach level 3. That's too difficult. When he died in his previous life, the Corpse King was a level 3 being, but what about humans? There aren't many level 2 superhumans either. This life is different. I laid out the evolution fluid in advance, and I even broke through level 1 faster than the zombies. Now I have enough corpse pearls in my hand to break through level 2, so I will also become level 2 faster than the zombies, and then I will also be the first to become level 3. Not only me, but also the people around me will be the first to reach level 3. I will rewrite history. Why? It's simple. He wants to keep living the way he is now. He eats well, drinks well, and has beautiful women to keep him company. Why would he want to be chased into the mountains by zombies? After he finished washing up, he began to absorb the corpse pearls on the balcony. There were only 3 of them, and they dissolved as soon as they touched the skin, absorbing instantly, unlike the evolution fluid, which took a whole day to absorb. It's very convenient and fast. After breakfast, Fang Ming set off as soon as possible to kill the zombies and collect the corpse pearls. With his strength, he is a complete dimensional blow to these zombies. It takes a maximum of 10 minutes to destroy a nest of zombies, and as little as 5 minutes, depending on where the level 1 zombie is hiding. If it is a powerful type, it will charge into the fray as soon as it appears, then it will be the easiest to deal with. From morning to noon, Fang Ming already had 12 corpse pearls in his hands. Seeing that it was getting late, he temporarily stopped working and went to eat. Where to eat? The Jingyue settlement. When he arrived, the women all looked at him expectantly, but when they saw that he was alone and didn't have any food with him, they were all very disappointed. Fang Ming laughed. You still want free food every day? You're dreaming. He found his slave, Xu Jing, who had regained some confidence. But when she saw him, her confidence immediately turned into flattery and obedience, and she ran over to him, cooing, "Master, you're here." Fang Ming nodded. Since Xu Jing had become his servant, he still had to take care of her. After all, everyone would throw a bone to their dog. Hong Xiaoya watched from the side, clenching her fists and glaring at Fang Ming with eyes like knives. She wanted to chop him up, but she didn't dare to do it. After chatting with Xu Jing all night yesterday, she already knew how powerful Fang Ming was. Incredibly powerful, completely inconsistent with the evolution of everyone now. She didn't want to humiliate herself, so she even became Fang Ming's servant. Xu Jing had also persuaded her all night to submit to Fang Ming, and the Jingyue settlement would be Fang Ming's palace in the future, and the 2 of them would be responsible for hunting for Fang Ming. Listen, is this still human language? Back then, Xu Jing was so confident and looked down on men, but now? She went on one trip and ended up like this. She seriously suspected that Fang Ming had the ability of mental control, otherwise how could he have turned Xu Jing into this? Therefore, she dared not say that she hated Fang Ming. Fang Ming's otherworldly space had countless foods. He casually picked a room and took out a takeout to eat. Xu Jing was also given a portion. Of course, Fang Ming did not take it out in front of her. After the 2 finished eating, Fang Ming asked Xu Jing about Mu Qingcheng. However, Xu Jing had so many people working for her, how could she possibly remember? It doesn't matter. She went to ask the people herself and soon found out about Mu Qingcheng. She came back and told Fang Ming about it. Fang Ming couldn't help but gasp. He could manipulate $2 billion CEOs with his hands, and he was willing to divorce his wife to pursue her. This woman's methods are truly amazing. What kind of beauty has not seen at this level of boss? But she fell at the hands of Mu Qingcheng. What is so special about this woman? Does she have particularly good skills in bed? Does that mean she has slept with those 2 CEOs? Fang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Mu Qingcheng's goddess score has been deducted a bit. Chapter 110, Evolution Plan. Fang Ming left the Jingyue settlement contentedly and continued to kill the zombies. While killing, he was reminiscing. Xu Jing is really wonderful. And she really wasn't lying, she was still a virgin. For this reason, Fang Ming left her some evolution fluid, so that this woman could become strong first and then be incorporated into the goddess team too. The first team is naturally Lu Yuqi, Meng Jining and the others, who are the most trusted and loved by him. In the afternoon, he obtained another 14 corpse pearls, totaling 26 for the day, which was still an astonishing number. He returned to the hotel, having been busy all day, and of course, the evening was a time to relax and enjoy.
He can't indulge in enjoyment every day, but he can't keep his nerves on edge and kill zombies every day either. Eat. Mu Qingchang was very helpless. She had 1,000 charming looks, but Fang Ming seemed to have forgotten that there was such a person, and he didn't pay any attention to her.
Even if she had the appearance of a calamity like Daji, could she influence Fang Ming? When will her plan to take over succeed? She was anxious, but what was the point of being anxious?
After she finished eating, she had to help In Stowning and the others with the dishes and mopping. The work wasn't heavy, but in the blink of an eye, Fang Ming and Lu Yushi had already disappeared. She could only see Fang Ming at this time of day, and she had not yet had a chance to speak to him and use her seductive powers. In Stowning saw this in her eyes and laughed to herself.
Fang Ming looked young, but he was extremely calm.
She had previously offered herself to him, but he had not played with her, which showed that he was a man of great principle. He said that he would observe Mu Qingcheng for a few days, and before Mu Qingcheng passed the examination, Fang Ming obviously would not touch her. She really admires her. Because of the day and night of contact with Mu Qingcheng, even she was charmed by this woman's charm. If she were a man, she would definitely do everything in her power to get her. How can I put it? This woman has a charm that cannot be described in words, and it is intoxicating.
The Hishan Settlement.
This is a powerful settlement, and its leader is called Hishan. Most settlements are named after their leaders, but this person is not from the mountain city, but rather escaped the floods from the flower city. It was for this reason that he was given 7 doses of evolution fluid. At first he didn't understand, but after learning the effects of the evolution fluid, he had already wasted 2 doses. However, even with only 5 doses of evolution fluid, his strength far exceeded that of the average superpower user.
16% to 6%, almost twice as much.
So, it was only natural that he took the position of leader.
Boss, are you in or out? Everyone was looking at Hishan. Don't think about it so much.
That's right, boss, there are only a dozen women here, and we've played with them all, and there aren't many beauties. There are a lot of beautiful women in the Jingyue settlement, but unfortunately, Mu Daji, who charmed the city, was taken away by Fang Ming. Hishan was deep in thought. They had long since set their sights on the Jingyue settlement, coveting the beautiful women there, and had even sent undercover agents there days ago. In the end times, beautiful women are a natural resource, and a very precious one at that. Because they are easily damaged goods, everyone wants to play with them, so the natural failure rate is extremely high.
At the beginning, there were more than 30 women in their settlement, but now? There are only a dozen left, and not many of them can be considered beautiful.
So they set their sights on the Jingyue settlement. There are only women there, and they are all clean, none of them have been played with. But they also have supernaturals. It is said that the abilities of the 2 leaders are very powerful.
Especially Xu Jing, who can turn anyone into stone at a glance. Can't you lose your influence just because you want to grab a beauty?
He had originally wanted to wait a little longer, because he always thought that a team made up entirely of women would be prone to infighting and would disintegrate from within, and his guess was correct, as the Jingyue settlement had indeed been destroyed in a previous life.
But now someone has already laid their hands on those beauties.
If Hishan waits any longer, he'll only be left with the scraps.
We can't afford to lose too many men just to grab a few women.
Hishan finally made a decision.
He would contact 2 more factions and act together. He would rather have fewer women than lose too many brothers.
Otherwise, we would be swallowed up by other factions, and it would be difficult to survive, let alone play with women. He is still quite sober. The younger brothers nodded in agreement, all of them leering. The beautiful women in the Jingyue settlement are indeed numerous. Unfortunately, the scourge that had caused a stir in the city had already been taken away by Fang Ming, leaving them sighing.
Before the disaster, which man in Mountain City didn't want to play with this big demon?
Now that they have the chance, someone else has beaten them to it. He had never met Mu Qingcheng, but he had heard about her reputation from his subordinates. So, he was just curious, not as obsessed as these men. He was just thinking about the need to unite several forces to take over the Jingyue settlement. If there are too few people, then even if they take over the settlement, they will still lose a lot.
But if there are too many people, then the number of beautiful women they can get will naturally be less.
It's a big headache.
When he woke up,
Fang Ming still absorbed 3 corpse pearls first, which was a given, and then he called In Xiaoning and Zhang Xiaowei over. Ian Stowning and the other two women thought that Fong Ming was going to take them, and they were all looking forward to it with excitement. Even if they were reluctant at first, after enjoying the luxurious life in the hotel for a few days and with Fong Ming's powerful force as a guarantee, they no longer had any reluctance, but instead longed to become Fong Ming's woman.
This is the end of the world, and which woman doesn't admire the strong? But they were already taking off their clothes when Fong Ming said, "Do you want to become a superhuman?"
What? This immediately stopped the two women in their tracks, and they looked at Fong Ming with eyes full of disbelief and anticipation. Fong Ming smiled, "I can make you supernormal, but you must serve me for the rest of your lives.
If you betray me."
He didn't say any more, but he believed that the two women would definitely understand what he meant.
Ian Stowning and the other woman quickly declared, "I will never betray you." Are you kidding? To become a superhuman. Humans can now be divided into two classes, ordinary people and supernormal people.
Ordinary people are like grass and weeds, while supernormal people are like rulers. So if they can become supernormal people, they will have completed a leap in class.
They were so excited. Fong Ming nodded.
After so many days of observation, he felt that Ian Xiaoning and Zhang Xiaowei were worth cultivating. Most importantly, he had too many corpse pearls in his hands, and he simply couldn't use them all.
Waste is shameful. Chapter 111, The Three Major Settlements Besieged. Fong Ming first took the blood of the two women.
After a round of procedures, Ian Xiaoning is metallic and Zhang Xiaowei is fire attributed. One succeeded 3 times, and the other succeeded 5 times. In fact, they were both quite fast.
The two girls were overjoyed at their new abilities. Fong Ming also left some evolution fluid behind.
This stuff can only be used by those with abilities below level 1, so it would be a waste not to use it. When the evolution liquid is used up, they can only use corpse pearls, but the corpse pearls have the same efficiency for level 1 or lower supernormal users, only 2%, so they naturally don't use corpse pearls when they can use evolution liquid.
Ian Xiaoning and Zhang Xiaowei were overjoyed.
Not only had they gained supernormal abilities, but they could continue to evolve and become stronger and stronger. This meant that they would not only survive in this post-apocalyptic world, but they would also live better and better. Fong Ming was about to leave, but when he saw Ian Xiaoning and Zhang Xiaowei smiling at each other, he quickly took off the clothes he had partially taken off and grabbed Fong Ming's arms from the left and right. Even if they can't become Fong Ming's favorite women like Lu Yuqi and the others, they still want to be Fong Ming's de facto women. They have a mentality of repaying kindness and also have the intention of consolidating their relationship. Fong Ming had no time to waste during the day, and the key point was that Ian Stowning and the other woman had not reached the point where he wanted to eat them. He just gave them a glare, and they let go of him obediently, watching him leave.
Fong Ming repeated the task of killing monsters and taking corpse pearls.
In theory, a level 1 superhuman needs 50 corpse pearls to break through to level 2, but the amount of evolution fluid is ultimately limited, so you have to include the ones below level 1, which means you need 50 more corpse pearls, for a total of 100. It's a lot to ask for one person to kill 100 corpse pearls.
However, Fong Ming can only feed Lu Yuqi and the others to level 1.
From then on, they have to kill zombies and obtain corpse pearls on their own.
They can't rely on him for everything. He
wants to train a team of goddesses, not a team of trash. By noon, he decided to take a break. He went to the Jingyue settlement again, and today he planned to pick 1 or 2 more people to fill in the goddess reserve camp. He has a big family and can afford to support them. Halfway through the journey, he unexpectedly ran into a group of people. There were more than 50 people in total, and they swept through the area, not allowing a single zombie to slow them down. Fong Ming was leaping across the rooftops, and his eyes were so sharp that he spotted those people, but they didn't see him.
Ha!
Fong Ming slowed down and was observing these people, but he discovered that these people were heading in the same direction as him.
Could it be?
A smile crept onto his lips. The Jingyue settlement is now his goddess's backup base, so he needs this base to exist. However, in the previous life, the Jingyue settlement would not be destroyed for another month or so.
Why was it being attacked early in this life? Is it because of himself? Fong Ming thought about it, and he took Mu Qingqing away from the Jingyue settlement.
At least, he thought, he would trigger a butterfly effect and change history.
He underestimated Mu Qingqing's charm.
He didn't show himself, but followed her all the way. He contacted 2 settlements in total, and the 3 parties hit it off immediately. A total of 54 supernormal individuals were mobilized, just 18 from each family, all of them considered elites, while the Jingyue settlement had only 20 supernormal individuals, and in the face of 54 supernormal individuals, they were only a touch away from collapse. Moreover, the leaders of these three settlements all came from coastal areas, and everyone had used evolution fluid to varying degrees, so their strength far exceeded that of ordinary supernormal individuals.
Is there any chance of an accident?
The only uncertain factor is how many of them will be sacrificed to take down the settlement at what cost. The two alliances are the Jiufeng settlement, whose leader is Ling Jiufeng, whose strength is not inferior to Yishan, and the Haihu settlement, which has two leaders, a pair of brothers. Although he is not a match for them in a one-on-one fight, they are enough to match them when they join forces. Therefore, the three clans are equally strong, and no one needs to worry that one of them will turn against the others after victory and take all the spoils for themselves. After a while, they arrived at the gate of the Jingyue settlement.
The sentinel immediately sounded the alarm. It was very loud.
Suddenly, Xu Jing and Hong Xiaoye rushed out with a group of supernormal people. Hishan stepped forward from the crowd and looked at Xu Jing and Hong Xiaoye through the gate, and couldn't help but show a look of surprise.
Both of them are beautiful women.
The key is that they are young, at most 20 years old, and their whole bodies exude the breath of youth.
Unfortunately, only the supernormal people came out, and the ordinary people all hid. There weren't many good-looking supernormal people, which disappointed him.
Not only him, but also Ling Jiufeng, Xian Dahu, and Xian Dahai were also selecting concubines, and in the end, their eyes were focused on Xu Jing and Hong Xiaoye. These two women are still the most eye-catching, both young and beautiful.
Hishan coughed and said, "You two must be Boss Xu and Boss Hong, right?
We came here today specifically to rescue you. After all, this is the end of the world, and the zombies are rampant. You are all women, and your fighting power is weak. Therefore, you can only survive by following us. Moreover, hey, how can women do without the nourishment of men?" This made Ling Jiufeng and Xian Dahai brothers laugh heartily, but it made Xu Jing and the others frown in anger. They know that they are both martial artists, and they think that men should be inferior to women.
Only Fong Ming can break their pride with both authority and kindness, but what are Hishan and the others?
You're looking for death. Xu Jing took off her sunglasses.
How dare you covet the owner's slave? Die. Look at me, she said. Many people couldn't help but look over, and their skin immediately began to petrify.
Hishan had long since learned of Xu Jing's ability through undercover work, and quickly said, "Don't look at her. Her ability is to petrify, and it can only be activated by eye contact, so it's fine not to look at her eyes." Even so, more than a dozen people were affected and turned into stone statues. With Xu Jing's current power level, she can turn human skin into stone, so these people are still alive. However, when they move, the solid, stiff skin falls off in pieces, revealing blood-red muscles, and they scream in pain. Hishan led the charge, banging the door to pieces and being the first to enter. He is a forceful type, fast and strong, and is best suited for charging into battle. Ling Jiufeng and Xian Dahai followed closely behind, and one after another, their special abilities were unleashed. Fireballs, ice arrows, and arrows were fired indiscriminately.
Chapter 112, Strongly Ordering.
Fong Ming did not wait until Xu Jing and the others were at their most desperate, as most male protagonists in novels do, before he appeared and turned the tide. He took action as soon as possible.
Boom!
A large rock fell, separating the people on both sides and blocking the attacks of Hishan and the others.
Whoosh! Fong Ming appeared as if by magic, landing on the large rock.
This way of making an entrance can be called a showstopper. Hishan and the others involuntarily took a few steps back. When the dust had settled, they saw Fong Ming standing on the large rock, and they couldn't help but frown.
"Who is this guy? Are you Fong Ming, the boss?" Hishan asked.
Although he had never met Fong Ming, he had done some research on Fong Ming and knew roughly what abilities he had and what he looked like. In addition, Fong Ming had also taken Mu Qingcheng from the settlement, so it was natural that he would be connected, and it was not surprising that he thought of him first.
Fong Ming.
Ling Jiufeng and Xian Dahai's brothers were thinking to themselves, and their eyes suddenly became fierce. There are only 2 supernormal people in the Wanjiang Resort Hotel, but they have established a first-class power base. The boss of the Eastern Settlement even highly respects Fong Ming. The so-called a man's reputation is like a tree's shadow, and Ling Jiufeng and the others are still very wary. Otherwise, they have long heard of Mu Qingcheng's reputation. Why don't they just go straight to the Wanjiang Resort Hotel and ask Fong Ming to hand him over? They just don't want to offend Fong Ming. But now there is no way to avoid offending him. They are already at odds.
Fong Ming smiled lightly. I am in charge here, so if you move, you are attacking me.
If you all cut off your own arms, I will spare you this time, but it won't happen again. Hishan couldn't help but laugh in anger, and said with a stern voice, Boss Fong is really confident, thinking that he can sweep us away with his own
strength? Fong Ming nodded. That's true.
Such a casual look made Ling Jiufeng and the others furious.
Where do you get such confidence? Boss Fong is not very old, but why is he so arrogant?
Hishan was already murderous, and he was gesturing to Ling Jiufeng and the others, meaning that they should wait for his signal and attack Fong Ming together. Once Fong Ming was dead, they would still follow the original plan to take over the settlement and split the women. Ling Jiufeng and the other two nodded imperceptibly.
Get ready to attack. The price of being arrogant is not cheap.
Hishan roared and rushed towards Fong Ming. His speed was completely explosive, and he was as fast as lightning.
Of course, this is an exaggeration. Fong Ming smiled and slapped him. Boom!
However, this slap had the momentum of shaking the earth and mountains. Hishan was hit by a palm, and the entire person immediately flew sideways. Before he hit the ground, he directly disintegrated into a bloody rain, and Ling Jiufeng and the others also followed Hishan's movements, but they were not force-sensitive after all. They had just prepared to activate their superpowers, but they saw that Hishan was already dead.
This death is too casual.
Suddenly, Ling Jiufeng and the others were all trembling.
Why is the difference in power between them so great? Boss Fong, spare my life. Xian Dahai was quick-witted and immediately knelt down and cried out.
Xian Dahu immediately followed suit and knelt down. Although Ling Jiufeng didn't want to kneel, he was even more afraid of death.
Moreover, the Chen brothers had already knelt down, so if he didn't kneel, wouldn't that be tantamount to provoking Fong Ming?
So, he had no choice but to kneel down. Xu Jing and the other women were all very excited to see this.
A man as strong as a god.
They all looked at Fong Ming with adoration. The gap in strength was too great. Even if they were all supernaturals, they could only tremble and surrender from the bottom of their hearts.
Fong Ming said calmly, didn't I make it very clear? This is my territory. Since you're first-time offenders, you can just cut off one of your arms.
Ling Jiufeng is a ruthless man. He gritted his teeth and suddenly turned his right hand into a metal sword, slashing down at himself. Pooh, blood sprayed wildly, but he immediately metallized the wound to stop the blood from spraying wildly. He nodded to Fong Ming and said, Boss Fong, I'm leaving. He led the crowd away. Fong Ming did not stop him. He knew that Ling Jiufeng would definitely bear a grudge and would definitely seek revenge if he had the chance, but what time was it now? The end of the world, people's hearts are strange.
Are all the supernaturals under Ling Jiufeng loyal? No way.
On the contrary, they all want to rise up, but they were too weak to do so before, so they didn't dare.
But now?
Ling Jiufeng is injured, very seriously injured, and has lost an arm. His combat effectiveness has been greatly affected. Now is the perfect time to strike. Fong Ming saw that several people had already glared with murderous intent, so it was unlikely that Ling Jiufeng would return to the settlement alive. He would be killed on the way. Chen Dahai and his brothers looked at each other and took a cleaver from their men and chopped at each other. In two screams, their left arms also hung down, but because the force was not too harsh, and the cleavers were not sharp enough, they were unable to completely cut them off, so they had to bite their teeth and continue to hack each other in cold sweat. With a crack, the two severed arms fell to the ground, and the brothers said a word to Fong Ming and fled in a flurry. Similarly, it is unlikely that they will survive the day. As for Hishan's men? Fong Ming looked at them and they all knelt down, begging Fong Ming to spare their lives. Get out! Fong Ming waved his hand. The men fled in a panic, fearing that Fong Ming would change his mind and kill them all if they ran even a little bit slower. Fong Ming. The women all surrounded him, looking up at him as if they were worshipping a god. Fong Ming smiled, I'm hungry, let's eat. He really just wanted to eat, and Xu Jing happened to be serving him. In the afternoon, Fong Ming killed more zombies for another afternoon, and harvested 25 corpse pearls again that day. One less than yesterday, but within the normal range of fluctuation. After finishing his work for the day, Fong Ming returned to the hotel and forgot to pick one or more people to join the goddess squad.
There's no rush.
Fong Ming returned to the hotel, and the women immediately came up to greet him, as if they were welcoming him in like the moon being held up by the stars. Mu Qingcheng wanted to show off, but was pushed aside by the other women, and never got the chance to show off her charms.
Who would pamper her? She was speechless.
In the past, she was the most beautiful woman in the city, and even the CEO of a billion-dollar company chose to divorce because of her. Now, she has to compete with a group of women just to get Fong Ming to look at her.
The contrast is really great. However, she had no intention of leaving the hotel.
The world has changed. With Fong Ming's strength, he might become the king of the world in the future.
Even if she is just one of Fong Ming's many women, how much power and status will she have? She will never give up. Chapter 113, The Bewitching Beauty.
Mu Qingcheng washed the dishes and mopped the floor, then returned to her room.
Now that there are no more entertainment activities, either everyone plays cards together or reads books. Mu Qingcheng has always liked reading books.
She believes that reading can not only increase her experience, but also enhance her temperament. She was already perfect in the area of charm and seduction, so she believed that adding a little more literary flavor and enhancing her temperament as a lady of the house would make her even more charming. It's just that, she was reading an online novel, a cliché story about a domineering CEO being captured by a little sheep girl, but she was enjoying it. She was so engrossed in reading that she suddenly realized that a hand had wrapped itself around her waist. She was startled, but when she turned around, she saw Fong Ming, and she let out a sigh of relief. Then, she was overjoyed.
Fong Ming is here, finally.
Fong Ming, she said in a soft, sweet voice, making people feel itchy inside and wanting to devour her in one bite. Before, when they were in the Jinghua settlement, she had deliberately acted serious, not wanting Fong Ming to misunderstand her as a flirtatious slut, but Fong Ming had ignored her for several days in a row, and she guessed that Fong Ming might not like this type of serious person, so she immediately used her strengths. She was the most beautiful woman in the mountain city, and her charm was so seductive that no man could resist her.
Fong Ming admired the woman's charm.
She was famous for her beauty, and she truly lived up to her reputation. Every smile and frown was charming, as if heaven had sent her to seduce men. It was just that she was born at
the wrong time, in the end times. No, even such a beauty can start a war in the end times, right? But why hadn't I heard of her in my previous life? Could it be that she was killed in the chaos of war when the Jinghua settlement was destroyed? That's probably it. Fong Ming smiled and said, I heard that you are the most beautiful woman in the mountain city, and you have charmed 2 billionaires into a trance?
Mu Qingcheng was slightly shocked, but then she was calm again. There must be a large number of people in the Jinghua settlement who know her, so it wasn't difficult for Fong Ming to find out about her after a little inquiry.
What does this mean? Fong Ming is a very cautious person. So powerful and yet so cautious, can such a person not rise to power in troubled times?
Mu Qingcheng was even more determined to follow Fong Ming. Although the end of the world is a disaster for mankind, from another perspective, it is also an opportunity for capable people to soar to the sky and rise to the clouds. She immediately said obediently, before the end of the world, my goal was indeed to marry into a wealthy family, but now that the end of the world is here, all the power, status, and wealth will be reshuffled.
I just want to be your woman. Fong Ming laughed, unfortunately, I have no interest in power. Look at my hotel. Apart from me, there is only one other man. What does that mean? I only have one pursuit, and that is beautiful women. Mu Qingcheng just smiled. If Fong Ming is really just a womanizer who only knows how to play with women, then he wouldn't have come to her today, not liking power? It doesn't matter. When you are powerful enough, even if you don't want to wear a crown, you will become the king without a crown. It doesn't matter. I just want to be your little woman for life, whether you marry a chicken or a dog. She stamped her foot and pouted, because with this stamp, her heavy breasts really shook a little. Honey, please be gentle. This is my first time. She whispered in Fong Ming's ear. Fong Ming was stunned. Didn't you get one of the bosses to chase you? Seeing Fong Ming's expression, Mu Qingcheng said with a hint of pride, my beauty is my greatest weapon, and my body is my only asset. So, before I get married, how could I possibly let anyone get me? Smart woman, you're too good at making people wait. Fong Ming clenched his right hand and said, then how come I'm the exception? Mu Qingchang let out a slight squeak, not knowing whether it was pain or pleasure, or perhaps both. She didn't dare lie to Fong Ming. This man was too cautious and calm, and there was no good fruit to be had by deceiving him. So, don't play any tricks with Fong Ming. If you have any needs, just say so. She said, it's the end of the world now, and all marriage systems are dead in name only. The strong can of course have 3 or 4 wives. I am ambitious and don't want to be an ordinary person's wife. Even if I am your lover, I want to enjoy the scenery from a high place. Fong Ming was very satisfied with this answer. He took Mu Qingqing to the bed and couldn't hold back his desire. Lu Yuqi, Meng Jining, Zhou and Gu Riba, for women, are not as charming as Mu Qingcheng. In terms of charming men, she has a unique charm, which is a gift from God. Every one of her movements is charming and extremely attractive. In troubled times, she would definitely be a great calamity, causing heroes from all sides to compete for her. Just like Chen Yuan, her charm was so great that Li Zicheng ignored the fact that she was Wu Sangui's concubine and forcibly took her away. Wu Sangui was also furious, and although he had already surrendered to the rebel king, he opened the gate to let the Qing troops enter the pass, just so he could take Chen Yuan back. Mu Qingcheng is such a rare beauty. In times of peace, this beauty would make the king neglect his duties, allowing evil ministers to take control and bring disaster to the world. Fong Ming did not want to be a foolish king, so he got up from the bed with great perseverance. Husband, Mu Qingcheng whispered, reaching out to grab him, but her hand slipped through his grasp, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white arm, smooth as jade and ivory. The faint glimpse of her exposed skin almost made Fong Ming throw himself back into her arms. Fong Ming imposed an illusion on himself and suddenly entered sage time. He smiled and said, "Do you want to become a superhuman?" Mu Qingcheng was originally drowsy, but upon hearing this, all of his sleepiness disappeared, and he immediately sat up. Yes. Chapter 114, The Strongest Charm. Fong Ming tested Mu Qingcheng. Mu Qingcheng actually has a spiritual attribute. Fong Ming was surprised. There are very few zombies with mental attributes, but they are extremely difficult to deal with. If he didn't have psychic powers, even if he had many other superpowers, he might still be affected without knowing it, and thus drink his sorrows. Among the survivors, he has not seen a second person with psychic powers. Mental power, supernatural power, and physical strength are 3 things that stand on equal footing. From this, we can see how powerful supernatural power is. Mu Qingcheng is already a disaster that can enchant the whole country. If she awakens her psychic powers, what will she use them for? What man could resist her smile? Fong Ming actually had a slight hesitation. He only had 3 spiritual corpse pearls in his hand, so if Mu Qingcheng failed 3 times, then the next time he wanted to try again, it might be tomorrow, or it might be a month or 2 without a chance. After listening to Fong Ming's words, Mu Qingcheng nodded, "I will definitely succeed. Let's begin." The first time, it failed. Mu Qingcheng's expression could not hold back, her face was very gloomy, and there were tears in her eyes. Fong Ming couldn't help but laugh. This big demon and big disaster is actually a sentimental creature. It's already crying after one unsuccessful attempt? It's funny. The second time, it still failed. Wow! Mu Qingcheng really cried out, it was so sad. "Honey, I don't want to try again. I don't want to fail again. I'm afraid I can't take the blow." Fong Ming coaxed her. He even used his hands and feet to tease Mu Qingcheng, who was unable to stop herself. Then he used illusions to make her feel that she would definitely succeed next time. She gathered her spirits and began her 3rd attempt. She succeeded. Fong Ming could sense a fluctuation in spiritual energy. Although it was extremely small compared to his own, ordinary people and even average psychics were unable to emit spiritual fluctuations. Only psychics. Fong Ming pondered. In his previous life, he had only developed for half a year, and his understanding of supernormal abilities and evolution was not deep at all. Therefore, whether they were force-sensitive or mental, they were all classified as supernormal abilities. But now, he believes that these special people can be divided into 3 categories. The physical enhancement type is a bit like the mythical tribe of the Wushu, who only cultivate their physical bodies, and are strong. And quick. Eventually, their physical bodies become holy, and they can be reborn with a drop of blood. Fong Ming didn't know if humans could one day reach the level of saintly perfection through continuous evolution, but they could definitely surpass ordinary people by many times. The second type is the superhuman, including those who can spit fire, release poison, or manipulate gravity. The spiritual type uses mental power as a weapon, creating illusions and perhaps other abilities. They are physically weak, but can kill people invisibly. Let's call them illusionists.
There may be a fourth category, but Fong Ming has never encountered it in either his past or present life. Therefore, for the time being, there are only these three categories. The fact that he can absorb 3 corpse pearls at the same time proves this theory. He looked at Mu Qingcheng. Although he knew that she might evolve into a charmer before trying, he still felt a bit moved when she succeeded in absorbing the third corpse bead. If this woman really uses her psychic power to enhance her charm, just how irresistible could she become? The legendary fox spirit? What ability have you awakened? Fong Ming asked. Mu Qingcheng was speechless, as if she was experiencing something. After a while, she said, my body has changed significantly.
It seems like I have endless energy. However, there doesn't seem to be any change in other aspects.
She was beginning to doubt whether she was really a psychic.
Fong Ming just smiled.
If evolution is successful, then physical fitness will definitely be enhanced, including the weak enchanters. For her, a weak woman, suddenly having the strength of several hundred caddies, it naturally seems like she has a lot of strength. He looked at Mu Qingcheng and suddenly realized that her eyes were incredibly deep. He was fascinated by the sight of her, and felt that she was charming and beautiful, like a beautiful witch who could bestow her body, making him crazy. As long as he could get her, he would agree to any conditions. Then, he suddenly woke up.
Amazing, amazing. Her ability is to charm. With her mental power and her own charm, who wouldn't be captivated by her?
Fong Ming can be an exception because his spiritual power is greater than Mu Qingcheng's, and not just a little bit more, but a whole level more.
What if the two of them have the same level?
Maybe Fong Ming will be trapped and unable to extricate himself. Her ability is completely ineffective against ordinary zombies because ordinary zombies have no intelligence or emotions, so her charm is of course ineffective. But it's different when it comes to zombies of level 1 or above. Level 1 zombies have intelligence from the start, and with intelligence comes instinct, and with instinct comes being influenced by her.
What about living things?
They will definitely be affected. Unless their mental power is higher than hers. Fong Ming pulled her in front of the mirror and made her look at her own eyes in the mirror.
I'm so perfect? Mu Qingcheng exclaimed. You are indeed perfect, but aren't you being a bit cheeky to praise yourself like that? Fong Ming smiled and said, your ability is to mesmerize people. Anyone who sees you will be mesmerized by you, and they will be willing to do anything to get you. So you can absolutely order people to do anything.
Mu Qingcheng was both surprised and delighted.
This ability is too strong. Hey, honey, you don't seem to be affected?
Mu Qingcheng was surprised at first, but then she nodded.
How could my husband, who is so powerful, be confused by me? She kissed Fong Ming. I will always be your little woman.
With this kiss and these words, Fong Ming's heart turned cold.
No, the sage's time is up. One more time.
That night, Fong Ming spent in Mu Qingcheng's room, but the next day he still firmly walked out of the room. Phew, the demon girl's strength is too great, he needs to slow down. After recovering, Fong Ming went to a breakfast, then went out to hunt zombies and obtain corpse pearls. After a busy day, he returned to the hotel tired and full of harvest. As soon as he entered the lobby, he was stopped by Xie Jun. Someone had sent him an invitation. Xie Jun said, waving a red invitation in his hand. Fong Ming asked in surprise, who sent it? The Eastern Settlement. Xie Jun said, inviting you and me to a meeting. The theme is about uniting together to fight against the zombies. One is to obtain corpse pearls to make humans stronger as soon as possible, and the other is to reduce internal friction and discuss a set of rules and regulations that everyone can follow for peaceful coexistence.
Fong Ming thought about it and couldn't help but gasp. Isn't this the famous Scarlet Meeting incident from a previous life? Chapter 115, The Bloody Meeting.
In the past, a large settlement also held such a meeting, but the result can only be described as tragic. Because 3 of the participating forces had already colluded, they attacked on the day of the meeting, wanting to wipe out all the other settlements and swallow up their territory and population. However, this battle also severely weakened the surviving forces, and for many days they were unable to hunt down level 1 zombies and obtain corpse pearls.
You have to know that the forces present were all the top of the mountain city. Their lagging development naturally meant that the development of the entire mountain city was a step behind. Will the evolution of the zombies wait for you? Once you fall behind to a certain extent, even if 4, 5, or even 10 settlements join forces, it is impossible to kill a high-level zombie. Therefore, the Scarlet Meeting incident has seriously led to the decline of the mountain city. Fong Ming, do you want to go? Xia Jun asked. Fong Ming smiled, just to see the fun. With his strength, he is qualified to say that he is just going to watch the fun. Xia Jun nodded. He still hoped that humans could unite to stop, or at least reduce, internal friction, concentrate their efforts on eliminating the zombies, and strive to regain human territory as soon as possible and return to the previous life of abundance. Fong Ming looked at him and could somewhat understand his thoughts. But Xia Jun was a strong person in his previous life, and he will only become stronger in this life. Therefore, he cannot understand the suffering of the lower-level humans. Fong Ming had been at the bottom of the human race after the first-level zombies came out, and he was no stronger than the average person, so he had a deep understanding. Even if all the zombies and even the evolved beasts were eliminated, humans would not be able to return. Because there are people with superpowers among humans. The superpowered will become stronger and stronger, just like the immortals in the myths. How can they live with ordinary people on an equal footing? How can a crane dance with chickens? The ugly duckling has become a swan, so it will fly away after a while to find its own companions. Therefore, it is an inevitable trend that the world will be ruled by superhumans. And after tasting the sweetness of power, will the superpower want their offspring to sit in this position forever? But can superpowers be inherited? Even if it can be inherited, can it be guaranteed to be equally powerful? What should we do? Keep the zombies, and they will continue to provide corpse pearls. Look, there is such a huge practical demand that the superpower is reluctant to eliminate the zombies. At most, they can control their number and scale. And as long as the zombies don't die out, ordinary people won't stand up against the supernaturals, because they need the supernaturals to protect them. In this way, a perfect closed loop of domination is formed. Fong Ming shook his head. Xia Jun was a loner in his previous life, and now he lives in a hotel, so he has no contact with the people at the bottom of society. Naturally, he is idealistic, too optimistic, and too naive. Buddy, the cruelty of this world is far beyond your imagination. However, Fong Ming did not persuade him, but just smiled. This kind of realization has to be experienced by oneself. It is useless to be told by others. You can slowly come to understand it. Fong Ming went upstairs to have dinner and saw Lin Miao coming up. She was eating fruit. The little girl was now the group's favorite. Every woman liked her, so they often brought her up to play and eat by the way. However, Xia Jun had never come up before. This person is very well-mannered and knows that Fong Ming's female relatives are upstairs. Master. Yin Xiaoning and Zhang Xiaowei came up to greet him, both looking radiant. They were of course happy to have become superheroes, and naturally they were full of gratitude towards Fong Ming. The two women knelt down and brought slippers for Fong Ming to change into. Fong Ming didn't have to lift a finger the whole time, and the main point was that the service was in place. Fong Ming went to take a bath first. When he came out, Yin Xiaoning and the others immediately started serving dishes and rice. A large table of mouth-watering dishes. Fong Ming never talked about rules, but the women were all waiting for him to take the first bite. It was just like the old days in a big family, where the wives and concubines had to wait for the master to take the first bite before they dared to eat. Fong Ming laughed. You all think I'm a feudal lord? He looked at Lu Yushi and asked, did this woman suggest it? Let's eat. He took a bite first, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. Mu Qingcheng also joined the table today, and she was almost in tears. It wasn't easy, but she finally made it. As she ate, she was daydreaming. She wanted to help Fong Ming become a regional overlord, no, a Chinese overlord. Would it be better to be the overlord of the world? At that time, as Fong Ming's woman, she could be worshipped by the masses. Imagining this picture, she couldn't help but be moved by passion. Looking at Fong Ming's eyes, they were watery and full of spring. This look made even women feel moved. Therefore, Lu Yuqi and the other women ate faster. Finish eating quickly and get moving. Fong Ming couldn't help but be amazed. Is this the influence of spiritual power?
The sorcerer is already terrifying, and Mu Qingcheng can still integrate her own charm, which is simply invincible. But she has one major weakness: she has no combat effectiveness. Once someone can resist her charm, she is at the mercy of others.
Is there such a thing? Yes, not to mention Fong Ming, at least the ordinary zombies outside are not likely to be influenced by her. Ordinary zombies are immune to the influence of the enchantress. How can you influence and control them without consciousness? After dinner, Fong Ming was half dragged and half carried into the room by Lu Yushi and the others. The battle begins. The result was of course a complete victory for Fong Ming. With his abundant physical strength and his golden waist and iron kidneys, but are they fake?
After settling the girls, Fong Ming couldn't sleep for a while, so he sat on the balcony, enjoying the night breeze and the night view of the mountain city. Although almost no lights were on in the entire city, Fong Ming could still see the general outline with the help of the moonlight. After a while, a sweet fragrance drifted over, and Lu Yuchi walked over to him and snuggled into his arms.
Is it your idea to wait for me to start eating before I do? Fong Ming asked casually. Lu Yuchi shook her head. Mu Qingcheng said it, and I think it's quite right. You risk your life outside, and we just wait for you to start eating first to show our respect. Isn't that right?
It turned out to be Mu Qingcheng. This woman is quite ambitious, and Lu Yuchi used to dream of being a member of a wealthy family. After this dream came true, she began to dream of being a queen, which happened to coincide with Mu Qingcheng.
You guys, Fong Ming laughed, but didn't blame them. It doesn't matter, just let Lu Yuchi handle it.
Lu Yuchi adjusted her position in his arms to make herself more comfortable, then bit Fong Ming's ear and said, "Husband, we've basically settled down now, so is it time to have a child?"
Chapter 116, There's always a fool who wants to jump. Have a baby?
Fong Ming had never considered it.
This is the end of the world. Everyone is struggling to survive. Do they have the energy to raise the next generation?
However, Fong Ming is now indeed qualified for this. He has plenty of supplies and is also very powerful.
The hotel is a paradise on earth. The only drawback is that there is still a lack of a doctor who can deliver babies, but now do you need to beg your grandfather and grandmother to find a doctor?
All he has to do is go to any settlement and shout, and I'm sure the doctors will come running, begging Fong Ming to take them with him. Therefore, there are no obstacles to having children or raising them.
For a moment, Fong Ming was stunned. His own child? He had always been a single dog.
Although he had been in a relationship, they had never gotten to the point of getting married. Now that he thought about having his own child, he couldn't help but feel lost. In his heart, of course, he wanted to have his own child, but this was the end of the world. If you have a child, you have to take responsibility for it, not just let it die.
I'll think about it, Fong Ming said thoughtfully.
Although Lu Yushi was a little disappointed, Fong Ming had already promised to think about it, so at least there was progress. In the future, if she and Meng Jining and others coaxed him more and blew in his ear, she believed that Fong Ming would definitely agree. In her opinion, the conditions for having a child were now in place. Their family has settled down, they have enough supplies, almost everyone is a superhuman, and they are getting stronger every day.
So if they are not qualified to have children, who else in the world is qualified? Should mankind just wait to become extinct?
After sitting for a while, Fong Ming took Lu Yushi to bed.
The night passed. Fong Ming and Xie Jun set off for Hanyudong. Yes, the meeting today will be held there.
You don't want to go to a place where other clans have a strong presence.
So, let's go. To a place that no one has any connection with.
This place used to be a tourist attraction and a popular spot for internet celebrities.
There are still many tourists here at night, so there are many zombies wandering the streets. No one has gone there directly to kill them. Why?
The fact that there are zombies wandering around means that no one has entered the place, or at least not a large group of people. This way, there will be no ambushes, and everyone can rest assured.
Otherwise, when you arrive, if you see that there is not a single zombie here, won't you be worried?
So, when all the forces were gathered, everyone attacked together and swept away.
When a superhuman meets a normal zombie, it's a complete massacre, and they don't even need to be level 1.
They killed their way in, found a restaurant and sat down in a large private room. Wu Yaozhong was the initiator of this meeting. He had sent people or contacted the various forces personally, so he stood up and said loudly, Thank you all for giving me the honor of attending this meeting. I, Wu Yaozhong, would like to thank you all. He bowed and received applause from everyone. Wu Yaozhong continued, I will first introduce you to each other.
These two are the heads of the three sheep settlement, Lin Huayang and Li Shuangyang. Everyone couldn't help but smile. One is Yang Jia Shuangyang, and this is the three sheep, right?
You guys really like playing with homophonic puns. Lin Huayang and the other two stood up and bowed to everyone, very retro. These five are the leaders of the Huashan sword gathering, namely, Dongxie, Shidu. Wu Yaozhong continued to introduce them. But these five people made everyone's mouth twitch slightly. They are all serious martial arts fans. The five masters also stood up and bowed to everyone. Wu Yaozhong continued to make introductions, but most of the names of the settlements were normal and not so extreme.
Fang Ming looked at it and saw that the Jingyue settlement had not received an invitation.
In theory, this settlement is powerful enough, and there are quite a few people with supernormal abilities.
Why is it absent? If Xu Jing had received an invitation, would she dare to refuse without telling me? She definitely wouldn't dare.
Therefore, it is likely that Wu Yaozhong did not send them an invitation at all. That's right, these women have made a name for themselves in boxing, and Wu Yaozhong doesn't want to have anything to do with them, otherwise the meeting will turn into a boxing tournament.
Ha! Finally, I would like to introduce these two people. Wu Yaozhong looked at Fang Ming, the bosses of the Wanjiang Resort Hotel, Fang and Xia.
Xia Jun stood up and gave a standard military salute, while Fang Ming sat lazily and only nodded slightly.
What an attitude!
Some people were dissatisfied, but most of them kept their opinions to themselves. First, there was no need to make enemies over such a trivial matter, and second, they were afraid of Fang Ming's reputation. Wu Yaozhong had made a big fuss about how amazing Fang Ming's strength was.
But there are always exceptions.
After all, having suddenly gained great power and enormous authority, the average person will definitely become arrogant.
Once a person is inflated, they don't know how much they are worth. Boss Fang, huh? I'm just wondering, you only have 2 supernaturals, are you qualified to participate in today's meeting? Someone asked.
He was Zhao Qing, one of the 2 leaders of the Qingshu settlement, who was filing his fingernails with a dagger while casually asking the question without even looking up.
This also resonated with many people. Yes, with only 2 supernaturals in one faction, how can they even have the face to participate in today's meeting? You have to know that the 7 settlements represented at today's meeting are all the top forces in the mountain city, but what makes the Wanjiang Resort Hotel stand alongside them as the 8th top force? They admit that Fang Ming's personal strength is indeed as strong as Wu Yaozhong said, but when it comes to the strength of a faction, is it only better than the strength of a single person? Surely not. What year is this, still fighting one-on-one with you? Xia Jun immediately stood up and walked over to Zhao Qing.
Zhao Qing slowly looked up, smiling and frowning at Xia Jun. What, do you want to speak up for your master?
You have a bad breath. Go outside and get some fresh air. Don't make everyone stink.
Xia Jun had already walked over and reached out to grab him. Zhao Qing was also a forceful person, and he also reached out to meet him, ready to engage in a head-on confrontation.
Xia Jun sneered. What level has he evolved to?
Level 0, 56%.
What about you, Zhao Cheng? 8%? 10%?
When their hands touched, the power collided, and Zhao Qing's face suddenly changed, while Xie Jun was slightly surprised, because Zhao Qing's power should be half of his, which should be an evolutionary level of 28%, which is to say that he used 11 corpse pearls. No way, that means that after the first level zombies appeared, he was able to obtain 1 corpse speed almost every day.
How is that possible? Oh, yes, the evolution fluid.
This guy should have obtained some evolution fluid before, just like Fang Ming, which allowed him to evolve in advance.
No wonder he could become the leader of a settlement. Boom!
Then Zhao Qing was thrown out.
Chapter 117, Idiots Gather Together. Boom!
Zhao Qing was thrown out of the window. Fortunately, it was the first floor, and Zhao Qing was also a strong type, so he was not seriously injured.
But, what a shame. He provoked in public, and what happened? Fang Ming didn't even have to make a move, but the second in command did, and he took care of Zhao Qing right away. Everyone was shocked by the speed and power of his grab. No wonder Fang Ming is so arrogant. He has the capital. Look, the second in command is so strong. What about Fong Ming himself? Everyone immediately revised their assessment of Fong Ming's strength in their hearts.
At this point, Zhao Chang also walked back with a pale face and sat down without saying a word.
It's so embarrassing.
Fong Ming smiled because Zhao Qing was the villain in the bloody meeting incident in his previous life, but now he had been dealt with by Xie Jun, and his self-confidence must have been greatly affected.
Would he continue with his plan?
Because Fong Ming and Xie Jun have become an important variable that cannot be ignored.
Of course, this may also increase Zhao Qing's determination to strike.
He wants to kill Fong Ming and Xie Jun to regain his face.
Then we'll wait and see.
Fong Ming was watching the show with a sense of anticipation, hoping that Zhao Chang and the others would put on a great show for him, and that it would be worth his while to come all this way without killing the zombies. Wu Yaozhong made a roundabout speech, and everyone temporarily put aside the previous incident and began to discuss it seriously.
The theme of this meeting was to establish order and minimize internal friction among humans.
The starting point was naturally good, but the superpowered people were all swollen and arrogant,
thinking only of doing whatever they wanted, and who would be bound by any order.
Therefore, the meeting was progressing very slowly. It can be seen that the heads of the Qingshu settlement, the Sanfeng settlement, and the Ma Chang settlement are all nonchalant and completely uninvolved. On the contrary, they will exchange glances every once in a while, as if confirming something.
Fong Ming thought about it and suddenly realized.
They must be waiting for their own people to be in place, and once they are in place, they may send out a signal. At that time, they will make a bold move, with internal and external cooperation, to resolve all other forces.
So they don't care about the content of the meeting at all.
After all, they will kill everyone by then, and any agreement will be in vain.
It's just, won't this wait be too long? I don't have that much time to wait for you.
Fong Ming suddenly interrupted Wu Yaozhong's endless stream of words and said to Zhao Qing, "Have your people not taken their positions yet?"
Ha! Everyone was confused. What did Fong Ming mean by that?
Zhao Qing's face changed dramatically. "I don't know what you're talking about."
What's the point of pretending? We're all in this together. Fong Ming laughed.
A real man takes responsibility for his actions.
Do you want me to go out and get all your men?
Zhao Qing still refused to admit that his men had not yet been deployed in place, and that it was too low a chance of success to suddenly turn his back and start fighting.
Fong Ming smiled and cast a spell on Zhao Cheng. As a result, Zhao Qing heard the explosion of the double-kick firecracker. Ha, the time has come, let's do it.
He jumped onto the table, looking very arrogant. Everyone looked at each other, wondering if Zhao Qing was really a psychopath. He had just been scolding Fong Ming for talking nonsense, but now he was jumping up on the table and talking about starting a fight, acting like a fool.
Seeing that the alliance and even the second-in-command were motionless, Zhao Qing couldn't help but frown. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and do it. Zhao Qing, you're crazy. Our people haven't even sent the signal yet.
The leader of the Machang settlement, whose name was also Ma Xian, immediately shouted at Zhao Qing.
What kind of stupid teammate are you? However, when he shouted, everyone immediately reacted.
It wasn't Zhao Qing who had gone crazy, but he was colluding with Ma Chang to really take the opportunity to attack. For a moment, of course, no one dared to believe it, and they all stood up and fought for themselves.
You two idiots.
The leader of the Sanfeng settlement couldn't help but scold, saying that although Zhao Qing had just said he was going to do it, no one actually believed him. They just thought he had lost to Xie Jun and was upset, temporarily losing his mind. But Ma Chang's cry was a confession.
He's so stupid. Oh. Everyone realized that Sanfeng settlement was also on Zhao Qing's side.
Sure enough, idiots really do stick together.
But now, at this time, you're still fighting among yourselves?
Bang! At this time, there was a sound of firecrackers outside.
The arrow is on the string, and it has to be fired.
Kill! Zhao Chang and the others had no choice but to take action.
But now that everyone was prepared, was it still a surprise attack? It's called a free-for-all. Fong Ming smiled. Brother Jun, go help and wipe out Zhao Qing's gang.
Xie Jun nodded. This was a chaotic time, but Zhao Chang and his men were still killing each other. He moved to kill, and decisively struck. Although Fong Ming did not actually attack, he had actually used his psychic powers to cast illusions on Zhao Chang and the others, so their attacks were completely off target, and the internal conflict ended in a ridiculous way.
However, there were differences of opinion on how to deal with Zhao Qing and the others. Some said they should be killed, while others said that the zombies were so terrifying and humans were so weak that it would be better to keep these people to fight the zombies. Just as everyone was arguing, Fang Ming gave Xia Jun a wink, and Xia Jun decisively killed Zhao Cheng and the others. How could someone who could start a civil war at this time possibly work hard to kill the zombies? If you keep them, you have to worry about them stabbing you in the back. So why bother? Kill them, and it's all over. Xia Jun acted on Fang Ming's orders, so of course he did. Would anyone dare to question Fang Ming? Besides, the people are already dead, so it's useless to say more. Wu Yaozhong still tried to persuade them to stay and continue the meeting to discuss a charter. Fang Ming let Xia Jun stay and participate in the meeting. The principle was that they could not interfere with each other, but they could not help each other because he would have to go put out fires everywhere. He went to kill the zombies again. After a day, the harvest was a little small, with only 19 corpse pearls. There was no way to make up for the time wasted in the morning. Even so, this record will make everyone envious. Fang Ming went back. When he arrived at the hotel, Xia Jun was already waiting for him. How was it? He asked casually. Xia Jun nodded. The constitution has been drafted. Although it doesn't have much substance, it's still a step forward. In the future, more treaties can be added, and one day, mankind can regain its former glory. Fang Ming was not at all optimistic. Because the zombies are revolving too quickly, constantly squeezing the living space of humans, the theme of humanity is survival, not the re-establishment of order in a new world. Forget it, let him be happy for a while. Chapter 118, Selling People. Fang Ming was very relaxed. It will be some time before the second-level zombies appear, and he has a crushing advantage over the first-level zombies, so at least there is nothing to worry about for now. You enemies, come to Shancheng quickly, or I'll be bored out of my mind. Fang Ming's boredom only lasted for a moment, and he was immediately busy again. Because someone came to the inn today. It's rare. After all the advertising, apart from a young couple who came to seek refuge at the beginning, there was only one spy. Then it seems that Fang Ming's thunderous methods scared everyone off, and no one dared to send anyone undercover again. So, someone actually came over today? Fang Ming was a little excited, wondering what interesting things the other party could bring him. He came downstairs and saw two people waiting for him. When Fang Ming came down, Xia Jun nodded to him and left. Fang Ming looked over. There was a man and a woman. The man looked wretched, with a bald chin, and the woman had her hands tied and her face covered with a black cloth. Even in the hot weather, she was wrapped up tightly, looking like she had been kidnapped. Boss Fang. The wretched man stood up as soon as he saw Fang Ming and bowed to him, very much like a traitorous lackey. Fang Ming nodded. The rule here is that we only take in beautiful women, not men. I know. The wretched man said, so I specifically sold this beauty to Boss Fang. Sell? Fang Ming sneered inwardly. He doesn't buy women. He always trades food. If you want to follow me, I'll give you food and drink. It's that simple. Forget it. Not interested. He shook his head. The wretched man hurriedly said, Boss Fang, listen to me first. This woman is no ordinary woman. Her name is Chen Xiaolu, but she was the mistress of the highest-ranking gangster in our city. Her husband was originally just an ordinary teacher, but he was promoted to the position of deputy director of the Education Bureau. How ridiculous is that? Fang Ming laughed. Does this guy think he's a sex fiend? He even took someone else's mistress. Boss Fang, take a look for yourself. The wretched man quickly removed the woman's head covering, revealing a beautiful, charming face with a hint of fear even though she had a ball in her mouth, which somewhat ruined her beauty. She was at most 30 years old, at the peak of her beauty, full of mature charm that a young girl would not have. Her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to speak, revealing a pitiful and charming look that attracted people to want to ravage her and make her beg for mercy. Indeed, this woman was born with a face that is naturally charming. Unfortunately. Fang Ming shook his head. Although her appearance was a 90, and her figure was also very good, she was not as good-looking as Lu Yushi, not as plump as Dami, and not as seductive as Mu Qingcheng. Therefore, Fang Ming could only admire her at best. Keep it for himself? He is not that desperate.
Seeing Fong Ming shake his head, the wretched man couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that Fong Ming is like me, with a broken thing down there that can't be used for human purposes?
Damn, then what are you doing, saying you want to collect beautiful women?
Oh, since Boss Fong doesn't like it, I'll just have to sell it somewhere else. He stood up and recklessly dragged Chen Xiaolu up.
Bitch, you have nails in your ass, so get out of here. Fong Ming snapped his fingers, and the illusion kicked in.
The wretched man immediately fell for it and sat down again, saying, I live in the same neighborhood as the couple. I've been fantasizing about this slut for a long time, and I've been following her for many days, trying to catch her and the other man in the act of adultery, so that I can blackmail her into having sex with me and get money.
Fong Ming was surprised.
This guy is really bold, but if he really got the evidence, he probably wouldn't be alive now. The wretched man continued, when the natural disaster came, I gained superpowers. I thought that my chance had come, that I could finally fulfill my long-cherished wish, but I never imagined that the price I paid for gaining these powers was the loss of my balls and my manhood. I took this woman away and tortured her endlessly. I thought that the woman I had always dreamed of was right next to me, but I could only look at her and touch her.
I was so angry that I kept beating and hitting her.
Now it's getting harder and harder to find food, so I had to come to Boss Fong and hope that he could give me a lot of food. Otherwise, I really can't bear to part with such a beauty. He sighed and looked sad.
I see. Fong Ming waved his hand and an ice cone shot out, killing the wretched man.
He walked over and untied Chen Xiaolu. The woman quickly took the ball out of her mouth, then hurriedly pulled off the cloth wrapped around her body. It was so hot that she was about to get prickly heat. However, when she took off the cloth covering her body, Fong Ming realized why the wretched man had wrapped her in cloth.
Because she wasn't wearing any clothes underneath.
But she wasn't completely naked, she was just tied up with red strings. There were also all kinds of interesting items, such as clips and sticks. Obviously, the wretched man was impotent, so he tortured and humiliated her in every way.
Fong Ming asked Yin Xiaoning to bring a set of clothes for Chen Xiaolu to wear.
After a while, Yin Xiaoning led Chen Xiaolu over again.
Thank you, thank you.
Chen Xiaolu hurriedly thanked her, bending over so that her cleavage could be seen. Because Yin Xiaoning didn't know her bust size, she didn't prepare a bra, so when she bent over, her two inverted jade bowls were clearly presented in front of her.
Fong Ming's heart fluttered slightly.
People are always full of appreciation for beautiful things. But that doesn't mean that Fong Ming wants to sleep with her.
It's completely different. He smiled and said, What are you going to do in the future? Chen Xiaolu looked confused, and it took a while before she said, Can I stay? I can do anything, please.
She looked at Fong Ming, her big, charming eyes seemed to be able to speak. Fong Ming thought for a moment and said, Okay, you can follow Yin Xiaoning in the future.
She will arrange a job for you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Chen Xiaolu hurriedly thanked him profusely.
Yin Xiaoning came over and asked in a low voice in Fong Ming's ear, Master, do you want to give her special treatment?
Special care means that she will be admitted to Fong Ming's harem in the future.
Fong Ming shook his head, no need. Yin Xiaoning understood and took Chen Xiaolu upstairs.
After Chen Xiaolu had walked a few steps, she still looked back at Fong Ming, as if she was expecting something.
Yin Xiaoning sneered. You want to fly on the branch as soon as you arrive?
You are indeed very beautiful and have a hot body, but you are a bit old and don't have the aura of a star like Big Honey.
On the contrary, you are just a mistress. How can you compare with Fong Ming's women? Give up on this idea. Chapter 119, The Enemy is Here. Fong Ming turned his head and forgot about Chen Xiaolu.
Beautiful scenery is enough to enjoy, and besides, he has more and better scenery in his hands. Lu Yuqi and the other women discussed it after hearing the news. However, they also agreed that Chen Xiaolu was not qualified to join Fong Ming's harem. In fact, Dami has owed some, but who can make someone the object of Fong Ming's constant fantasies, so an exception can be made, but a wife, and even a mistress, how can she qualify to join Fong Ming's harem?
Wouldn't that lower the level of Fong Ming's family? In the following days, whether it was Fong Ming's little life or the situation in the entire mountain city, it was all uneventful. Fong Ming was too strong, and he easily swept away the zombies, completely without any danger.
Several major forces in the mountain city formed an alliance, at least agreeing not to attack each other, otherwise the other several would join forces to destroy them, which greatly released the power of each settlement, which could all be devoted to the battle against the zombies.
In recent days, several more forces have joined the alliance.
Compared to the previous life, which was loose and mutually opposed, this life has undoubtedly seen great changes.
It's completely different. Who triggered this change? Of course, it was Fong Ming.
But Fong Ming didn't care at all, and just kept pursuing his own strength.
On the 7th day after the bloody meeting, Meng Jining became the second to break through level 1.
She is a power type, so breaking through to level 1 didn't produce any new superpowers, but her strength and agility skyrocketed, and her individual combat capabilities were extremely powerful, and she could even take the head of a general in the midst of 1,000 soldiers. If the caster, a person with this kind of superpower, is not prepared in advance, it is easy to be taken away in one blow without even seeing the person. Meng Jining was overjoyed and immediately went on her own to hunt down and kill level 1 zombies and collect corpse pearls. Fong Ming did not stop her, but only kept a close watch on her. She succeeded, but was also injured. After all, she is not Fong Ming, and she has only strength and speed. It is inevitable to get injured, but Fong Ming immediately came out, activated her healing ability, and her wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Husband, you're so great,"
Meng Jining said sweetly. Fong Ming smiled and said, "You have to be more careful in the future." Meng Jining readily accepted his advice.
She was so excited that she would agree to whatever Fong Ming said.
Fong Ming didn't say anything else.
This girl had just broken through level 1 and was so happy that he didn't want to discourage her. He planned to let Meng Jining lead the team, with Lu Yushi and the other girls as support, and let them go together to kill the zombies, because no matter how high your level of evolution is, you still have to use it in actual combat.
No practical experience?
Even if your strength should be stronger, you may still be killed. Experience is very important. When the two returned to the hotel, Meng Jining received a hero's welcome.
The second highest level psychic. Naturally, it was worth celebrating. Do other forces have a level 1 psychic? No. Fong Ming just smiled.
In another half-month, Xia Jun will also break through to level 1, and according to history, other forces will not have their first level 1 power user until 2 days after that.
How big is the gap? And what's even more exaggerated?
While most people are still struggling to break through to level 1, Fong Ming is about to become level 2. This is the most terrifying gap. The next day, Fong Ming let Meng Jining lead the team, and Lu Yuqi and the others set off together to a corpse nest, while he sat in the dark. It is not as simple as killing a level 1 zombie to break a nest. Meng Jining had to lead the women to kill their way in, so they had to kill at least a few thousand zombies, which was naturally a difficult task.
Fortunately, Meng Jining was strong enough, wielding an iron rod and invincible. It only took 3 hours for them to level the nest. With Gu Yairiba, the healer, Fong Ming didn't need to intervene, and the women's injuries were under control, but they couldn't heal as quickly as Fong Ming's intervention. After all, the difference in their power levels was still huge. Fong Ming nodded and decided not to follow them anymore.
Young birds always have their own day to fly high, and now it's time. He went out to hunt the zombies himself. Even though he already had about 500 corpse pearls in his possession, he had consumed 3 a day, but still had so many left. In the blink of an eye, a few more days had passed. The zombies have not seen any level 2s, but the survivors are getting stronger every day, so the human situation is getting better and better. Many optimists think that this is the turning point in the war, and that humans are about to sound the horn for a major counterattack. The alliance of mountain cities is also growing stronger. Although everyone is an independent settlement, they seek common ground while reserving differences. At least they have reached an agreement that humans will not attack each other. No one who joins this alliance dares to violate it. Otherwise, if dozens of forces besiege together, which force can withstand it? Fong Ming received a new list of allied forces from Wu Yaozhong almost every other day. He didn't pay much attention to it, and he would just glance at it and then move on. But this day, after he had glanced at it and just thrown the list away, he quickly clenched his fingers and grabbed the list back. He looked at the penultimate name. This time, there were 3 new forces, so they were naturally written at the end, and the penultimate name was Xinming Base. The enemy is here. However, according to my memory, the New World base should not arrive in the mountain city for another 10 days. How could it appear so early? Where did I flap my butterfly wings and cause such a change? Whatever the reason, since you're here, you're going to die. Fong Ming didn't even bother to eat dinner,
and went straight to the location of the Xinmin base in his memory. However, it was completely empty. Where are the people? Not to mention people, there are not even a few zombies. Strange. Could it be that another force has taken on this name, but it is not the enemy from the previous life? Fong Ming thought about it for a moment and then turned and went to the eastern settlement. Boss Fong.
Wu Yaozhong immediately came out to greet him.
Fong Ming was too lazy to waste time on nonsense and asked directly, "Where is the Xinmin base?" Wu Yaozhong was stunned. Did Boss Fong have some misunderstanding with them? No. Fong Ming shook his head.
Just as Wu Yaozhong let out a sigh of relief, he added, "They are my enemies, and there is no mistake." Wu Yaozhong was at a loss for words, but still persuaded him, "Boss Fong, Xinmin base has joined the alliance.
We will be allies in good times and bad."
Moreover, Boss Fong has signed an agreement that he cannot attack allies, or he will be attacked by everyone.
Boss Fong, how about I help you mediate? Chapter 120, Jealousy. Fong Ming smiled.
Wu Yaozhong thought he had agreed, and just wanted to speak, but then he saw Fong Ming shake his head again.
Hey, are you playing with me? Wu Yaozhong smiled wryly. Boss Fong, what are you going to do?
Naturally, I will find them and kill my enemies one by one.
Fong Ming smiled and said, "Isn't that how you treat your enemies, Boss Wu?"
Wu Yaozhong was speechless for a long time before he said, "But, Boss Fong, you should know that Xinmin base has joined our alliance.
If you destroy them, what will the other forces think? If someone can be above the law, what is the point of the law? At that time, should we let Boss Fong go unchecked, or should we attack him together?"
He tried to dissuade him with all his heart. Fong Ming laughed and said, "First, the strong never have to obey the law. The law is made by the strong to protect their own interests and is only used to restrain the weak.
Second, did Xinmin base get my permission to join the alliance? I'm also an old-timer, right? Now I propose that we kick the Xinmin base out of the alliance. Does Boss Wu think that's feasible?"
Wu Yaozhong had not yet answered, but Fong Ming continued, "But there is no need to go to such trouble.
At worst, I will withdraw from the alliance. I see who dares to come and die. This. Wu Yaozhong kept shaking his head and sighing.
Fong Ming looked at him and said lightly, "I need the address of the Xinmin base now."
Does Boss Wu want to tell me or not?
Wu Yaozhong hesitated for a long time, but still gave an address.
Does he dare to anger Fong Ming?
At the bloody meeting, although Fong Ming did not take action, Xie Jun's skills were amazing. But you have to know that Xie Jun is still the second in command, and the first in command is Fong Ming.
What does this mean? Fong Ming is even stronger.
Therefore, how dare Wu Yaozhong be an enemy of Fong Ming? Even if he wants to be an enemy, he wouldn't dare to do it alone.
Okay, from now on, I'm out of the alliance. Fong Ming waved his hand, which put Wu in a difficult position.
If you want to get justice for Xinmin base, you can come to the hotel to find me, but if you really come, don't think you'll be able to go back.
He turned around, put his foot down, and poof, he was already soaring into the sky.
A gust of wind blew over, and Wu Yaozhong suddenly sat down on the ground, his face full of horror. It was just a gust of wind, but it was so powerful.
How strong is Fong Ming?
He could only pray that Fong Ming would not destroy the Xinmin base, and at least spare a few lives, so that he could still help Fong Ming to exonerate himself. Otherwise, in order to maintain the alliance's authority, he would have to mobilize his allies to launch a crusade against Fong Ming.
Would he dare to take action against Fong Ming? Aren't Zhu Yan and the others very dissatisfied with me and want to oust me as the leader of the alliance? This is a good opportunity. After the incident, as long as I stand up for Fong Ming, Zhu Yan and the others will definitely oppose me, so I will let them go and let them go to Fong Ming. With Fong Ming's terrifying power, these people will naturally never return.
A cold smile curled the corner of his mouth. Wu Yaozhong has never been a good person, and he has nothing to do with a gentleman. He is just good at judging the situation, and this time, he judges that Fong Ming will be the winning party. Therefore, he would never be an enemy of the winner. This is perfect. He sneered repeatedly. Fong Ming didn't care about Wu Yaozhong's thoughts or his little tricks. In the face of absolute strength, all plots and tricks were useless. Does Wu Yaozhong dare to block what he wants to do? If he does, he will be killed. He followed the address and finally arrived at the place. Sure enough, there was someone there this time.
This is a high-end residential area.
The zombies inside and outside have been cleaned up, and there are now about 100 people living here, busy cleaning up. But some people weren't busy, but were standing in the shade of the trees in the community, smoking cigarettes.
Fong Ming immediately saw a familiar face. Zhou Huai.
This person was the culprit who pushed him to the last moment, making him block the level 3 Corpse King.
I've finally waited for you. Fong Ming smiled and jumped over the wall directly, landing in the community.
Seeing an uninvited guest suddenly burst in, many people immediately became alert and sounded the alarm. The people smoking under the shade of the trees quickly extinguished their cigarettes and ran over.
Who are you? Zhou Huai asked. He was the fourth most powerful person in the organization.
There are currently 9 supernormal people in the Xinmin base, so he is not low at all in 4th place.
Fong Ming smiled. Zhou Huai, do you know how long I have been waiting for this day?
It's been 113 days.
Zhou Huai was stunned. Seeing himself and calling out his name at once, Fong obviously recognized him.
Moreover, he wasn't just talking nonsense when he said he had been waiting for him for more than 100 days, because his eyes were so desperate. But the problem is, he doesn't have any impression of Fong Ming. This made him crazy. If Fong Ming were a man, and he had always liked women, he would really suspect that Fong Ming was the one who had been unfaithful to him.
How do you know my name? And, do I know you? Zhou Huai couldn't help but ask.
Fong Ming said with a sigh, Zhou Huai, you owe me your life, and you've forgotten me already.
This statement was extremely informative and easily misinterpreted.
Everyone looked at Zhou Huai, their eyes full of doubt.
Are you two having an affair? Fong Ming laughed heartily. You're mistaken.
My relationship with Zhou Huai is not what you think it is, and you are Xia Chang, you are Li Dongxin, you are Sun Haiwei, you are Wang Kai, am I right?
Everyone looked at me and I looked at them, and they were even more puzzled.
Fong Ming seemed to know them very well, and he didn't get any of the names wrong.
Who are you? Zhou Huai roared. He was really going to lose his mind. My name is Fong Ming. Fong Ming smiled. Oh, you don't know me yet. It's a pity. That way, my revenge won't be as satisfying.
What? Zhou Huai and the others immediately felt threatened. Although they had not let their guard down before, they had only been on guard, unlike now, when Fong Ming had already shown complete hostility. After all, it can be seen from Fong Ming's climbing over the wall that he is also a superhuman.
When a psychic fights another psychic, it's easy to get hurt. Where is the doctor? Even if there is a doctor, can he perform surgery? Do they have any medicine? It's so hot, it's already gone bad.
Therefore, no one dares to get injured. Of course, the best option is to avoid a fight. But if they have to fight, none of them will show mercy.
Fong Ming, you said it yourself, we don't even know you, so how can we talk about revenge?
Zhou Huai shouted, gesturing for the remaining few supernaturals to be called over.
Fighting with a large group of people against a small group of people will minimize our losses.